to be. Linley opened one of the albums at random. It appeared to be a record of the activities in which the deaf students had engaged during the previous year. Each term had its own identifying page, on which Michaelmas, Lent, or Easter had been written in fine calligraphy. The record consisted of both written documents and photographs. It encompassed everything from Destu's American football team, whose plays were called by students on the sidelines who beat an enormous drum to signal the team via vibration code, to dances held with the aid of powerful speakers, which conveyed the rhythm of the music in much the same way, to picnics and meetings in which dozens of hands moved at once and dozens of faces lit with animation. Bernadette said over Linley's shoulder, "That's called windmilling, Inspector." "What?" "When everyone signs at once like that. All their hands are going, like windmills." Linley continued through the book. He saw 3 rowing teams, whose strokes were orchestrated by coxswains utilizing small red flags, a 10-member percussion group, who used the movement of an oversized metronome to keep their pulsating rhythm together, grinning men and women in camouflage, setting out with banners that read, "Destu's Search and Pellet," a group of flamenco dancers, another of gymnasts, and in every photograph participants in an activity were surrounded and supported by people whose hands spoke the language of commonality. Linley returned the album. "It's quite a group," he said. "It's not a group, it's a life." Gareth replaced the albums. "Deaf is a culture." "Did Elena want to be capital D deaf?" "She didn't know what capital D deaf was until she came to Destu. She was taught to think that deaf meant disabled." "That's not the impression I've been getting," Linley said. "From what I understand, her parents did everything possible to allow her to fit into a hearing world. They taught her to read lips. They taught her to speak. It seems to me that the last thing they thought was that deaf meant disabled, especially in her case." Gareth's nostrils flared. He said, "Forget shit, forget," and began to sign with hands that pounded through his words. "There is no fitting into a hearing world. There's only bringing the hearing world to us, make them see us as people as good as they are. But her father wanted her to play at hearing, read lips like a pretty girl, talk like a pretty girl." "That can't be a crime. It is, after all, a hearing world that we live in." "A hearing world you live in. The rest of us without sound get on fine. We don't want your hearing. But you can't believe that, can you, because you think you're special instead of just different." Again, it was only a slight variation on the theme Justine Weaver had introduced. The deaf weren't normal. But then, for God's sake, neither were the hearing most of the time. Gareth was continuing. "We are her people. Destu, here. We can support, we can understand. But he didn't want that. He didn't want her to know us." "Her father?" "He wanted to make believe she could hear." "How did she feel about that?" "How would you feel if people wanted you to play at being something you weren't?" Linley repeated his earlier question. "Did she want to be deaf with a capital D?" "She didn't know—" "I understand that she didn't know what it meant at first, that she had no way of understanding the culture. But once she did know, did she want to be deaf with a capital D?" "She would have wanted it eventually." It was a telling response. The uninformed, once informed, had not become an adherent to the cause. "So she involved herself with Destu solely because Dr. Cuff insisted, because it was the only way to avoid being sent down?" "At first that was why, but then she came to meetings, to dances. She was getting to know people." "Was she getting to know you?" Gareth yanked open the centre drawer of the desk. He took out a pack of gum and unwrapped a stick. Bernadette began to reach forward to get his attention, but Linley stopped her, saying, "He'll look up in a moment." Gareth let the moment drag on, but Linley felt it was probably harder for the boy to keep his eyes fixed upon and his fingers working over the silver wrapper of the juicy fruit than it was for himself to wait him out. When at last he looked up, Linley said, "Elena Weaver was 8 weeks pregnant." Bernadette cleared her throat. She said, "My goodness," then, "Sorry," and her hands conveyed the information. Gareth's eyes went to Linley and then beyond him to the closed door of the office. He chewed his gum with what looked like deliberate slowness. Its scent was liquid sugar in the air. When he replied, his hands moved as slowly as his jaws. "I didn't know that." "You weren't her lover?" He shook his head. According to her stepmother, she'd been seeing someone regularly since December of last year. Her calendar indicates that with a symbol, a fish. That wasn't you? You would have first been introduced to her round then, wouldn't you? "I saw her. I knew her. It was what Dr. Cuff wanted. But I wasn't her lover." "A bloke at Fenner's called her your woman." Gareth took a second stick of gum, unwrapped it, rolled it into a tube, popped it into his mouth. "Did you love her?" Again his eyes dropped. Linley thought of the wad of tissues in the conference room. He looked once again at the boy's pallid face. He said, "You don't mourn someone you don't love, Gareth," even though the boy's attention was not on Bernadette's hands. Bernadette said, "He wanted to marry her, Inspector. I know that because he told me once, and he—" Perhaps sensing the conversation, Gareth looked up. His hands flashed quickly. "I was telling him the truth," Bernadette said. "I said you wanted to marry her. He knows you loved her, Gareth. It's completely obvious." Past. Loved. Gareth's fists were on his chest, more like a punch than a sign. It was over. "When did it end?" "She didn't fancy me." "That's not really an answer." "She fancied someone else." "Who?" "I don't know. I don't care. I thought we were together and we weren't. That was it." "When did she make this clear to you? Recently, Gareth?" He looked sullen. "Don't remember." "Sunday night? Is that why you were arguing with her?" "Oh dear," Bernadette murmured, although she cooperatively continued to sign. "I didn't know she was pregnant. She didn't tell me that." "But as to the other, the man she loved, she told you about that? That was Sunday night, wasn't it?" Bernadette said, "Oh, Inspector, you can't really think that Gareth had anything to do—" Gareth lunged across the desk and grabbed Bernadette's hands. Then he jerked out a few signs. "What's he saying?" "He doesn't want me to defend him. He says there's nothing for me to defend." "You're an engineering undergraduate, aren't you?" Linley asked. Gareth nodded. He said, "And the engineering lab's by Fen Causeway, isn't it? Did you know Elena Weaver ran that way in the morning? Did you ever see her run? Did you ever go with her?" "You want to think I killed her because she wouldn't have me," was his reply. "You think I was jealous. You've got it figured that I killed her because she was giving some other bloke what she wouldn't give me. It's a fairly solid motive, isn't it?" Bernadette gave a tiny mewl of protest. Gareth said, "Maybe the bloke who got her pregnant killed her. Maybe he didn't fancy her as much as she fancied him." "But you don't know who he was?" Gareth shook his head. Linley had the distinct impression he was lying, and yet he couldn't at the moment come up with a reason why Gareth Randolph would lie about the identity of the man who made Elena pregnant, especially if he truly believed that man might be her killer, unless he intended to take care of dealing with the man himself, in his own time, on his own terms. And with a blue in boxing, he'd have the odds on his side if it came to taking another by surprise. Even as Linley dwelt on this thought, he realized there was yet another possible reason why Gareth might choose not to cooperate with the police. If he was savouring Elena's death at the same time as he mourned it, what better way to prolong his enjoyment than to lengthen the time it would take to bring the criminal to justice? How often had a jilted lover believed that a crime of violence perpetrated by someone else was exactly what the loved one deserved? Linley rose to his feet and nodded to the boy. He said, "Thank you for your time," and turned to the door. On the back of it he saw what he hadn't had the opportunity to notice when he had entered the room. It was hung with a calendar on which the entire year was visible at one glance. So it was not avoidance that had made Gareth Randolph shift his eyes to the door when Linley had told him of Elena Weaver's pregnancy. He'd forgotten about the bells. They'd rung at Oxford as well when he was an undergraduate, but somehow the years had taken that memory from him. Now, as he stepped out of the Peterhouse Library and began the walk back to St. Stephen's College, the resonant calling of the faithful to evensong formed an auditory backdrop like antiphonal chanting from college chapels across the city. It was, he thought, one of life's most joyous sounds, this ringing of bells, and he found himself regretting the fact that the span of time in which he had given himself over to learning how to understand the criminal mind had allowed him to forget the sheer pleasure of church bells ringing into an autumn wind. He let sound itself become his most conscious perception as he strolled past the old, overgrown graveyard of Little St. Mary's Church and made the turn on to Trumpington, where the jingle of bicycle bells and the metallic clicking of their unoiled gears joined the rumble of evening traffic. "Go on, Jack!" a young man shouted to a retreating bike rider from the doorway of a grocer's shop as Linley passed. "We'll catch you up at the Anchor, all right?" "Right." A vague call in return caught on the wind. 3 girls walked by, engaged in a heated discussion about "that sod Robert." They were followed by an older woman, high heels snapping against the pavement, pushing a crying baby in a pram, and then lurched by a black-garbed figure of uncertain sex, from the folds of whose voluminous coat and trailing scarves came the plaintive notes of "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot," played on harmonica. Through it all, Linley heard Bernadette giving voice to Gareth's angry words. "We don't want your hearing, but you can't believe that, can you, because you think you're special instead of just bloody different?" He wondered if this had marked the crucial difference between Gareth Randolph and Elena Weaver. "We don't want your hearing." For because of her parents' well-intentioned, if perhaps arguably misguided efforts on her behalf, Elena had been taught to know every moment of her life that something was missing. She had been given something to want. So how could Gareth ever have hoped to win her over to a lifestyle and a culture that she had been taught from birth to reject and overcome? He wondered what it had been like for the two of them, Gareth dedicated to his people, seeking to make Elena one of them, and Elena merely following the dictates laid down by the master of her college. Had she feigned interest in Destu? Had she feigned enthusiasm? And if she did neither, if she felt contempt, what kind of effect would this have had on the young man who had been given the unwanted assignment of steering her into a society so foreign to that which she had always known? Linley wondered what kind of blame, if any, ought to be assessed upon the Weavers for the efforts they had made with their daughter. For, in spite of the manner in which they had apparently tried to create an inaccurate fantasy out of the reality of their daughter's life, hadn't they in fact given Elena what Gareth himself had never known? Hadn't they given her her own form of hearing? And if that was the case, if Elena did move with a relative degree of comfort in a world in which Gareth felt himself an alien, how could he come to terms with the fact that he had fallen in love with someone who shared neither his culture nor his dreams? Linley paused in front of the multi-spired gatehouse of King's College, where lights shone brightly from the porter's lodge. He stared unseeing at the collection of bicycles leaning this way and that. A young man was scrawling some sort of notice on a blackboard beneath the gate, while a chatting group of black-gowned academics hurried across the lawn towards the chapel with that self-important stride that appeared to be inherent to senior members of all the colleges who were blessed with the privilege of setting foot to grass. He listened to the continuing echo of the bells, with Great St. Mary's just across King's Parade calling out in a ceaseless, sonorous petition for prayer. Each note cast itself into the emptiness of Market Hill just beyond the church. Each building there caught the sound and flung it back into the night. He listened. He thought. He knew he was intellectually capable of getting to the root of Elena Weaver's death. But as the evening continued to swell with sound, he wondered if he was unprejudicially capable of getting to the root of Elena's life. He was bringing to the job at hand the preconceptions of a member of the hearing world. He wasn't sure how to shed them, or even if he needed to do so in order to get at the truth behind her killing. But he did know that only through coming to an understanding of Elena's own vision of herself could he also understand the relationships she shared with other people, and, all previous thoughts on Crusoe's island aside, for the moment at least, it seemed that these relationships had to be the key to what had happened to her. At the far end of the north range of front court, an amber rhombus of light melted out onto the lawn as the south door to King's College Chapel slowly opened. The faint sound of organ music drifted on the wind. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George continued. Cassette 6, Side 2. At the far end of the north range of front court, an amber rhombus of light melted out onto the lawn as the south door to King's College Chapel slowly opened. The faint sound of organ music drifted on the wind. Linley shivered, turned up the collar of his overcoat, and decided to join the college for evensong. Perhaps 100 people had gathered in the chapel, where the choir was just filing down the aisle, passing beneath the magnificent Florentine screen, atop of which angels held brass trumpets aloft. They were led by cross and incense-bearers, the latter filling the icy chapel air with the heady, sweet scent of smoky perfume. And they, along with the congregation, were dwarfed by the breathtaking interior of the chapel itself, whose fan-vaulted ceilings soared above them in an intricate display of tracery, periodically bossed by the Beaufort portcullis and the Tudor rose. It formed a beauty that was at once both austere and exalted, like the arcing flight of a jubilant bird, but one who does his sailing against a winter sky. Linley took a place at the rear of the chancel, from which he could meditate at a distance upon Adoration of the Magi, the Rubens canvas that served as the chapel's reredos, softly lit above the main altar. In it, one of the Magi leaned forward, hand outstretched to touch the child, while the mother herself presented the baby, as if with a serene confidence that he wouldn't be harmed. And yet even then she must have known what lay ahead. She must have had a premonition of the loss she would face. A lone soprano, a small boy so tiny that his surplice hung just inches from the floor, sang out the first 7 pure notes of a Kyrie eleison, and Linley lifted his eyes to the stained glass window above the painting. Through it, moonlight shimmered in a muted corona, giving only one colour to the window itself, a deep blue, faintly touched on its outer edge by white. And although he knew and could see that the crucifixion was what the window depicted, the only section which the moon brought to life was a single face, soldier, apostle, believer, or apostate, his mouth a black howl of some emotion eternally unnamed. Life and death, the chapel said, Alpha and Omega, with Linley finding himself caught between the two, and trying somehow to make sense of both. As the choir filed out at the end of the service, and the congregation rose to follow, Linley saw that Terence Cuff had been among the worshippers. He had been sitting on the far side of the choir, and now he stood with his attention given to the Rubens, his hands resting in the pockets of an overcoat that was just a shade or two darker than the grey of his hair. Seeing his partial profile, Linley was struck once again by the man's self-possession. His features did not display the slightest trace of anxiety, nor did they reveal any reaction to the pressures of his job. When Cuff turned from the altar, he exhibited no surprise to find Linley watching him. He merely nodded a greeting, left his pew, and joined the other man next to the chancel screen. He looked round the chapel before he spoke. "I always come back to King's," he said, "at least twice a month, like a prodigal son. I never really feel like a sinner in the hands of an angry God here. A minor transgressor, perhaps, but not a real miscreant. For what kind of God could honestly stay angry when one asks his forgiveness in such architectural splendor? Have you a need to ask forgiveness?" Cuff chuckled. "I've found it always unwise to admit one's misdeeds in the presence of a policeman, Inspector." They left the chapel together, Cuff stopping at the brass collection tray near the door to drop in a pound coin, which clanked heavily against an assortment of 10 and 50-pence pieces. Then they went out into the evening. "This meets my occasional need to get away from St. Stephen's," Cuff said, as they strolled round the west end of the chapel towards Senate House Passage and Trinity Lane. "My academic roots are here at King's." "You were a senior fellow here?" Yes. Now it serves as part refuge and part home, I suppose." Cuff pointed towards the chapel spires that rose like sculptured shadows against the night sky. "This is how churches ought to look, Inspector. No one since the Gothic architects has known quite so well how to set fire to emotion with simple stone. You'd think the very material itself would quash the possibility that one might actually feel something at the sight of the finished building, but it doesn't." Linley took his lead from the other man's first thought. "What sort of refuge does the master of a college need?" Cuff smiled. In the weak light he looked much younger than he had appeared in his library on the previous day. "From political machinations, the battle of personalities, the jockeying for position, everything attending the selection of the Penford professor, everything in attendance on a community filled with scholars who have reputations to maintain. You've a distinguished enough group set on doing the maintaining. Yes, and Stevens is lucky in that. Is Leonard Thorson among them?" Cuff paused, turning to Linley. The wind was ruffling his hair, and it blew at the charcoal scarf he wore slung round his neck. He cocked his head appreciatively. "You led into that well." They continued their walk past the back of the old law school. Their footsteps echoed in the narrow lane. At the entrance to Trinity Hall a girl and boy were engaged in an intent discussion, the girl leaning against the ashlar wall with her head thrown back and tears glittering on her face, while the boy spoke urgently in an angry voice, one hand flat against the wall by her head and the other on her shoulder. "You don't understand," she was saying. "You never try to understand. I don't even think you want to understand any longer. You only want— Can't you ever leave it, Beth? You act like I'm rolling in your knickers every night." As Linley and Cuff passed, the girl turned away, her hand to her face. Cuff said quietly, "It always comes down to that sort of give and take, doesn't it? I'm 55 years old, and I still wonder why." "I should think it's based on the injunctions women grow up hearing," Linley said. "Protect yourself from men. They only want one thing, and once they get it from you they'll be fast on their way. Don't give an inch. Don't trust them. Don't trust anyone, in fact." "Is that the sort of thing you tell a daughter of yours?" "I don't know," Linley said. "I don't have a daughter. I like to think I'd tell her to know her own heart. But then I've always been a romantic when it comes to relationships." "That's an odd predisposition in your line of work." "It is, isn't it?" A car approached slowly, its indicator signalling for Garrett Hostel Lane, and Linley took the opportunity to glance at Cuff as the light from the headlamps struck his face. He said, "Sex is a dangerous weapon in an environment like this. Dangerous for anyone wielding it. Why didn't you tell me about Elena Weaver's charges against Leonard Thorson?" "It seemed unnecessary." "Unnecessary? The girl's dead. There didn't seem to be a point to bringing up something unproved that would only serve to damage the reputation of one of the senior fellows. It's been difficult enough for Thorson to climb as far as he has at Cambridge." "Because he's a Swede?" "A university isn't immune to xenophobia, Inspector. I dare say a British Shakespearean wouldn't have had to jump the academic hurdles Thorson's had to jump in the last 10 years to prove himself worthy, and that despite the fact that he did his graduate work here in the first place. Nonetheless, in a murder investigation, Dr. Cuff, hear me out, please. I don't much like Thorson, personally. I've always had the feeling he's at heart a womanizer, and I've never had time for men of that sort. But he's a sound, if admittedly quixotic, Shakespearean, with a solid future ahead of him. To drag his name through the muck in a situation that can't be proved at this point still seems, a fruitless endeavour." Cuff shoved both hands back into his overcoat pockets and stopped walking when they came to the gatehouse of St. Stephen's. 2 undergraduates hurried by, calling out a hello to him, which he acknowledged with a nod of his head. He continued to speak, his voice low, his face in shadow, his back turned to the gatehouse itself. "It goes beyond that. There's Dr. Weaver to consider. If I bring this matter out into the open with a full investigation, do you think for a moment that Thorson isn't going to drag Elena's name through the muck in order to defend himself? With his entire career on the line, what kind of tale will he tell about her alleged attempt to seduce him, about the clothes she wore when she came to her supervisions, about the way she sat, about what she said and how she said it, about everything she did to get him into bed? And with Elena not there to argue her case, how will her father feel, Inspector? He's already lost her. Shall we set about destroying his memory of her as well? What purpose does that serve? It might be wiser to ask what purpose it serves to keep everything quiet. I imagine you'd like the Penford professor to be a senior fellow here at St. Stephen's." Cuff locked eyes with his. "Your connotation is ugly. So is murder, Dr. Cuff. And you can't really argue that a scandal involving Elena Weaver wouldn't cause the search committee for the Penford chair to think about turning its eyes in another direction. That, after all, is the easiest course of action. They're not looking for the easiest, they're looking for the best. Basing their decision upon... certainly not basing it upon the behaviour of the applicant's children, no matter how outrageous that behaviour may be." Linley drew his conclusion from Cuff's use of the adjective. "So you don't really believe Thorson harassed her. You believe she cooked up this tale because he wouldn't have her when she wanted him." "I'm not saying that. I'm merely saying there's nothing to investigate. It's his word against hers, and she has no word to give us." "Had you spoken to Thorson about the charges prior to her death?" "Of course I'd spoken to him. He denied every one of her accusations." "What were they exactly?" "That he'd tried to talk her into sex, that he'd made physical overtures, touching her breasts and thighs and buttocks, that he'd engaged her in discussions about his sex life and a woman he'd once been engaged to, and the difficulties she'd had with the enormous size of his erection." Linley lifted an eyebrow. "Fairly imaginative material for a young girl to have cooked up, wouldn't you say?" "Not in this day and age. But it makes no difference, because every bit of it was impossible to prove. Unless more than one girl was willing to come forward with an accusation against Thorson, there was virtually nothing that I could do save speak to the man and warn him off, which I did." "And you didn't see the harassment accusation as a motive for murder?" "If there are other girls who might have come forward once the word went out that Elena had turned him in, Thorson would have been in deeper water then." "If there are other girls, Inspector. But Thorson's been a part of the English faculty and a senior fellow at St. Stephen's for 10 years now, without the slightest breath of scandal associated with him. Why this all at once? And why with this one girl who'd already shown herself to be troubled enough to require special regulations just to see that she wasn't sent down?" "A girl who ended up murdered, Dr. Cuff." "Not by Thorson." "You seem certain enough of that." "I am." "She was pregnant, 8 weeks, and she knew it. She seems to have found out the day before Thorson made a visit to her room. How do you account for that?" Cuff's shoulders dropped fractionally. He rubbed his temples. "God," he said, "I didn't know about the pregnancy, Inspector." "Would you have told me about the harassment charges had you known, or would you have continued to protect him?" "I'm protecting all 3 of them, Elena, her father, Thorson." "But would you agree that we've just strengthened his motive to kill her? If he's the father of the child. But you don't believe he is." Cuff dropped his hand. "Perhaps I simply don't want to believe it. Perhaps I want to see ethics and morals where they no longer exist. I don't know." They walked beneath the gatehouse where the porter's lodge stood watch over the comings and goings of the members of the college. They stopped there briefly. The night porter was on duty, and from a room behind the counter that marked his workspace, a television was showing scenes from an American cop program with lots of fierce gunfire and bodies falling in slow motion, accompanied by fast licks played on an electric guitar. Then a long, slow shot of the hero's face, emerging from the haze, surveying the carnage, mourning its necessity in the life he led as a noble seeker of justice. And a fade-out until next week, when more corpses would pile up in the name of justice and entertainment again. "You've a message," Cuff said from the pigeon-holes where he had gone to collect his own. He handed it over, a small piece of paper which Linley unfolded and read. "It's from my sergeant." He looked up. "Leonard Thorson's nearest neighbour saw him outside his house just before 7 o'clock yesterday morning. That's hardly a crime. He was probably setting off to work a bit early." "No, Dr. Cuff. He pulled up to his house in his car as the neighbour was opening her bedroom curtains. He was coming home. From somewhere." Chapter 12. Rosalind Simpson climbed the final flight of stairs to her room at Queen's College, and not for the first time cursed the choice she had made when her neighbour had been drawn second in the rooms pool last term. Her cursing had nothing to do with the climb itself, although she knew that anyone with good sense would have chosen something on the ground floor or something nearer the loo. Instead, she had chosen the L-shaped chamber up under the eaves, with its sloping walls, suitable for the dramatic display of her Indian tapestries, its creaking oak floor, periodically marred by gaps in the wood, and its extra little room, hardly more than a large cupboard, in which a wash-basin stood, and into which she and her father had wrestled her bed. It had the added features of half a dozen nooks and crannies, where she had placed everything from plants to books, a large storage garret tucked under the eaves, into which she sometimes crawled when she wished to disappear from the world, which was generally once a day, and a trapdoor in the ceiling leading to a passage that gave her access to Melinda Powell's room. This last feature had seemed the most blessedly original, a rather Victorian way in which she and Melinda could be close to each other without everyone knowing the exact nature of their relationship, which, at the time, was something that Rosalind had wished to keep to herself. So the passage had been the main reason why she'd chosen the room. It placated Melinda, while it preserved her own peace of mind. But now she wasn't so sure about the decision, or about Melinda, or even about their love. She felt burdened by weights. First was the haversack on her back, and the little package of goodies for you, dear, that her mother had pressed upon her before she left, with tears in her eyes and lips quivering. She had said, "We had such dreams for you, Ros," in a fashion that indicated the full extent to which Rosalind's news, growing out of a mindless birthday promise to Melinda, had hurt her. "It's just a phase," her father had said more than once during the gruelling 32 hours that they'd spent together, and he said it again as Rosalind left, but this time to her mother. "The dreams are still there, damn it! This is just a phase." Rosalind didn't try to disabuse them of the notion. She more than wished it was a phase herself, so she didn't try to tell them that if it was a peculiar bohemian stage she was going through, she'd been living it actively since she was 15 years old. She didn't even consider telling them that. It had taken all her energy and courage to bring the subject up in the first place. Arguing against the likelihood of its fading from significance was more than she was willing to take on. Rosalind shifted the haversack, felt her mother's package dig into her left shoulder-blade, and tried to slough off the heavier, more loathsome weight of her guilt. It seemed to slip and slide round her neck and shoulders like an enormous octopus with tentacles that grew from every part of her life. Her church said it was wrong, her upbringing said it was wrong. As children, she and her friends had whispered and giggled and shuddered just to think of it. Her own expectations had always called for a man, a marriage, and a family, and still she continued to live in defiance. Most of the time she dealt with her life by simply moving forward one day at a time, filling her time with distractions, keeping her attention focused upon lectures, supervisions, and practicals, while never giving thought to what the future held for someone like herself. Or if she thought of the future at all, she tried to think of it in the global terms of her childhood, when her only dream had been to go to India, to teach and do good and live solely for others. It was a dream, however, that had lost its definitive clarity on the afternoon 5 years ago when her fifth-form biology mistress had invited her to tea, and, along with the cake and scones and clotted cream and strawberry jam, had offered seduction, rich, dark, and mysterious. For a while, on the bed in that cottage near the Thames, Rosalind had felt the contradictory powers of terror and ecstasy driving the blood through her veins. But as the other woman murmured and kissed and explored and caressed, soon enough fear gave way to arousal, which prepared her body for its most acute delight. She hovered on the cutting edge of pain and pleasure, and when pleasure finally took her, she was unprepared for the power of its accompanying joy. No man had ever been an intimate part of her life since that moment, and no man had ever been as devoted, as loving and concerned as was Melinda. So it had seemed like such a reasonable request, really, that she should tell her parents, coming forward with pride instead of dissembling through paralysis and fear. "Lesbian," Melinda had said, enunciating each syllable with especial care. "Lesbian. Lesbian. It doesn't mean leper." Entwined in bed one night with Melinda's arms round her, and Melinda's slender, splendid, knowing fingers making her body ache with increasing desire, she had made the promise. And she just spent the last 32 hours at home in Oxford living through the consequences. She was exhausted. At the top floor she paused in front of her door, groping in the pocket of her jeans for the key. It was time for formal dinner. She'd missed the earlier meal, and although she gave a moment's thought to donning her academic gown and joining the others for what was left of the meal, she dismissed the idea. She didn't feel like seeing or talking to anyone. For that reason, primarily, when she opened her door, her spirits drooped further. Melinda was coming across the room. She looked rested and lovely, and her thick sienna hair had been recently washed, for it lay round her face in a wavy mass of natural curls. Rosalind noted immediately that Melinda wasn't dressed in her usual garb of mid-calf skirt, boots, pullover, and scarf. Instead, she wore white, wool trousers, cowl-necked sweater, and a long, gauzy coat that reached just above her ankles. She looked as if she had dressed for celebration. Indeed, she looked disturbingly bridal. "You're back," she said, coming to Rosalind's side and grasping her hand as she brushed a kiss across her cheek. "How did it go? Did Mum have apoplexy? Was Dad rushed to hospital clutching weakly at his chest? Did they shriek out dyke or just settle for pervert? Come on, tell me. How did it go?" Rosalind slipped the haversack from her shoulders and dropped it to the floor. She found that her head was throbbing, and she couldn't remember exactly when it had begun to do so. "It went," she said. "That's it? No tantrums? No, 'how could you do this to your family?' No bitter accusations? No asking what you think Granny and the aunts are going to say?" Rosalind tried to block from her mind the memory of her mother's face and the look of confusion that had pinched her features. She wanted to forget the sadness in her father's eyes. But more than that, she longed to dismiss the guilt that accompanied her realization of how her parents both were struggling to dismiss their own feelings in the matter, in the process making her feel only so much worse. "I should think it was quite a scene between you," Melinda was saying with a knowing smile. "Lots of weeping, lots of hair-pulling, lots of gnashing of teeth, the requisite blame, not to mention the predictions of hell-fire and damnation. The typical middle-class thing. Poor darling, did they abuse you?" Melinda, Rosalind knew, had told her own family when she was 17, in a matter-of-fact take-it-or-leave-it announcement so typical of her, made during Christmas dinner, sometime between the crackers and the pudding. Rosalind had heard the story often enough. "Oh, by the way, I'm gay, if anyone's particularly interested." They hadn't been. But that was the sort of family Melinda had. So she couldn't imagine what it was like to be the only child of parents who dreamed, among other things, of a son-in-law and grandchildren and the fragile line of a family continuing into the future for just a bit longer. "Did your mum push every guilt button there is?" "She probably did, and I hope you expected it. I did tell you how to answer when she trotted out the 'what about us' line, didn't I? And if you used it properly, then she must have—" "I really don't want to talk about it, Mel," Rosalind said. She knelt on the floor, unzipped the haversack, and began unpacking it. Her mother's goodies from home she set to one side. "They really must have gone after you, then. I told you to let me go with you. Why didn't you let me? I could have held my own with both of your parents." She squatted next to Rosalind. She smelled fresh and clean. "They didn't— Ros, they didn't get physical with you, did they? God, your dad didn't hit you." "Of course not. Look, I just don't want to talk about it. That's it, all right? It's nothing more than that." Melinda rested back on her heels. She shoved a thick mass of hair behind one ear. She said, "You're sorry you did it, aren't you? I can tell." "I'm not." "You are. It had to be done, but you were hoping you could avoid it forever. You were hoping they'd just eventually think you'd become an old maid, weren't you? You didn't want to take a stand. You didn't want to come out." "That isn't true." "Or maybe you've been hoping to take the cure. Wake up some morning and whoopee, you're straight. Shove Melinda out of bed and make room for some bloke. Mum and Dad wouldn't ever know anything then." Rosalind looked up. She could see the bright shining in Melinda's eyes and the high gloss of colour in her cheeks. It always amazed her that someone so clever and beautiful could also be someone so unsure and afraid. She said, "I'm not planning on leaving you, Mel." "You'd like a man, wouldn't you?" Melinda said. "If you could have one, if you could go straight, you'd like it. You'd prefer it, wouldn't you?" "Wouldn't you?" Rosalind asked. She felt terribly weary. Melinda laughed. The sound was high and giddy. "Men have only one use, and we don't even need them for that any longer. Just find a donor and inseminate yourself at home in the loo. They're doing it, you know. I read about it somewhere. In a few more centuries we'll be generating sperm in laboratories, and men, as we know them, will be completely extinct." Rosalind knew it was wiser to say nothing when Melinda felt the spectre of abandonment hovering round her too closely. But she was tired, she was disheartened. She had just endured a marathon session of guilt with her parents, largely to please her lover, and she was feeling as most people feel when they have been manipulated into acting in a fashion they might otherwise eschew, resentful. So she replied, against her better judgment, "I don't hate men, Melinda. I never have. If you do, that's your problem, but it's not one of mine." "Oh, they're peachy, men are. They're real bricks, the lot of them." Melinda got to her feet and went to Rosalind's desk. From it she took a bright orange piece of paper, waved it, and said, "These are all over the university today. I saved one for you. This is what men are all about, Ros. Take a look if you like them so much." "What is it?" "Just look." Rosalind pushed herself to her feet, and rubbing her shoulders where the haversack had dug into them, she took the piece of paper from Melinda. It was a handout, she saw. And then she saw the name in large black letters underneath a grainy photograph, Elena Weaver, and then another word, murdered. A cold chill zigzagged the length of her spine. She said, "Melinda, what is this? What's been going on round here while you and Mum and Dad were nattering in Oxford?" Numbly, Rosalind carried the paper to her old rocking-chair. She stared at the picture, at the face so familiar to her, at the grin, the chipped tooth, the long flow of hair. Elena Weaver, her chief competitor. She ran like a god. "She's in Hare and Hounds," Rosalind said. "Melinda, I know her. I've been to her room. Knew her, you mean?" Melinda snatched the paper back, crumpled it, and tossed it into the rubbish basket. "Don't throw it away. Let me see it. What happened?" "She was out running by the river early yesterday morning. Someone got her near the island." "Near the... Crusoe's Island?" Rosalind felt her heart's beating grow heavy and fast. "Mel, that's—" A sudden memory, unbidden, tugged at the fabric of her consciousness, like a shadow becoming substance, like the fragment of a tune. She said, slowly, waiting to feel more certain, "Melinda, I need to phone the police." No matter the fashion she had hoped to use the information about Elena Weaver, colour drained from Melinda's face. Comprehension took its place. "The island? That's where you've been running this term, isn't it? Right along the river, just like this girl. Rosalind, promise me you won't run there again. Swear to it, Ros, please." Rosalind was scooping her shoulder bag from the floor. She said, "Come on." Melinda seemed suddenly to assimilate the intention behind Rosalind's decision to speak to the police. She said, "No, Ros, if you saw something, if you know something, listen to me, you can't do this, Ros. If someone finds out, if someone knows you saw something, please, we need to think what might happen. We need to think this through. Because if you saw someone, that means someone probably saw you as well." Rosalind was at the door. She was zipping her jacket. Melinda cried out again, "Rosalind, please, let's think this through." "There's nothing to think about," Rosalind said. She opened the door. "You can stay here if you want to. I won't be long." "But where are you going? What are you doing? Rosalind!" Melinda ran after her frantically. Having been to Leonard Thorson's rooms at St. Stephen's and finding them unoccupied, Linley drove out to the man's house off the Fulbourn Road. It wasn't in an area that seemed at all suited to Thorson's bad boy Marxist image, for the trim brick building, with its neat tile roof, was in a relatively new housing estate sitting on a street called Ashwood Court. There were perhaps 24 houses of similar design, dotting an area that had once been farmland. Each had its own patch of front lawn, its walled-off rear garden, and its spindly tree, recently planted in the probable hope of creating a neighbourhood that lived up to the street names its developer had chosen: Maple Close, Oak Lane, Paulonia Court. Somehow Linley had expected to find Thorson's residence in a setting more in line with the political philosophy which he espoused. Perhaps one of the terrace houses not far from the railway station, or a dimly lit flat above a shop in the city. But he hadn't expected to find his address in the midst of a middle-class neighbourhood whose streets and driveways held metros and fiestas, and whose pavements were taken up by tricycles and toys. Thorson's house, at the west end of the cul-de-sac, was identical to his neighbour's, and it sat at an angle to the other house, so that anyone looking out a front window, from either upstairs or downstairs, would have an unobstructed view of Thorson's movements. For someone watching for more than a few moments, it would have been difficult to mistake a departure for an arrival. Thus it would have been impossible to conclude that Thorson's hurried homecoming at 7 in the morning had been anything else. The lights weren't on in any part of Thorson's house that could be seen from the street, but Linley tried the front door anyway, ringing the bell several times. It reverberated hollowly behind the closed door, as if the house held neither furniture nor carpeting to absorb the sound. He stepped back, looked at the upper windows for signs of life. There were none. He returned to his car and sat for a moment, thinking about Leonard Thorson, observing the neighbourhood, and reflecting upon the nature of the man himself. He thought of all the young minds, listening to Thorson expound about his version of Shakespeare, utilizing literature more than 400 years old to promote a political bent that was appearing more and more to be only a convenient guise to hide the basic mundanity of the man beneath. And how dazzling it all was! To take a piece of literature as familiar as one's childhood prayers, to pick and choose lines, to pick and choose scenes, and upon them to hang an interpretation that, under close scrutiny, was potentially more myopic than all the other interpretations it sought to refute. Yet Thorson's presentation of his material was undeniably beguiling. Linley had seen that much in the brief time he had stood at the back of the lecture hall in the English faculty. The man's commitment to his theory was palpable, his intelligence irrefutable, and his manner just dissident enough to encourage a camaraderie that might otherwise not exist with the undergraduates. For what young person could really resist the temptation of rubbing elbows with a rebel? If this were the case, how unlikely was the possibility that Elena Weaver might have sought out Thorson, found herself rejected, and cooked up a charge of harassment against him as a bit of revenge? Or how unlikely was the alternative possibility that Thorson had intentionally involved himself with Eleanor Weaver, only to discover that she was no easy tumble, but rather a woman with entrapment on her mind? Linley stared at the house, waiting for answers, and knowing that ultimately everything in the case narrowed down to one fact. Elena Weaver was deaf, narrowed down to one object, the sea-phone. Thorson had been to her room. He knew about the sea-phone. All that remained was for him to place the call that had kept Justine Weaver from meeting Elena in the morning. If, in fact, Thorson knew that Elena ran with her stepmother, if, in fact, he knew how to use the phone in the first place, if, in fact, someone else already with access to a sea-phone hadn't placed the call, if, in fact, there had been a call at all. Linley started the Bentley, wound slowly through the streets of the housing estate, and began to evaluate the almost instant antipathy that had developed between Sergeant Havers and Leonard Thorson. Havers' instincts were generally sound when it came to hypocrisy in her fellow men, and she was anything but xenophobic. She hadn't needed to see Thorson's home in suburbia to recognize the extent of his affectation. Her play upon Shakespeare earlier in the day indicated that. And Linley knew her well enough to realize that, having ascertained that Thorson had been missing from his home in the early hours of the previous day, she would be hot to give him the caution and pin him to the wall of one of Sheehan's interrogation rooms upon her return to Cambridge in the morning. And that's what would happen. That's what solid police work dictated at this point, unless he came up with something else. In spite of the manner in which their store of facts pointed ineluctably towards Thorson, Linley felt discomforted by the very neatness with which everything was falling into place. He knew from experience that murder was often an obviously cut-and-dried affair in which the likeliest suspect was indeed the perpetrator of the crime. But he also knew that some deaths grew from darker places in the soul and from motives far more convoluted than were suggested by the initial evidence. And as the facts and the faces from this particular case drifted in and out of his field of consciousness, he began to weigh the other possibilities, all of them darker than that which was defined by the mere need to dispose of a girl because she was pregnant. Gareth Randolph, knowing that Elena had a lover, yet loving her all the time himself. Gareth Randolph with a sea-phone in his office at Des Stew. Justine Weaver, recounting Elena's sexual behaviour. Justine Weaver with a sea-phone, but without her own children. Adam Jen, seeing Elena regularly at her father's request, his own future tied into Weaver's promotion. Adam Jen, with a sea-phone in Anthony Weaver's study in Ivy Court. And everything peculiar about that study, most particularly Sarah Gordon's brief visit to it Monday night. He made the turn west and began the drive back into Cambridge, recognizing the fact that, no matter the day's revelations to the contrary, his mind kept returning to Sarah Gordon. She didn't sit well with him. "You know why," Havers would have argued. "You know why she keeps forcing her way into your thoughts. You know who she reminds you of." He couldn't deny it, nor could he avoid admitting that at the end of the day, when he was most exhausted, he was also most likely to lose the discipline that kept his mind focused while he was at work. At the end of the day he was most susceptible to anything and anyone that reminded him of Helen. This had been the case for nearly a year now. And Sarah Gordon was slender, she was dark, she was sensitive, she was intelligent, she was passionate. Still, he told himself, those qualities which she shared with Helen were not the only reasons why he returned to her at a moment when both motive and opportunity were affixing themselves squarely to Leonard Thorson. There were other reasons not to eliminate Sarah Gordon. Perhaps they were not as pressing as those which cast blame in Thorson's direction, but they still existed, nagging at the mind. "You're talking yourself into it," Havers would have said. "You're building a case out of dust motes and lint." But he wasn't so sure. He didn't like coincidences in the midst of a murder investigation, and, Havers' protests to the contrary, he couldn't avoid seeing Sarah Gordon's presence at the murder scene, followed by her presence at Ivy Court that night, as coincidental. More than that, he couldn't get away from the fact that she knew Weaver. He had been her student, her private student. She had called him Tony. "Okay, so they were boffing each other," Havers would have continued. "So they were doing it 5 nights a week. So they were doing it in every position known to mankind, and in some they invented. So what, Inspector?" "He wants the Penford chair, Havers." "Ah," she would have crowed. "Let me get this straight. Anthony Weaver stopped boffing Sarah Gordon, whom, of course, we don't know whether he was boffing in the first place, because he was afraid that if anyone found out he wouldn't get the chair. So Sarah Gordon killed his daughter. Not Weaver himself, who probably deserves to be put out of his misery if he's such a gormless twit, but his daughter. Great! When did she do it? How did she carry it off? She wasn't even on the island until 7 in the morning, and the girl was dead by then. Dead, Inspector. Cold, out, kaput, dead. So why are you thinking about Sarah Gordon? Tell me, please, because this is making me nervous. We've walked the path before, you and I." He couldn't come up with an answer that Havers would find acceptable. She would argue that any exploration of Sarah Gordon at this point was, in fact or fantasy, a pursuit of Helen. She would not accept his essential curiosity about the woman, nor would she allow for his uneasiness with coincidence. But Havers wasn't with him at the moment to argue against a course of action. He wanted to know more about Sarah Gordon, and he knew where to find someone with access to the facts, in Bulstrode Gardens. "How convenient, Inspector," Havers would have hooted. But he made the right turn into Hills Road and dismissed his sergeant's spectral presence. He arrived at the house at 8:30. Lights were on in the sitting-room, filtering through the curtains in lacy strands, which fell upon the semicircle of the drive and glanced off the silver metal of a child's pantechnicon, which lay on its side with one wheel missing. Linley picked it up and rang the front bell. Unlike the previous evening, there was no shouting of children's voices, only a few moments of quiet, in which he listened to the traffic passing on the Madingley Road, and smelled the acrid odour of leaves being burnt somewhere in the neighbourhood close by. Then the deadbolt was drawn, and the door was opened. "Tommy!" It was curious, he thought. For how many years had she greeted him in this identical fashion, just saying his name and nothing more? Why had he never before stopped to realize how much it had come to mean to him? Such simplistic idiocy this all was, really, just to hear the cadence of her voice as she said it. He handed her the toy. Along with a missing wheel, he noticed that the lorry's bonnet bore a considerable dent, as if it had been smashed with a rock or a hammer. This was in the drive. She took it from him. "Christian, he's not making a great deal of progress in the taking care of possessions department, I'm afraid." She stepped back from the door. "Come in." He took off his overcoat without invitation this time, hanging it on a rattan rack just to the left of the front door. He turned to her. She wore a teal pullover with an ash-coloured blouse beneath it, and the sweater was smeared in 3 separate places with what appeared to be spaghetti sauce. She saw his glance take in the stains. Christian again. He's also not making progress in the table manners area. She smiled wearily. "At least he doesn't offer false compliments to the cook, and God knows that I've never been much in the kitchen." He said, "You're exhausted, Helen." He felt his hand go up as if of its own volition, and for a moment the backs of his fingers brushed against her cheek. Her skin was cool and smooth, like the untroubled surface of fresh, sweet water. Her dark eyes were on his. A pulse beat rapidly in the vein on her neck. He said, "Helen," and felt the quick current of perennial longing that always accompanied the simple, mindless act of saying her name. She moved away from him, walked into the sitting-room, saying, "They're in bed now, so the worst is over. Have you eaten, Tommy?" He found that he still had his hand lifted as if to touch her, and he dropped it to his side, feeling ever the lovesick fool. He said, "No, dinner got past me somehow. Shall I make you something?" She glanced down at her pullover. "Other than spaghetti, of course, although I don't recall your ever throwing food at the cook. Not lately, at least. We've some chicken salad. There's a bit of ham left. Some tinned salmon, if you like." "Nothing. I'm not hungry." She stood near the fireplace, where a pile of children's toys leaned against the wall. A wooden puzzle of the United States was balanced on the top. Someone, it appeared, had bitten off the southern end of Florida. He looked from the puzzle to her, saw the lines of weariness beneath her eyes. He wanted to say, "Come with me, Helen, be with me, stay with me." Instead, he said merely, "I need to talk to Pen." Lady Helen's eyes widened. "Pen? It's important. Is she awake?" "I think so, yes, but—" She glanced warily towards the doorway and the stairs beyond it. "I don't know, Tommy. It's been a bad day. The children, a row with Harry." "He's not home?" "No. Again." She picked up the small Florida and examined the damage, then chucked the puzzle piece back with the others. "It's a mess. They're a mess. I don't know how to help her. I can't think what to tell her. She's had a baby she doesn't want. She has a life she can't bear. She has children who need her, and a husband who's set on punishing her for punishing him. And my life is so easy, so smooth compared to hers. What can I say that isn't base and blind and entirely useless?" "Just that you love her." "Love isn't enough. It isn't. You know that." "It's the only thing there is when you cut to the bone. It's the only real thing." "You're being simplistic." "I don't think so. If love was simple in and of itself, we wouldn't be in this mess, would we? We wouldn't bother to want to entrust our lives and our dreams into the safekeeping of another human being. We wouldn't bother with vulnerability. We wouldn't expose weakness. We wouldn't risk emotion. And God knows we'd never make a leap of blind faith. We'd never surrender. We'd cling to control. Because if we lose control, Helen, if we lose it for an instant, God knows what the void beyond it is like." This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. For the Sake of Elena, by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 7, Side 1. We wouldn't risk emotion, and God knows we'd never make a leap of blind faith. We'd never surrender, we'd cling to control. Because if we lose control, Helen, if we lose it for an instant, God knows what the void beyond it is like. When Pen and Harry married, frustration seared through him. This isn't about them. You know that damn well. They stared at each other. The width of the room separated them. It might have been a chasm. Still he spoke to her across it, even though he felt the uselessness of saying words that he knew had no power to effect any action, yet saying them anyway, always needing to say them, casting aside caution, dignity, and pride. "I love you," he said, "and it feels like dying." Although her eyes looked bright with tears, her body was tense. He knew she wouldn't cry. "Stop being afraid," he said, "please. Just that." She made no reply, but she didn't look away from him, nor did she try to leave the room. He took hope from that. "Why?" he said. "Won't you tell me that much?" "We're fine where we are, as we are." Her voice was low. "Why can't that be enough for you?" "Because it can't, Helen. This isn't about friendship. We aren't chums, we aren't mates." "We were once." "We were, but we can't go back to that. At least I can't do it. God knows I've tried. I love you. I want you." She swallowed. A single tear slid from her eye, but she brushed it away quickly. He felt torn at the sight of her. "I always believed it should be jubilation. But whatever it is, it shouldn't be this." "I'm sorry," she said. "No more than I." He looked away from her. On the overmantel behind her stood a photograph of her sister and her family. Husband, wife, 2 children, life's purpose defined. He said, "I still need to see Pen." She nodded. "Let me get her." As she left the room, he walked to the window. The curtains were drawn, there was nothing to see. He stared at the rapidly blurring floral pattern on the chintz. "Walk away from it," he told himself fiercely. "Make the cut, make it surgical, make it permanent. Walk away." But he couldn't do it. It was, he knew, the great irony of love, that it came out of nowhere, that it had no logic, that it could always be denied and ignored, but that one ultimately paid the price for fleeing it, in coin that came from the spirit, from the soul. He'd been witness to the cycle of love and denial in other lives before, generally in womanizers and in men hot after the pursuit of their careers. Hearts were never touched in their cases, so pain was never felt. And why should it be otherwise? The womanizer sought only the conquest of the moment. The career man sought only the glories from his job. Neither was affected by love or sorrow. Either walked off without a backward glance. His misfortune, if it could be called that, lay in not being of that ilk. Instead of sexual conquest or professional success, he knew only the desire for connection, for Helen. He heard them on the stairway, quiet voices, slow footsteps, and turned back to the sitting-room door. He had known from Helen's words that her sister was not well, but still he was jarred by the sight of her. His face, he knew, was well enough controlled when she walked into the room, but his eyes apparently betrayed him, for Penelope smiled wanly as if in recognition of an unspoken fact, and ran ringless fingers through her limp, dull hair. "You aren't exactly catching me at my best," she said. "Thank you for seeing me." Again the wan smile. She shuffled across the room, Lady Helen at her side. She eased herself into a wicker rocker and drew her dusky pink dressing-gown closed at the throat. "May we offer you something?" she said. "A whiskey? Brandy?" He shook his head. Lady Helen went to the end of the sofa, the nearest spot to the rocking-chair, and sat on the edge of it, leaning forward, her eyes on her sister, her hands extended as if to give her support. Linley took the wing-back chair opposite Pen. He tried to gather his thoughts, without considering the changes that had come over her and what they meant, and how they had to be striking every chord of her younger sister's fear. Deep circles beneath her eyes, complexion mottled and spotty, an angry sore at the corner of her mouth, unwashed hair, unwashed body. "Helen tells me you're in Cambridge on a case," she said. He told her the essentials of the murder itself. As he spoke, she rocked. The chair creaked companionably. He ended with, "But it's Sarah Gordon who intrigues me. I thought you might be able to tell me something about her. Have you heard of her, Pen?" She nodded. Her fingers played with the cord of her dressing-gown. "Oh, yes, for any number of years. There was quite a splash in the local newspaper when she first moved to Grantchester." "When was this?" "Some 6 years ago." "You're sure about that?" "Yes, it was—" Again the lifeless smile and a shrug. "Before the children, and I was working at the Fitzwilliam then, picture restoring. The museum had a large reception for her, and a showing of her work. Harry and I went. We met her, if you can call it met. It was more like being presented to the Queen, although that feeling came mostly from the museum directors. Sarah Gordon herself, as I recall, was rather unassuming. Friendly, quite approachable. Not the sort of woman I'd gone expecting to meet, considering all I'd heard and read about her." "She's that important an artist?" "Generally speaking, yes. Each piece she creates is a bit of social commentary, which usually results in a fair amount of press. At the time I met her, she'd just been named MBE, OBE, one of the two, I can't recall. She'd done a portrait of the Queen that had been well received by the critics. Some of them were actually calling it the conscience of the nation, or some such critical nonsense. She'd had several successful showings at the Royal Academy. She was being touted as the new darling of art." "Interesting," Linley said, "because she's not what one might call a modern artist, is she? One would think that the darling of the art world would have to be forging into some kind of new territory. But I've seen her work, and she doesn't seem to be doing that." "Painting soup tins, you mean?" Pen smiled. "Or shooting herself in the foot, making a film of the event and calling it performance art?" "At the extreme, I suppose." "What's more important than coming up with the fad of the moment is having a style that catches the emotional fancy of collectors and critics, Tommy. Like Jurgen George's Venice Carnival pieces, or Peter Max's early fantasy canvases, or Salvador Dali's surrealistic art. If an artist has a personal style, then he is forging ahead. If that style gains international approbation, then his career is made." "Hers is?" "I should say so, yes. Her style is distinct, it's crisp, very clear. According to whatever PR machine it was that orchestrated her bow to the art world years ago, she even grinds her own pigments like some sort of modern Botticelli, or at least she did at one time, so her colours in oils are wonderful as well." "She talked about being a purist in the past." "That's always been part of her persona, as has the isolation. Grantchester, not London. The world comes to her. She doesn't go to the world." "You never worked with her canvases while you were at the museum?" "What need would I have? Her work's recent, Tommy. It doesn't need to be restored." "But you've seen them. You're familiar with them." "Yes, of course. Why?" Lady Helen said, "Is her art at the root of this, Tommy?" He gave his attention to the spotted brown rug that partially covered the floor. "I don't know. She said she hadn't done anything artistically in months. She said she was afraid that she'd lost the passion to create. The morning of the murder was the day she'd designated to start painting, or sketching, or something, again. It seemed like a superstition of hers. Paint on this day, paint at this spot, or give it up forever. Is that possible, Pen? That someone would give over creating, would actually lose it somehow, and find the struggle to come back so enormous that it would end up tied into exterior influences, such as where one paints and what one paints and exactly at what time one paints?" Penelope stirred in her chair. "You can't be that naive. Of course it's possible. People have gone mad over the belief that they've lost the power to create. People have killed themselves over it." Linley raised his head. He saw that Lady Helen was watching him. Both of them had leaped to the same conclusion with Penelope's final words. "Or kill someone else?" Lady Helen said. "Someone who got in the way of creativity?" Linley asked. "Camille and Rodin," Penelope said. "They certainly killed each other, didn't they? At least metaphorically." But how could this university girl have got in the way of Sarah Gordon's creativity? Lady Helen asked. Did they even know each other? He thought of Ivy Court, her use of the name Tony. He dwelt on every conjecture he and Havers had developed to explain Sarah Gordon's presence there on the previous night. Perhaps it wasn't the girl who got in her way, he said. Perhaps it was her father. Yet even as he spoke he could list the arguments against that conclusion. The call to Justine Weaver, the knowledge of Elena's running, the entire question of time, the weapon that had been used to beat her, the disposal of that weapon. The relevant issues were motive, means, and opportunity. He couldn't argue that Sarah Gordon had any of them. I mentioned Whistler and Ruskin while I was talking to her, he said pensively. She reacted to that. So perhaps her failure to create over the last year grew out of some critic's hatchet job of her work. That's a possibility if she had negative criticism, Penelope said. But she hasn't. Nothing major that I know of. So what stops the flow of creativity, Pen? What impedes passion? Fear, she said. He looked at Lady Helen. She dropped her eyes from his. Fear of what? He asked. Failure? Rejection? Offering something of the self to someone, to the world, and having it stomped to bits? That would do it, I should guess. But that didn't happen to her. Not to Sarah Gordon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she isn't afraid it might happen in the future. Lots of people are felled by their own success. Penelope looked towards the door. As in the other room, the refrigerator's motor coughed and whirred. She got to her feet. The rocker creaked a final time with her movement. I'd not thought about art for at least this last year. She brushed her hair back off her face and smiled at Linley. How odd. It was quite nice to talk about it. You've got a lot to say. Once. Yes. I did have once. She headed towards the stairway and waved him back when he began to rise. I'm going to check on the baby. Good night, Tommy. Good night. Lady Helen said nothing until her sister's footsteps sounded along the upper corridor, until a door opened and shut. Then she turned to Linley. That was good for her. You must have known it would be. Thank you, Tommy. No, pure selfishness. I wanted information. I thought Pen could provide it. That's all of it, Helen. Well, not quite. I wanted to see you. There doesn't seem to be an end to that. She got to her feet. He did likewise. They headed for the front door. He reached for his overcoat, but turned to her impulsively before he took it from the stand. He said, Miranda Webberley's playing jazz tomorrow night at Trinity Hall. Will you come? When she glanced towards the stairs, he went on with, A few hours, Helen. Pen can deal with them alone. Or we can collar Harriet, Emmanuel, or bring in one of Sheehan's constables. That's probably the best bet for Christian, anyway. So will you come? Randy plays a mean trumpet. According to her father, she's become a female Dizzy Gillespie. Lady Helen smiled. All right, Tommy. Yes, I'll come. He felt his heart lift, despite the probability that she was accommodating him only as a means of showing her gratitude for having taken Pen away from her malaise for a few minutes. Good, he said. 7:30, then. I'd suggest we have dinner as well, but I won't push my luck. He took his overcoat from the rack and slung it over his shoulder. The cold wouldn't bother him. A moment of hope seemed enough protection against anything. She knew what he was feeling, as she always did. It's just a concert, Tommy. He didn't avoid her meaning. I know that. Besides, we couldn't possibly make it to Gretna Green and back in time for Christian's breakfast, could we? But even if we could, doing the dread deed in front of the local blacksmith would never be my idea of a way to get married. So you're relatively safe. For an evening, at least. Her smile widened. That's an enormous comfort. He touched her cheek. God knows I want you to be comfortable, Helen. He waited for her to move, tried to make her do so through allowing himself, if only for a moment, to feel the sheer telling force of his own desire. Her head tilted slightly, pressing her cheek against his hand. He said, You won't fail this time, not with me. I won't let you. I love you, she said, at the bottom of it all.
Chapter 13. Barbara? Lovey? Have you gone to bed? Because the lights are out, and I don't want to disturb you if you're asleep. You need your sleep. It's your beauty sleep, I know. But if you're still up, I thought we might talk about Christmas. It's early, of course, but still one wants to be prepared with gift ideas and decisions about which invitations to accept and which to decline. Barbara Havers closed her eyes briefly, as if by that activity she could shut out the sound of her mother's voice. Standing in the darkness at her bedroom window, she looked down on the back garden, where a cat was slinking along the top of the fence that separated their property from that of Mrs. Gustafson. Its attention was speared onto the snarl of weeds that grew in place of what once had been a narrow strip of lawn. He was hunting a rodent. The garden was probably swarming with them. Barbara saluted him silently. Have at them, she thought. Near her face the curtains gave off the odours of old cigarette smoke and heavy dust. Once a crisp, starched white cotton sprigged with clusters of forget-me-nots, they hung limp and grey, and against this background of grime the cheerful blue flowers had long since given up the effort of contrast. Now they looked largely like smudges of charcoal set against an ever-darkening bleak field of ash. "Lovey?" Barbara heard her mother tottering along the upstairs passage, her mules alternately shuffling and slapping against the bare floor. She knew she ought to call out to her, but instead she prayed that before she reached the bedroom her mother's fleeting attention would make the jump to something else, perhaps to her brother's bedroom, which, although it long since had been cleared of his belongings, often still proved enough of a lure that Mrs. Havers would wander into it, talking to her son as if he were still alive. 5 minutes, Barbara thought, just 5 minutes of peace. She'd been home for some hours, arriving to find Mrs. Gustafson sitting erect on a kitchen chair at the foot of the stairs, and her mother above in her bedroom crumpled on the edge of the bed. Mrs. Gustafson was curiously armed with the hose of the vacuum cleaner. Her mother was bewildered and frightened, a shriveled figure in the darkness who had lost the simple knowledge of how to operate her bedroom lights. "We had ourselves a bit of a scuffle. She's been wanting your father," Mrs. Gustafson had said when Barbara came in the door. Her grey wig had been pulled slightly askew, so that on the left its curls hung down too far below her ear. "She started looking through the house, calling out for her Jimmy. Then she wanted the street." Barbara's eyes fell to the hose of the vacuum. "Now, I didn't hit her, Barbie," Mrs. Gustafson said. "You know I wouldn't hit your mum." Her fingers first curled round the hose, then caressed its worn covering. "Snake," she said confidentially. "She does behave when she sees it, love. I'll just wave it a bit, that's all I have to do." For a moment Barbara felt as if her blood had congealed, rendering her immobile and incapable of speech. She felt wedged solidly between two conflicting needs. Words and actions were called for, some sort of castigation of the elderly woman for her blind stupidity, for resorting to terrorizing instead of tending. But far more important, placation was required. For if Mrs. Gustafson drew the line on what she was willing to endure, they were lost. So, in the end, despising herself, creating a new, more capacious reservoir in her conscience to hold the guilt, she settled upon saying, "It's hard when she gets confused, I know, but if you frighten her, don't you think she gets worse?" And all the time she hated herself for the tone of reason she employed, and the underlying plea for understanding and cooperation. "This is your mother, Barbara," she told herself. "This isn't an animal we're talking about." But it made no difference. She was talking about caretaking. She had long ago abjured the quality of life. "She does for a bit," Mrs. Gustafson said, "which is why I phoned you, love, because I thought she'd lost what few beans she has left. But she's fine now, isn't she? Not a peep out of her. You should have stayed in Cambridge." "But you phoned for me to come home." "Yes, I did, didn't I? Bit of a panic that was when she wanted her Jimmy, and she wouldn't drink her tea or eat the nice egg sandwich I'd made. But she's fine now. Go on up, have a look. She may even have dropped off for a bit of a kip, the way babies do, you know, just cry themselves to sleep." which went a great distance to let Barbara know what the last few hours prior to her arrival had been like in the house, except that this wasn't a baby crying itself to physical exhaustion. This was an adult whose exhaustion was one of the mind. She had found her mother hunched over on the bed, with her head on her knees and her face directed towards the chest of drawers next to the window. When Barbara crossed the room to her, she saw that her mother's spectacles had slipped off her nose and lay on the floor, leaving her vague blue eyes looking even more detached than they normally did. "Mum?" she said. She hesitated about switching on the light on the bedside table, afraid it might frighten her mother in some further fashion. She touched the older woman's head. Her hair felt very dry, but it was soft, like wispy bits of cotton wool. It would be nice to get her a perm, Barbara thought. She'd like that, Mum would. If she didn't forget where she was in the middle of the treatment, and try to flee the hairdressers when she saw her head covered by lumpy coloured rods, the purpose of which she no longer understood. Mrs. Havers stirred, just a small movement of her shoulders, as if she were trying to rid herself of an unwanted burden. She said, "Doris and I played this afternoon. She wanted a tea party, and I wanted Jack's. We tiffed over it, but then we had both." Doris was her mother's older sister. She'd died as a teenager during the Blitz. She'd not had the courtesy of adding to the family history by being eliminated by a German bomb, however. Instead, it was an inglorious but nonetheless appropriate finish to a life that had been characterized by unfailing rapacity. She'd choked to death on a piece of black-market pork, which she'd whipped off her brother's plate at Sunday dinner when he left the table to make an adjustment to the wireless, out of which, like a saviour, Winston Churchill was due to speak. Barbara had heard the story often enough as a child. "Chew everything 40 times, her mother would say, else you'll end up stiff like your Auntie Doris." "I've prep to do for school, but I don't like prep," her mother went on. "I played instead. Mummy won't like that, she'll ask, and I don't know what to say." Barbara bent over her. "Mum," she said, "it's Barbara. I'm home. I'm going to turn on the light. It won't scare you, will it?" "But the blackout. We must be very careful. Have you drawn the curtains?" "It's all right, Mum." She switched on the lamp and sat on the bed at her mother's side. She put her hand on her shoulder and squeezed lightly. "Okay, Mum? That better?" Mrs. Havers' eyes went from the window to Barbara. She squinted. Barbara reached for her spectacles, polished away a grease spot on one of the lenses by rubbing it against her own trouser leg, and slipped them back on her mother's nose. "She has a snake," Mrs. Havers said. "Barbie, I don't like snakes, and she's brought one with her. She brings it out, and she holds it, and she tells me what it wants me to do. She says snakes crawl up you. She says they crawl inside. But it's so big, and if it gets inside me, I'll—" Barbara put her arm round her mother. She crouched to duplicate her mother's position. They were face to face, heads resting on knees. "There's no snake, Mum. It's the vacuum cleaner. She's trying to frighten you. But she wouldn't do that if you've just managed to do what she says. She wouldn't even bother. Can you try to behave?" Mrs. Havers' face clouded. "Vacuum cleaner? Oh, no, Barbie, it was a snake." "Where could Mrs. Gustafson have got a snake?" "I don't know, lovey, but she has it. I've seen it. She holds it and waves it." "She's holding it now, Mum, downstairs. It's the vacuum cleaner. Would you like to go down and have a look at it with me?" "No." Barbara felt her mother's back go rigid. Her voice began to rise. "Because I don't like snakes, Barbie. I don't want them crawling up me. I don't want them inside. I don't—" "Okay, Mum, okay." She saw that she couldn't pit her mother's frail coping skills in psychological warfare against Mrs. Gustafson. "It's just the vacuum, Mum. Isn't Mrs. Gustafson silly to try to scare you with it?" Was not going to work to maintain the fragile peace in the house. Their peace was too volatile, especially when it rested on her mother's failing ability to stay firmly grounded in the here and now. She wanted to say, "Mrs. Gustafson's as afraid as you are, Mum. That's why she resorts to frightening you when you get a bit wild." But she knew her mother would not understand, so she said nothing. She merely drew her mother close to her and thought with longing and loss of that studio in Chalk Farm where she had stood beneath the false acacia and allowed herself a moment to dream of hope and independence. "Lovey, are you still up?" Barbara turned from the window. Moonlight made the room a place of silver and shadow. It fell in a band across her bed and pooled round the odd ball-and-claw legs on the chest of drawers. The full-length mirror that hung on the door of the built-in clothes cupboard. "Look at these, Jimmy," her mother had said. "What a nice touch. We won't need wardrobes here," reflected the light in a shaft of white against the opposite wall. She'd hung a corkboard there when she turned 13 years old. It was supposed to hold all the souvenirs of her adolescence, programs from the theatre, invitations to parties, mementos from school dances, a dried flower or two. It held nothing at all for the first 3 years, and then she'd come to realize it never would unless she pinned to it something more than unrealistic dreams. So she'd clipped newspaper articles, first human interest stories about babies and animals, then intriguing pieces about small acts of violence, and finally sensational columns on murder. "Not the thing for young ladies," her mother had sniffed. No, indeed, not the thing for young ladies. "Barbie? Lovey?" Her door was half closed, and Barbara heard her mother's fingernails scratching against it. If she was absolutely quiet, she knew there was a slight chance that her mother would go away. But it seemed an unnecessary cruelty after what she'd been through that day. So she said, "I'm awake, Mum. I've not gone to bed." The door swung inward. Light from the passage behind her acted as accent to Mrs. Haver's gaunt frame, especially her legs, human spindles with bulbous knees and ankles that were emphasized by the fact that her housecoat was rucked up and her nightdress too short. She toddled into the room. "I did a bad today, Barbie, didn't I?" she said. "Mrs. Gustafson was to spend the night with me here. I remember you said that this morning, didn't you? You were going to Cambridge. So I must have done a bad if you're home." Barbara welcomed the moment of rare lucidity. She said, "You got confused." Her mother stopped a few feet away from her. She'd managed a bath on her own, with just 2 quick supervisory visits, but she hadn't done as well with the post-ablutionary rites, for she'd doused herself with so much cologne that it seemed to surround her like a psychic aura. "Is it near Christmas, lovey?" Mrs. Havers asked. "It's November, Mum, the 2nd week of November. It's not too far from Christmas." Her mother smiled, obviously relieved. "I thought it was near. It gets cold round Christmas, doesn't it? And it's been like that these past few days, so I thought it must be Christmas time, with the fairy lights on Oxford Street, and those lovely displays in Fortnum and Mason, and seeing Father Christmas talking to the children. I thought it was near." "And you were right," Barbara said. She was feeling enormously weary. Her eyelids seemed pricked by thousands of pins. But at least the burden of further dealings with her mother seemed lifted for a moment. She said, "Ready for bed, Mum?" "Tomorrow," her mother said. She nodded, as if satisfied with her decision. "We'll do it tomorrow, lovey." "Do what?" "Speak to Father Christmas somewhere. You must tell him what you want." "I'm a bit old for Father Christmas. And at any rate I've got to go back to Cambridge in the morning. Inspector Linley's still there. I can't leave him on his own. But you remember that, don't you? I'm on a case in Cambridge. You remember that, Mum? And we've all the invitations to sort through, and the gifts to decide upon. We'll be busy tomorrow, and busy, busy, busy as bees until after the New Year." The respite had been brief indeed. Barbara took her mother by her bony shoulders and began to guide her gently from the room. She chattered on. "Daddy's the hardest to buy for, isn't he? Mum's no problem. She's got such a sweet tooth that I always know if I can just find chocolates, you know the kind she loves, I'll be all right. But Dad's a trick. Dorry, what you going to get, Dad?" "I don't know, Mum," Barbara said. "I just don't know." They managed the passage to her mother's bedroom, where the duck-shaped light she loved was burning on the bedside table. Her mother continued her Christmas conversation, but Barbara tuned it out, feeling a tumour of depression begin its slow growth in her chest. She fought it off by telling herself that there was a purpose behind it all. She was being tested. This was her Golgotha. She tried to convince herself that, if nothing else, the day had taught her that she couldn't leave her mother for the night with Mrs. Gustafson, and having that knowledge now, under circumstances when she had been close enough to get back home quickly, was so much better than— Than what, she wondered? Than if she had been called home from an exotic holiday she would never take, in a place she would never see, with a man she would never know, in whose arms she would never lie. She shoved the thought aside. She needed to get back to work. She had to have a focal point for her thoughts that was anywhere else but in this house in Acton. "Perhaps," her mother was saying, as Barbara pulled the covers up and tucked them under the mattress, hoping the gesture would seem like concern for her warmth rather than a desire to keep her anchored to the bed. "Perhaps we should take a holiday at Christmas and not worry about a thing. What do you think of that?" "It's a grand idea. Why don't you work on it tomorrow? Mrs. Gustafson can help you sort through your brochures." Mrs. Haver's face clouded. Barbara removed her spectacles and laid them on the table by the bed. "Mrs. Gustafson?" her mother said. "Barbie? Who's she?" Chapter 14. Linley saw Sergeant Haver's old Minnie trundling its way down Trinity Lane at 7:40 the next morning. He had just left his room in Ivy Court and was walking to his car, which he'd parked in a small space on Trinity Passage, when the familiar rust-eaten sardine tin on wheels that served as Haver's transportation made the turn at the far end of Gonville and Caius College, sending out a noxious cloud of exhaust fumes into the cold air as Havers changed gear round the curve. Seeing him, she tooted the horn once. He lifted a hand in acknowledgment and waited for her to pull to a stop. When she did so, he opened the passenger door without word or ceremony and folded his lengthy frame into the confines of the cramped front seat. Its upholstery was shiny with age and wear. A broken spring bulged against the material. The Minnie's heater was roaring with ineffectual enthusiasm against the morning cold, creating a palpable pool of warmth that rose from the floor to the level of his kneecaps. From his waist up, however, the air was ice, tinctured with the odour of the cigarette smoke, which had long ago altered the vinyl ceiling from beige to grey. Havers, he saw, was doing her best to contribute to the vinyl's continuing metamorphosis. As he banged the car door shut, she stubbed one cigarette out in the ashtray and immediately lit another. "Breakfast?" he asked mildly. "Nicotine on toast." She inhaled with pleasure and brushed some fallen ash off the left leg of her worsted trousers. "So, what's up?" He didn't answer at once. Rather, he cracked the window a few inches to let in a bit of fresh air, and turned back to observe her frankly earnest gaze. Her expression was resolutely cheerful, her manner of dress appropriately haphazard. Every necessary sign was there, painting the picture of all's right with the world. But her hands gripped the steering wheel far too tightly, and a tension round her mouth belied her casual tone. "What happened at home?" he asked her. She drew in on her cigarette again and gave its glowing tip her attention. "Nothing much. Mum had a spell. Mrs. Gustafson panicked. It was no big deal." "Havers, look, Inspector, you could reassign me and ask Nakata to come up and assist. I'd understand. I know it's rotten with me coming and going and heading back to London so early in the evening. Webberley won't like it much if you sack me on this, but if I make an appointment and go at it with him privately, he ought to understand." "I can cope, Sergeant. I don't need Nakata." "But you've got to have someone. You can't do it all alone. This flaming job requires assistance, and you've every right to ask for it." "Barbara, this isn't about the job." She stared out into the street. At the gatehouse of St. Stephen's College, the porter came out to help a middle-aged woman in a heavy coat and scarf, who had climbed off a bicycle and was attempting to manoeuvre it into position among dozens of other bikes against the wall. She gave the handlebars over to him and watched, chatting with great animation, as he shoved the bike among the others and locked it up. They went inside the gatehouse together. Linley said, "Barbara?" Havers stirred. I'm dealing with it, sir. At least I'm trying to. Let's just get going, shall we?" He sighed, reached for the seat-belt, and brought it over his shoulder. "Head for the Fulbourn Road," he said. "I want to drop in on Leonard Thorson." She nodded, reversed the car into Trinity Passage, and turned them in the direction from which she'd come only moments before. All round them the city was coming to life. The occasional early-rising student pedalled off to begin a day of study as bedders arrived to see to the rooms. On Trinity Street, 2 sweepers unloaded brooms and dustpans from a yellow trolley, while 3 workmen climbed a scaffolding nearby. The merchants in Market Hill were setting up their stalls for the day's business, laying out fruit and vegetables, setting up bolts of bright material, folding T-shirts, blue jeans, and Indian dresses, gathering autumn flowers into dazzling bouquets. Buses and taxis vied for position on Sydney Street, and as Linley and Havers headed out of town, they passed the morning commuters coming in from Ramsey Town and Cherry Hinton, no doubt ready to take their places behind desks, in the libraries, in the gardens, and before the kitchen stoves of the university's 28 colleges. Havers didn't speak until they were rumbling their way, with an extensive emission of exhaust and accompanying sputters and belches from the engine, past Parker's Piece, across whose extensive green the police station squatted like an impassive guardian. Its double row of windows, reflecting the cloudless sky, turned it to a draught-board of blue and grey. "You got my message, then?" Havers said. "About Thorson? You didn't see him last night?" "He was nowhere to be found." "Does he know we're on our way?" "No." She crushed her cigarette out, did not light another. "What do you think?" "Essentially that he's too good to be true." "Because we've got black fibres on the body? Because we've caught him with motive and opportunity?" "He does seem to have both, and once we have an idea of what was used to bludgeon her, we may find he had the means as well." He reminded her of the wine bottle which Sarah Gordon had said was left at the scene, and told her of the impression of that same bottle which he had seen in the damp earth on the island. He offered his theory of how the bottle might have been used and left behind among the rest of the rubbish. "But still you don't like Thorson as our killer. I can see it on your face." "It seems too clean a case, Havers. I've got to admit I'm not comfortable with that." "Why?" "Because murder in general, and this one in particular, is a dirty business." She slowed for a traffic light and watched as a back-gnarled woman, wearing a long black coat, slowly negotiated her way across the street. Her eyes were on her feet. She pulled a collapsible luggage trolley behind her. Nothing was in it. When the light changed, Havers spoke again. "I think Thorson's dirty as a dog, Inspector. It surprises me that you can't see it as well. Or is seducing schoolgirls not dirty to another man, as long as the girls don't complain?" He was unruffled by the indirect challenge to argue. "These aren't schoolgirls, Havers. We can call them that, for want of a better word, but that's not what they are." "All right. Young women in subordinate positions. Does that make it right?" "No, of course not. But we've no direct proof of seduction yet." "She was pregnant, for God's sake. Someone seduced her." "Or she seduced someone. Or they seduced each other. Or, as you said yourself yesterday, she was raped." "Perhaps. But I'm having second thoughts about that." "Why?" Havers' tone was belligerent, a suggestion that Linley's response implied impossibility. "Or are you of the typical male opinion that she would have lain back and enjoyed the experience?" He glanced in her direction. "I think you know better than that." "Then what's your point?" "She reported Thorson for sexual harassment. If she was willing to do that and face the possibility of a potentially embarrassing investigation into her own behaviour, I can't see that she'd let a rape go unmentioned." "What if it was date rape, Inspector? Some bloke she was seeing but didn't expect or want to get involved with?" "Then you've just put Thorson out of the picture, haven't you?" "You do think he's innocent?" Her fist hit the steering wheel. "You're looking for a way to exonerate him, aren't you? You're trying to pin this on someone else." "Who?" She flashed a knowing look at him a second after she asked the question. "Oh, no, you can't be thinking—" "I'm not thinking anything. I'm looking for the truth." She swung the car to the left in the direction of Cherry Hinton, passing a common that was rich with yellow-leaved horse-chestnuts, wearing a new winter's growth of moss on their trunks. Beneath them 2 women pushed prams side by side, their heads tilted together, their eager conversation sending out rapid puffs of steam in the air. It was just after 8 when they drove into Thorson's housing estate. In the narrow drive of his house on Ashwood Court, a fully restored TR-6 was sitting, its bulbous green wings gleaming in the morning light. They pulled up behind it, so close that the front of the Mini nosed into its boot like a careful insult. "Nice bit, that," Havers said as she looked it over. "Just the sort of thing one expects one's local Marxist to drive." Linley got out and went to inspect the car. Aside from the windscreen, it was beaded with moisture. He pressed his hand to the smooth surface of the bonnet. He could feel the remnants of the engine's warmth. "Another morning arrival," he said. "Does that make him innocent?" "It certainly makes him something." They went to the door, where Linley rang the bell, as his sergeant dug through her shoulder-bag and brought forth her notebook. When there was no immediate answer and no apparent movement in the house, he rang the bell a second time. A distant shout drifted down to them, a man's voice calling out the words, "A moment!" More than one moment passed as they stood waiting on the sliver of concrete that served as the front step, watching 2 sets of neighbours hurry off to work, and a third usher 2 children into an escort that idled in the drive. Then, behind the 5 opaque shafts of glass in the door, a shadow moved as someone approached. The deadbolt turned. Thorson stood in the entry. He wore a black velvet dressing-gown which he was in the process of belting. His hair was damp, it hung loose round his shoulders. He had nothing on his feet. "Mr. Thorson," Linley said by way of greeting. Thorson sighed, looked from Linley to Havers. "Christ," he said. "Wonderful! We've got Snooten again." Roughly he ran a hand back through his hair. It fell onto his forehead in a boyish tangle. "What is it with you 2? What do you want?" He didn't wait for an answer. Instead he turned from the door and walked down a short corridor towards the rear of the house, where a door opened into what appeared to be the kitchen. They followed and found him pouring himself a mug of coffee from an impressive-looking coffee-maker that sat on the worktop. He began to drink, making a great deal of noise, first blowing, then slurping. His moustache quickly became beaded with the liquid. "I'd offer you some, but I require the whole pot to wake up in the morning." That said, he added more to his cup. Linley and Havers took places at a glass and chrome table sitting in front of French doors. These led into a small rear garden, where flagstones formed a terrace which held a set of outdoor furniture. One of the pieces was a wide chaise longue. A rumpled blanket lay across it, limp with the damp. Linley looked thoughtfully from the chaise to Thorson. The other man glanced out the kitchen window in the direction of the furniture. Then he looked back to Linley, his face a perfect blank. "We seem to have taken you from your morning bath," Linley said. Thorson swallowed some coffee. He was wearing a flat gold chain round his neck. It glittered like snakeskin against his chest. "Elena Weaver was pregnant," Linley said. Thorson leaned against the worktop, holding his coffee-mug balanced against his arm. He looked uninterested, overcome with ennui. "And to think I had no opportunity to join her in celebrating the future blessed event. Was a celebration in order? I wouldn't know, would I? I thought you might. Why? You were with her Thursday night." "I wasn't with her, Inspector. I went to see her. There's a difference. Perhaps too subtle for you to grasp, but a difference all the same." "Of course. But she'd got the results of the pregnancy test on Wednesday. Did she ask to see you, or did you take it upon yourself to see her?" "I went to see her. She didn't know I was coming." "Ah." Thorson's fingers tightened their grip on the mug. "I see, of course. I was the anxious father-to-be, waiting to hear the results. Did the rabbit live, Precious, or should we start stockpiling disposable nappies? Is that how you have it?" "No, not exactly." Havers flipped over a page in her notebook. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 7, Side 2. Havers flipped over a page in her notebook. She said, "You'd want to know about the test results, I imagine, if you were the father, all things considered." "What things considered?" "The harassment charges. A pregnancy is rather convincing evidence, wouldn't you say?" Thorson barked a laugh. "What am I supposed to have done, dear Sergeant? Rape her? Tear off her knickers? Ply her with drugs and have at her afterwards?" "Perhaps," Havers said, "but seduction seems so much more in your line." "No doubt you could fill volumes with your knowledge of that subject." Lindley said, "Have you ever had a problem with a female student before?" "What do you mean, problem? What kind of problem?" "An Elena Weaver kind of problem. Have you ever been charged with harassment before?" "Of course not. Never. Ask at the college if you don't believe me." "I've spoken to Dr. Cuff. He confirms what you say." "But his word's not good enough for you, it seems. You prefer to believe the story is cooked up by a little deaf tart who would have spread her legs or opened her mouth for any idiot willing to give her a try." "A little deaf tart," Mr. Thorson, Lindley said. "Curious choice of words. Are you suggesting that Elena had a reputation for promiscuity?" Thorson went back to his coffee, poured another mugful, took his time about drinking it. "Things get around," he settled on saying. "The college is small. There's always gossip." "So, if she was a—" Havers made a production of squinting down at her notes. "A little deaf tart, why not poke her yourself along with all the other blokes? What more reasonable conclusion for you to reach than to assume she'd— What was it?" Again the deliberately concentrated look at her notes. "Oh, yes, here it is. Spread her legs or open her mouth for you. After all, she should have been willing. A man like you could no doubt offer her a real cut above her usual bit of spare." Thorson's face washed scarlet. It did battle with the elegant red gold of his hair. But he said only, and with perfect ease, "I am sorry, Sergeant. I can't oblige you, no matter how much you'd like the encounter. I prefer women who weigh under 10 stone. Havers smiled with neither pleasure nor amusement, but rather with the knowledge of having trapped her quarry. "Like Elena Weaver?" "Javla, Skit! Give it up!" Lindley said, "Where were you Monday morning, Mr. Thorson?" "At the English faculty." "I mean early Monday morning, between 6 and 1:30. "In bed." "Here? Where else would I be?" "I thought you might tell us. One of your neighbours saw you arriving home just before 7. "Then one of my neighbours is mistaken. Who was it, anyway? That cow next door?" "Someone who saw you drive up, get out of the car, and go into your house, all of it done in a bit of a hurry. Can you elucidate on that? I'm sure you agree that your Triumph would be a difficult car to mistake." "Not in this instance. I was here, Inspector." "And this morning?" "I was here. The car's engine was still warm when we arrived." "And that makes me a killer? Is that how you read it?" "I don't read it in any particular fashion. I just want to know where you were." "Here. I told you. I can't help what a neighbour saw. But it wasn't me." "I see." Lindley looked across the table at Havers. He felt wearied by and bored with the necessity for endless sparring with the Swede. He felt the need for truth. And it appeared there would only be one way to get it. He said, "Sergeant, if you will." Havers was only too delighted to do the honours. With great ceremony she flipped her notebook open to the inside of the cover, where she kept a copy of the official caution. Lindley had heard her give it hundreds of times, so he was well aware that she knew the words by heart. Her use of the notebook added drama to the occasion, and given his own growing antipathy for Leonard Thorson, he didn't deny her the pleasure of milking the moment for personal satisfaction. "Now," Lindley said when Havers had finished, "where were you Sunday night, Mr. Thorson? Where were you in the early hours of Monday morning? I demand a solicitor." Linley gestured towards the phone which hung on the wall. "Please," he said, "with plenty of time." "I can't get one at this hour of the morning, and you know it." "Fine, we can wait." Thorson shook his head in an eloquent, if clearly apocryphal, display of disgust. "All right," he said. "I was heading to St. Stephen's early Monday morning. One of the undergraduates wanted to meet with me. Had forgotten her paper, and was in a rush to come back and get it and get to the meeting on time. Is that what you're so determined to know?" "Her paper. I see. And this morning?" "Nothing this morning." "Then how do you explain the condition of the Triumph? Aside from being warm, it's covered with damp. Where was it parked last night?" "Here." "And you want us to believe that you went out this morning, wiped off only the windscreen for purposes unknown, and returned to the house to have a bath? I don't much care what either of you, and that perhaps you idled the engine for a bit to get the car warmed up, although you aren't apparently going anywhere at the moment. You've already said a great deal, Mr. Thorson, and none of it meshes with anything else. If you think I murdered that fucking little cunt—" Linley got to his feet. "I'd like to have a look at your clothes." Thorson shoved his coffee mug the length of the worktop. It crashed into the sink. "You need a warrant for that. You damn well know it. If you're an innocent man, you have nothing to fear, do you, Mr. Thorson? Just produce the undergraduate you met with on Monday morning, and hand over everything black that you own. We found black fibres on the body, by the way, but as they're a mixture of polyester, rayon, and cotton, we should be able to eliminate one or two of your garments right off the top. That ought to cover it." "That covers skit. If you want black fibres, give a thought to trying the academic gowns. Oh, but you won't go snuffing in that direction, will you? Because everyone in the fucking university owns one." "An interesting point. Is the bedroom this way?" Linley headed back in the direction of the front door. In a sitting-room at the front of the house he found the stairway and began to climb. Thorson followed him with Havers quickly at his heels. "You bastard! You can't—" "This is your bedroom," Linley said, at the doorway closest to the top of the stairs. He walked into the room and opened the clothes cupboard built into one of the walls. "Let's see what we have. Sergeant, a sack." Havers tossed him a plastic rubbish sack as he began his examination of the clothes. "I'll have your job for this." Linley looked up. "Where were you Monday morning, Mr. Thorson? Where were you this morning? An innocent man has nothing to fear." Sergeant Havers added, "If he's innocent in the first place, if he lives an honest life, if he has nothing to hide." Every vein on Thorson's neck swelled. His pulse was throbbing like a drum-beat in his temple. His fingers jerked at the belt of his dressing-gown. "Take it all," he said. "You have my bloody permission. Take every rotten piece. But don't forget this." He ripped the dressing-gown from his body. He wore nothing underneath it. He put his hands on his hips. "I have nothing to hide from you lot," he said. "I didn't know whether to laugh, applaud, or make an arrest on the spot for indecent exposure," Havers said. "That bloke takes everything right over the top." "He's in a class all his own," Linley agreed. "I wonder if that's what the university environment does. Encourages the senior fellows to disrobe before police officers? I don't think so, Havers." They had stopped at a bakery in Cherry Hinton, where they picked up 2 fresh currant buns and 2 tepid coffees. These they drank from styrofoam cups on their way back into the town, Linley cooperatively operating the gear shift to leave his sergeant with at least one free hand. "Still, it was a telling sort of thing to do, wasn't it, sir? I don't know about you, but I think he actually was looking for the opportunity to— I think he was all hot to display. Well, you know." Linley crumpled the flimsy paper in which his currant bun had been wrapped. He deposited it in the ashtray among what appeared to be at least 2 dozen cigarette butts. "He was eager enough to make a show of his equipment. There's no doubt of that, Havers. You provoked him to it." Her head whipped in his direction. "Me? Sir, I didn't do a thing, and you know it." "You did, I'm afraid. You've indicated from the first that you aren't about to be dazzled by either his position at the university or any of his accomplishments. Dubious though they probably are. So he felt compelled to give you an adequate idea of the size of the pleasure he was going to withhold as your punishment. What a Burke!" In a word. Linley took a sip of his coffee and changed down into second gear as Havers rounded a corner and stepped on the clutch. But he did something more, Havers, and if you'll pardon the expression, that's the beauty of it all. What, besides providing me with the best morning's entertainment I've had in years? He verified the story Elena told Terence Cuff. How? What? Linley changed to third and then fourth before replying. According to what Elena told Dr. Cuff, Thorson's approach to her had included, among other things, references to the difficulties he'd had when he was engaged to be married. What sort of difficulties? Sexual ones, centering round the size of his erection. Too much man for the poor woman to handle, that sort of thing? Exactly. Havers' eyes lit. And how would Elena have known about his size unless he'd actually told her himself? He was probably hoping to get her interested in having a look. Perhaps he even gave her one to get her juices flowing. Indeed. And taken as a whole, it's not the sort of veiled invitation to intercourse that a 20-year-old girl would cook up on her own, is it? Especially when it so exactly matches the truth. If the story were invention, she'd have been more likely to come up with something far more blatant on Thorson's part. And he's capable of blatancy, as we've just seen. So he was lying about the harassment situation. And, Havers smiled with undisguised pleasure, if he was lying about that, why not about everything else as well? He's definitely back in the running, Sergeant. I'd say he's about to win the race by a length. We'll see. But, sir— Drive on, Sergeant. They headed back into town, where, after a minor snarl of traffic, created by a collision between two taxis at the top of Station Road, they drove to police headquarters and unloaded the sack of clothing which they'd taken from Thorson's house. The uniformed receptionist buzzed them through the interior lobby doors with a nod at Linley's identification. They took the lift up to the superintendent's office. They found Sheehan standing next to his secretary's vacant desk, the telephone receiver pressed to his ear. His conversation consisted mostly of grunts and damns and blast-it-alls. He finally said impatiently, "You've had him jumping through hoops with that girl's body for 2 days now, and we're getting nowhere, Drake. If you don't agree with his conclusions, call in a specialist from the Met and have done with it. I don't care what the CC thinks at this point. I'll handle him. Just do it." "Listen to me. This isn't an inquiry into your competence as department head. If you can't in conscience sign off on Pleasance's report, and if he won't change it, there's nothing else to be done. I don't have the power to give him the sack. That's the way it is, man. Just phone the Met." When he rang off, he didn't appear pleased to see the representatives from New Scotland Yard standing in the doorway, as further testimony to the outside help which the circumstances of Elena Weaver's murder had forced him and his police force to endure. "Trouble?" Linley asked. Sheehan picked up a batch of folders from his secretary's desk and riffled through a stack of papers in her in-tray. "What a woman!" he said with a nod at her empty chair. "She called in ill this morning. She has a real sixth sense about when things are going to heat up, does Edwina." "And things are heating up?" Sheehan grabbed 3 papers from the tray, stuck them with the folders under his arm, and lumbered into his office. Linley and Havers followed. "I've got my CC at Huntington breathing down my neck about devising a strategy for what he calls renewed community relations. Fancy title for coming up with a way to keep the knobs at the university happy, so that you lot don't start making regular appearances here in the future. I've got the funeral home and the parents asking after the Weaver girl's body every quarter hour. And now," with a look at the plastic sack dangling from Havers' fingers, "I expect you've brought me something else to play with." "Clothes for forensic," Havers said. "We'd like to make a match with the fibres on the body. If you can give us something positive, we might have what we need." "To make an arrest?" "It's looking possible." Sheehan nodded grimly. "I hate to give those 2 bickering old biddies something else to fight over, but we'll have a go. They've been sniping over the weapons since yesterday. Maybe this'll take their minds off that for a bit." "They've still reached no conclusion?" Linley asked. "Pleasance has done. Drake doesn't agree. He won't sign the report. and he's been dragging his heels about calling in the Met for another opinion since yesterday afternoon. Professional pride, if you catch my drift, not to mention competence. He's afraid at this point that Pleasance is in the right, and since he's made such an issue about getting rid of the bloke, he stands to lose a lot more than just face if anyone confirms Pleasance's conclusions. Sheehan threw the folders and the papers down on his desk, where they mingled with a stack of pages from a computer printout. He rooted through his top drawer and brought out a roll of mints. He offered them round, sank into his chair, and loosened his tie. Outside in Edwina's office the phone began to ring. He ignored it. "Love and death," he said. "Mix up pride with either of them and you're done for, aren't you?" "Is it the Met's involvement that's bothering Drake, or the involvement of any outsider?" The double ringing of the telephone continued in the outer office. Sheehan continued to let it go unanswered. "It's the Met," he said. "Drake's got himself in a dither over the implication that he's got to be rescued by his London betters. The fact that you're here has our CID boys in a rumble. Drake doesn't want the same to happen in forensic, where he already has trouble enough keeping Pleasance in line." "But Drake wouldn't object if someone else, someone uninvolved with the Yard, had a look at the body? Especially if that someone worked directly with the two of them, Drake and Pleasance, gave them the information verbally and allowed them to create the report?" Sheehan's features sharpened with interest. "What do you have in mind, Inspector?" "An expert witness." "That's not on. We don't have the funding to pay an outsider." "You won't have to pay." Footsteps rang against the floor in the outer office. A breathless voice answered the phone. Lindley said, "We'll have the information we need without the Met's presence telegraphing to everyone that Drake's competence is being questioned." "And what happens when the time comes for someone to testify in court, Inspector? Neither Drake nor Pleasance can get in the box and give evidence that isn't his." "Either one can if he assists, and if his conclusions are the same as the experts'." Thoughtfully, Sheehan played the roll of mints back and forth on the top of his desk. "Can it be arranged discreetly, so that no one aside from Drake and Pleasance knows the expert witness was here in the first place?" When Sheehan nodded, Lindley said, "Just hand me the phone." A woman's voice called out to Sheehan from the outer office, a diffident "Superintendent," and nothing more. Sheehan got to his feet, joined the uniformed constable who had answered his phone. As they spoke together, Havers turned to Lindley. "You're thinking of St. James," she said. "Will you be able to come up?" "Faster than someone from the Met, I dare say," Lindley replied, "without the attendant paperwork and without the politics. Just pray he's not scheduled to give testimony anywhere within the next few days." He looked up as Sheehan plunged back into the office, making for the metal stand upon which his overcoat was hanging. He grabbed this, snatched up the plastic sack which sat next to Havers' chair, and flung it to the constable who had followed him to the door. "See the forensic boys get this," he said, and then, to Lindley and Havers, "Let's go." Lindley knew without asking what the set expression on Sheehan's face meant. He'd seen it too many times to wonder what had provoked it. He'd even felt his own features take on the manifestation of that grim anger that always attended the revelation of a crime. So he was prepared for the inevitable announcement that Sheehan made as they got to their feet. "We've got another body." Chapter 15. Two panda cars, lights flashing and sirens howling, led the caravan of vehicles on a flight out of Cambridge, tearing down Lensfield Road, soaring over the Fen Causeway and up along the Backs to make the turn west towards Madingley. They left in their wake groups of staring students, bicycle riders veering out of the way, black-gowned fellows setting off to lectures, and two tourist buses disgorging Japanese visitors at the autumn-decked avenue which led to New Court at Trinity College. Havers' Mini was sandwiched between the second panda car and Sheehan's own vehicle, onto which he had slapped a temporary warning light. Behind him charged the scenes of crime van, and behind that an ambulance, in the futile hope that the word body didn't necessarily mean death. They powered across the flyover that bridged the M11, and swung through the collection of cottages that comprised the tiny village of Madingley. Beyond it they shot along a narrow lane. It was a farming area, an abrupt change from town to country, just minutes away from Cambridge. Hedgerows characterized it, hawthorn, briar, and holly, marking the boundaries of fields newly planted with winter wheat. They rounded a curve beyond which a tractor stood, half on and half off the verge, its enormous wheels crusted with mud. Atop it sat a man in a bulky jacket, with its collar turned up round his ears and his shoulders hunched against the wind and the cold. He waved them to a halt and hopped to the ground. A border collie that had been lying motionless at the rear wheel of the tractor got to its feet upon the man's sharp command and came to his side. "Over here," the man said, after introducing himself as Bob Jenkins, and pointing out his home about a quarter-mile away, set back from the road and surrounded by barn, outbuildings, and fields. "Shasta found her." Hearing his name, the dog pricked up his ears, gave one extremely disciplined wag of the tail, and followed his master about 20 feet beyond the tractor, where a body lay in a tangle of weeds and bracken along the base of the hedge. "Never seen anything like it," Jenkins said. "I don't know what the ruddy world's coming to." He pulled at his nose, which was scarlet from the cold, and squinted against the northeast wind. It held the fog at bay, as it had done on the previous day, but it brought along with it the frigid temperatures of the grey North Sea. A hedgerow offered little protection against it. "Damn," was Sheehan's only remark, as he squatted by the body. Linley and Havers joined him. It was a girl, tall and slender, with a fall of hair the colour of beechwood. She was wearing a green sweatshirt, white shorts, athletic shoes, and rather grimy socks, the left one of which had become rucked round her ankle. She lay on her back, with her chin tilted up, her mouth open, her eyes glazed. And her torso was a mass of crimson, broken by the dark tattooing of unburnt particles of gunpowder. A single glance was enough to tell all of them that the only possible use the ambulance might serve would be to convey the corpse to autopsy. "You haven't touched her?" Linley asked Bob Jenkins. The man looked horrified by the very thought. "Didn't touch nothing," he said. "Shasta here snuffed her, but he backed up quick enough, didn't he, when he caught the smell of powder? Not one for guns is Shasta." "You heard no shots this morning?" Jenkins shook his head. "I was working over the engine of the tractor early on. I had it going off and on, playing with the carburetor and making a bit of a row. If someone took her down then—" He jerked his head at the body, but didn't look at it. "I wouldn't have heard." "What about the dog?" Jenkins' hand automatically went for the dog's head, which was inches away from his own left thigh. Shasta blinked, panted briefly, and accepted the caress with another single wag of his tail. "He did set to with a bit of barking," Jenkins said. "I had the radio going over the engine noise and had to shout him down." "Do you remember what time this was?" At first he shook his head, but then he lifted a gloved hand quickly, one finger skyward, as if an idea had suddenly struck him. "It was somewhere near 6:30. "You're sure?" "They were reading the news, and I wanted to hear if the PM's going to do something about this poll tax business." His eyes shifted to the body and quickly away. "Girl could have been hit then, all right. But I have to tell that Shasta might have just been barking to bark. He does that some." Around them the uniformed police were rolling out the crime scene tape and blocking off the lane as the scenes of crime team began unloading the van. The police photographer approached with his camera held before him like a shield. He looked a bit green under the eyes and round the mouth. He waited some feet away for the signal from Sheehan, who was peering at the blood-soaked front of the dead girl's sweatshirt. "A shotgun," he said. And then, looking up, he shouted to the scenes of crime team, "Keep an eye out for the ward, you lot!" He rested on his thick haunches and shook his head. "This is going to be worse than looking for dust in the desert." "Why?" Havers asked. Sheehan cocked his head at her in surprise. Linley said, "She's a city dweller, Superintendent." And then to Havers, "It's pheasant season." Sheehan went on with, Anyone wanting to have a bash at the pheasants is going to own a shotgun, Sergeant. The killings begin next week. It's the time of year when every idiot with an itchy finger and a need to feel like some real blood sport's just the way to get him back to his roots. We'll be out blasting away at anything that moves. We'll be seeing wounds every which way by the end of the month. But not like this. No, this was no accident. He fumbled in his trouser pocket and brought out a wallet from which he extracted a credit card. 2 runners, he said pensively, both of them women, both of them tall, both fair, both long-haired. You are not thinking we're looking at a serial killing? Havers sounded a mixture of doubt and disappointment that the Cambridge superintendent might have reached such a conclusion. Sheehan used the edge of his credit card to clean off a patch of dirt and leaves that clung to the front of the girl's blood-soaked sweatshirt. Over the left breast the words Queen's College, Cambridge were stencilled round the college coat of arms. "You mean someone with a nasty little bent for bringing down fair-haired college runners?" Sheehan asked. "No, I don't think so. Serial killers don't vary their routines this much. The killing's their signature. You know what I mean? I beat in another head with a brick. You coppers, are you any closer to finding me yet?" He cleaned off the credit card, wiped his fingers on a rust-coloured handkerchief, and pushed himself to his feet. "Shoot her, Graham," he said over his shoulder, and the photographer came forward to do so. At that the scenes of crime team began to move, as did the uniformed constables, beginning the slow process of examining every inch of the surrounding ground. Bob Jenkins said, "Got to get in that field, if you've a mind to let me," and tilted his chin to direct their attention to where he had been heading in the first place when his dog had come upon the body. Perhaps 3 yards away from the dead girl, a break in the hedge revealed a gate giving access to the nearest field. Linley eyed it for a moment as the crime scene people began their work. "In a few minutes," he said to the farmer, and added to Sheehan, "They'll need to look for prints all along the verge, Superintendent. Footprints, tire prints from a car or a bike." "Right," Sheehan said, and went to speak with his team. Linley and Havers walked to the gate. It was only wide enough to accommodate the tractor, and hemmed in on both sides by a heavy growth of hawthorn. They climbed carefully over. The ground beyond was soft, trodden and rutted as it gave way to the field itself, but its consistency was crumbly and fragile, so, although the imprints of feet were everywhere, nowhere did they leave an impression that was anything more than merely another indentation in the already choppy ground. "Nothing decent," Havers said as she scouted round the area, "but if it was a lying in wait—" "Then the waiting had to be done right here," Linley concluded. He worked his eyes slowly over the ground from one side of the gate to the other. When he saw what he was looking for, an indentation in the ground that didn't fit with the rest, he said, "Havers." She joined him. He pointed out the smooth, circular impression in the earth, the barely discernible, narrow, extended impression behind it, the sharp, deeper fissure that comprised its conclusion. As a unit, the impressions angled acutely, perhaps 2.5 feet beyond the gate itself, and less than a foot from the hawthorn hedge. "Knee, leg, toe," Linley said. "The killer knelt here, hidden by the hedge, on one knee, resting the gun on the second bar of the gate, waiting. But how could anyone have known that she'd be running this way? The same way someone knew where to find Eleanor Weaver." Justine Weaver scraped a knife along the burnt edge of the toast, watching the resulting black ash speckle the clean surface of the kitchen sink like a fine deposit of powder. She tried to find a place inside her where compassion and understanding still resided, a place like a well from which she could drink deeply and somehow replenish what the events of the past 8 months and the last 2 days had desiccated. But if a wellspring of empathy had ever existed at her core, it had long since dried up, leaving in its place the barren ground of resentment and despair, and nothing flowed from this. "They've lost their daughter," she told herself. "They share a mutual grief." But those facts did not eliminate the wretchedness she had felt since Monday night, a replay of an earlier pain, like the same melody in a different key. They'd come home together in silence yesterday, Anthony and his former wife. They'd been to see the police. They'd gone on to the funeral home. They'd chosen a coffin and made the arrangements, none of which they shared with her. It was only when she brought out the plates of thin sandwiches and cake, only when she had poured the tea, only when she had passed them each the lemon and the milk and the sugar, that either of them spoke in anything other than weary monosyllables. And then it was Glynn who finally addressed her, choosing the moment and wielding the weapon, a superficially simple declaration that was skilfully honed by time and circumstance. As she spoke, she kept her eyes on the sandwich plate which Justine was offering her, and which she made no move to accept. "I'd prefer you to stay away from my daughter's funeral, Justine." They were in the sitting-room, gathered round the low coffee-table. The artificial fire was lit, its flames lapping the false coals with a quiet hiss. The curtains were drawn, an electric clock whirred softly. It was such a sensible, civilized place to be. At first Justine said nothing. She looked at her husband, waiting for him to voice a protest of some sort. But he was giving his attention to his teacup and saucer. A muscle pulled at the corner of his mouth. He knew this was coming, she thought, and she said, "Anthony?" "You had no real tie to Elena," Glynn went on. Her voice was even, so extremely reasonable. "So I'd prefer you not to be there. I hope you understand." 10 years as her stepmother," Justine said. "Please," Glynn said, "as her father's second wife." Justine set the plate down. She studied the neat array of sandwiches, noting how she'd assembled them to form a pattern. Egg salad, crab, fresh ham, cream cheese, crusts neatly removed, every edge of the bread cut as if it were a perfect plane. Glynn went on. "We'll take her to London for the service, so you won't have to do with Anthony for longer than a few hours, and then afterwards you can get directly back to the business of your lives." Justine merely stared, trying and failing to summon a response. Glynn continued, as if following a course she'd determined in advance. "We never knew for certain why Elena was born deaf. Has Anthony told you that? I suppose we could have had studies done, some sort of genetic thing, you know what I mean, but we didn't bother." Anthony leaned forward, put his teacup on the coffee-table. He kept his fingers on its saucer, as if in the expectation that it would slide to the floor. Justine said, "I don't see that—" "The reality is that you might produce a deaf baby as well, Justine, if there's something wrong with Anthony's genes. I thought I ought to mention the possibility. Are you equipped, emotionally, I mean, to deal with a handicapped child? Have you considered how a deaf child might put a spanner in the works of your career?" Justine looked at her husband. He didn't meet her eyes. One of his hands formed a loose fist on his thigh. She said, "Is this really necessary, Glynn?" "I should think you'd find it helpful." Glynn reached for her teacup. For a moment she seemed to examine the rose on the china, and she turned the cup to the right, to the left, as if with the intention of admiring its design. "That's that, then, isn't it? Everything's been said." She replaced the cup and stood. "I won't be wanting any dinner." She left them alone. Justine turned to her husband, waited for him to speak, and watched him sit motionless. He seemed to be disappearing into himself, bones, blood, and flesh disintegrating into the ashes and dust from which all men were formed. "He has such small hands," she thought. And for the first time she considered the wide gold wedding band round his finger, and the reason she had wanted him to have it, the largest, the widest, the brightest in the shop, the most capable of heralding the fact of their marriage. "Is this what you want?" she finally asked him. His eyelids looked caked, their skin stretched and sore. "What?" "That I stay away from the funeral. Is this what you want, Anthony?" "It has to be that way. Try to understand." "Understand? What?" "That she's not responsible for who she is right now. She has no control over what she says and does. It goes too deep with her, Justine. You've got to understand." "And stay away from the funeral?" She saw the movement of resignation, a simple lifting and lowering of his fingers, and knew the response he would make before he made it. "I hurt her. I left her. I owe her this much. I owe both of them this much." "My God!" "I've already talked to Terence Cuff about a memorial service Friday at St. Stephen's Church. You'll be part of that. All of Elena's friends will be there." And that's it? That's all? That's your judgment of everything? Of our marriage? Of our life? Of my relationship with Elena? This isn't about you. You can't take it to heart. You didn't even argue with her. You could have protested. He finally looked at her. It's the way it has to be. She said nothing more. She merely felt the hard core of her resentment take on added weight. Still she held her tongue. "Be sweet, Justine," she could hear her mother say over her need to rail like a shrew against her husband. "Be a nice girl." She put the 6th piece of toast into the rack, and the rack itself, along with boiled eggs and sausage, onto a white wicker tray. Nice girls muster up compassion, she thought. Sweet girls forgive and forgive and forgive. Don't think of the self, go beyond the self. Find a need greater than your own and fill it. That's the Christian way to live. But she couldn't do it. Into the scales upon which she weighed her behaviour, she put the useless hours that she'd given over to trying to forge a bond with Elena, the mornings on which she'd run at her side, the evenings she'd spent helping her write her essays, the endless Sunday afternoons she'd waited for father and daughter to return from a jaunt which Antony had declared essential to his recapturing of Elena's love and trust. She carried the tray into the glassed-in morning-room, where her husband and his former wife were sitting at the wicker table. They had been picking at grapefruit wedges and cornflakes for nearly half an hour, and now she supposed they would do the same with the eggs, the sausage, and the toast. She knew she ought to say, "You need to eat, both of you." And another Justine might have managed the 7 words and made them sound sincere. Instead, she said nothing. She sat in her accustomed place, with her back to the drive, across the table from her husband. She poured him coffee. He raised his head. He looked 10 years older than he had 2 days ago. Glynn said, "All this food. I can't eat. It's such a waste, really." And she didn't lift her eyes from watching Justine tap off the top of her boiled egg. "Did you run this morning?" she asked, and when Justine didn't reply, "I imagine you'll want to start that up again soon. It's important for a woman to keep working at her figure. Not a stretch mark anywhere on you, is there?" Justine stared down at the spoonful of tender white that she'd scooped from her egg. Every admonition from her past rose up to confront her, but they formed an insubstantial barrier that the previous night made easy to surmount. She said, "Elena was pregnant." And then she looked up. 8 weeks pregnant. Antony's face, she saw, went from drained to stricken. Glynn's face offered a curiously satisfied smile. "The Scotland Yard man was here yesterday afternoon," Justine said. "He told me." "Pregnant?" Antony repeated the word in a deadened voice. "That's what the autopsy showed." "But who? How?" Antony fumbled with a teaspoon. It slipped from his fingers and clattered on the floor. "How?" Glynn gave a tittering laugh. "Oh, I'd think it was how babies usually get made." She nodded at Justine. "What a moment of triumph for you, my dear." Antony turned his head. The movement seemed sluggish, as if he were pulling against a great weight. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You think she doesn't savour this moment? Just ask her if she already knew. Ask her if the information surprised her at all. In fact, you might ask her how she encouraged your daughter to have a man whenever she felt itchy." Glynn leaned forward. "Because Elena told me all about it, Justine, about those heart-to-heart chats, about how she was supposed to take care of herself." Antony said, "Justine, you encouraged her? You knew?" "Of course she knew." "That isn't true," Justine said. "Don't think for a moment that she didn't want Elena to get pregnant, Antony. She was willing to settle for anything to drive you away from her, because if she did that, she'd get what she wanted. You, alone, with no more distractions." "No," Justine said. "She hated Elena. She wanted her dead. I wouldn't be surprised if she killed her herself." And for a moment, just the fraction of an instant, Justine saw the doubt on his face. She recognized the working of knowledge. She'd been alone in the house when the sea phone call came. She'd gone out running alone in the morning. She hadn't taken the dog. She could have beaten and strangled his daughter. She said, "My God, Anthony!" "You knew," he replied. "That she had a lover, yes, but that's all. And I spoke to her, yes, about cleaning, about hygiene, about taking care that she didn't—" "Who was it?" "Anthony! God damn you, who was it?" "She knows," Glynn said. "You can see that she knows." "How long?" Anthony asked. "How long had this been going on?" "Did they do it here, Justine? In the house while you were home? Did you let them? Did you watch? Did you listen at the door?" Justine pushed herself away from the table. She got to her feet. Her head felt empty. "I want answers, Justine!" Anthony's voice rose. "Who did this to my daughter?" Justine fought to find the words. "She did it to herself." "Oh, yes," Glynn said, her eyes bright and knowing. "Let's have it, the truth." "You're a viper." Anthony stood. "I want the facts, Justine." "Then take yourself off to Trinity Lane to find them." "Trinity—" He turned from her to the wall of windows beyond which his Citroën stood on the drive. "No!" He was out of the room without another word, leaving the house without a coat, the sleeves of his striped shirt snapping in the wind. He got into the car. Glynn reached for an egg. "It didn't quite play out as you planned it," she said. Adam Jen stared at the neat lines of his handwriting and tried to make sense out of his notes. The Peasants' Revolt, the Council of Regency. A new query: was the composition of the Council of Regency, rather than the imposition of new poll taxes, largely instrumental in the circumstances that led to the revolt of 1381? He read a few phrases about John Ball and Wat Tyler, about the Statute of Labourers, and about the King. Richard II, well-intentioned but ineffectual, had lacked the skills and the backbone necessary for a man to be a leader. He had tried to please everyone, but had succeeded only in destroying himself. He was historical proof of the contention that success requires more than merely a coincidental birthright. Political acumen is the key to arriving unscathed at a personal and professional goal. Adam himself had been living his academic life according to that precept. He'd made his choice of adviser carefully, spending hours of his time scoping out the candidates for the Penford chair. He finally made his move in Anthony Weaver's direction, only when he felt relatively assured that the St. Stephen's medievalist would be the selection of the University Search Committee. To have the holder of the Penford chair as his adviser would virtually guarantee him the benefits he found essential to labelling himself an eventual success: the initial position of academic supervisor to undergraduates, the consequent attainment of a research fellowship, the future movement to lecturer, and finally a professorship before his 45th birthday. All of it seemed within the bounds of reasonable expectation when Anthony Weaver had taken him on as a graduate advisee. So, cooperating with Weaver's request that he take the professor's daughter under his wing, in order to make her second year at the university a smoother and more pleasant experience than her first, had appeared to be yet another fortuitous opportunity for him to demonstrate, if only to himself, that he possessed the requisite amount of political perspicacity to flourish in this environment. What he had not counted on when first told about the professor's handicapped daughter, and first envisaging Dr. Weaver's gratitude for the time he expended on smoothing the troubled waters of his daughter's life, was Elena herself. He had been expecting to be introduced to a stoop-shouldered, concave-chested, pasty-skinned, fading wildflower of a girl, someone who sat miserably on the edge of a threadbare ottoman with her legs tucked back and clinging to its sides. She'd be wearing an old dress printed with rosebuds. She'd be wearing ankle socks and scruffy-looking brogues. And for Dr. Weaver's sake he'd do his duty with an appealing blend of gravity and graciousness. He'd even carry a small notebook in the pocket of his jacket to make sure that they could communicate in writing at all times. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. For the Sake of Elena, by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 8, Side 1.
She'd be wearing ankle socks and scruffy-looking brogues, and for Dr. Weaver's sake he'd do his duty with an appealing blend of gravity and graciousness. He'd even carry a small notebook in the pocket of his jacket to make sure that they could communicate in writing at all times. He'd held on to this fictional Elena all the way into the sitting-room of Anthony Weaver's house, even going so far as to scan the guests who were there for the history faculty's Michaelmas drinks party. He'd had to give up the idea of the threadbare ottoman quickly enough when he saw the nature of the house's furnishings. He doubted that anything threadbare or frayed would be allowed to remain for longer than 5 minutes in this elegant environment of leather and glass. But he did maintain his mental image of the cringing, retiring, handicapped girl, alone in a corner and afraid of everyone. And then she came swinging towards him, wearing a clingy black dress and dangling onyx earrings, her hair catching her movement and subtly duplicating the sway of her hips. She smiled and said what he took for, "Hi, you're Adam, aren't you?" because her pronunciation wasn't clear. He noted the fact that she smelled like ripe fruit, that she didn't wear a bra, that her legs were bare, and that every man in the room followed her movement with his eyes, no matter the conversation in which he was engaged. She had a way of making a man feel special. He'd learn that soon enough. Astutely, he realized that this feeling of being the sole interest in Elena's life came from the fact that she had to look directly at people in order to read their lips whenever they spoke to her. And for a time he convinced himself that that was the entirety of his attraction to her. But even on the first evening of their acquaintance, he found his eyes continually dropping to the nubs of her nipples. They were erect. They pressed against the material of her dress. They asked to be sucked and moulded and licked. And he found his hands sore with the need to slide round her waist, cup her buttocks, and pull her against him. He'd done none of that. Ever. Not once in the dozen or more times they'd been together. He'd not even kissed her. And the single time she'd reached out impulsively and ran her fingers the length of his inner thigh, he had automatically knocked her hand away. She laughed at him, amused and unoffended, and he wanted to strike her every bit as much as he wanted to fuck her. He felt the desire like a blaze of fire burning right behind his eyes, needing both at once the violence of abuse and the sexual act itself, the sound of her pain and the satisfying knowledge of her unwilling submission. It was always that way whenever he saw too much of a woman. He felt caught within a raging argument of desire and disgust, and perennially playing in the back of his mind was the memory of his father beating his mother and the sound of their frantic coupling afterwards. Knowing Elena, seeing Elena, dutifully squiring her here and there, had all been part of the political process of academic advancement and scholastic success. But, like any act of egocentric machination, what posed as selfless cooperation was not without its attendant price. He'd seen as much in Dr. Weaver's face whenever the professor asked him about time spent with Elena, just as he had seen it on the very first night, when Weaver's eyes followed his daughter round the room, shining with satisfaction when she paused to talk to Adam and not to someone else. It wasn't long before Adam had realized that the price for success in a milieu in which Anthony Weaver played a major role was likely to be bound up intimately in how things developed in Elena's life. "She's a wonderful girl," Weaver would say. "She has a lot to offer a man." Adam wondered what twists and turns and rough roads lay in his future now that Weaver's daughter was dead. For while he'd chosen Dr. Weaver as his adviser strictly for the potential benefits that might accrue from such a choice, he had come to know that Dr. Weaver had accepted him with his own set of benefits in mind. He harboured them in secret, no doubt calling them his dream, but Adam knew exactly what they were. The study door opened as he was staring at his references to the 14th century riots in Kent and Essex. He looked up, then pushed back his chair in some confusion as Anthony Weaver came into the room. He hadn't expected to see him for at least another several days, so he hadn't done much about straightening up the litter of teacups and plates and essays across the table and on the floor. Even had he done so, the appearance of his adviser, directly upon the heels of his having been thinking about him, caused the heat to seep up Adam's neck and spread across his cheeks. "Dr. Weaver," he said, "I wasn't expecting—" His voice drifted off. Weaver was wearing neither jacket nor overcoat, and his dark hair was curled and chaotic from the wind. He carried neither briefcase nor textbooks. Why ever he had come, it was not to work. "She was pregnant," he said. Adam's throat went dry. He thought about taking a sip of the tea which he'd poured but forgotten about an hour previously. But although he slowly got to his feet, he couldn't manage any other movement, let alone getting his arm to reach out towards the cup. Weaver shut the door and remained standing next to it. "I don't blame you for it, Adam. Obviously you were in love with each other. Dr. Weaver, I simply wished you'd use some precautions. It's not the best way to start a life together, is it?" Adam couldn't formulate an answer. It seemed that his entire future depended upon the next few minutes and how he handled them. He danced between the truth and a lie, wondering which would better serve his interests. "When Justine told me, I left the house in a rage. I felt like some 18th century father storming out to demand satisfaction. But I know how these things happen between people. I just want you to tell me if you talked about marriage. Before you made love to her." Adam wanted to say that they talked about it often, in the late of night, typing back and forth furiously on the sea phone, making plans, sharing dreams, and committing themselves to a life together. But from the roots of such a lie had to grow a convincing performance of grief over the next few months. And while he regretted Elena's death, he did not actually mourn her passing, so he knew that a show of abject sorrow would prove itself more than he could manage. "She was special," Anthony Weaver was saying. "Her baby, your baby, Adam, would have been special as well. She was fragile and working hard to find herself, it's true, but you were helping her grow. Remember that. Hold on to that. You were tremendously good for her. I would have been proud to see you together as man and wife." He found he couldn't do it. "Dr. Weaver, I wasn't the one." He dropped his eyes to the table. He concentrated on his open texts, his notes, the essays. "What I mean is, I never made love with Elena, sir." He felt more colour burn its way into his flesh. "I never even kissed her. I hardly ever touched her." "I'm not angry, Adam. Don't misunderstand. You don't have to deny you were lovers." "I'm not denying. I'm just telling you the truth. The facts. We weren't lovers. It wasn't me." "But she saw only you." Adam hesitated to bring forth the single piece of information which he knew Anthony Weaver was avoiding, perhaps deliberately, perhaps unconsciously. He knew that giving it voice would also mean giving voice to the professor's worst fears. Yet there seemed to be no other way to convince the man of the truth about his own relationship with Elena. And he was an historian, after all. Historians are supposed to be seekers of truth. He could demand no less of himself. He said, "No, sir, you've forgotten. I wasn't the only one Elena saw. There was Gareth Randolph." Weaver's eyes seemed to unfocus behind his spectacles. Adam hurried on. "She saw him several times a week, didn't she, sir? As part of the deal she'd struck with Dr. Cuff." He didn't want to put anything more into words. He could see the grey curtain of knowledge and misery pass across Weaver's features. "That deaf—" Weaver's words stopped. His eyes sharpened once again. "Did you reject her, Adam? Is that why she looked elsewhere? Wasn't she good enough for you? Did she put you off because she was deaf?" "No, not at all. I just didn't—" "Then why?" He wanted to say, "Because I was afraid. I thought she would suck the marrow from my bones. I wanted to have her and have her and have her, but not marry her. God, not marry her and live on the black edge of my own destruction for the rest of my life." Instead, he said, "It just didn't happen between us." "What?" "The sort of connection one looks for." "Because she was deaf?" "That wasn't an issue, sir." "How can you say that? How can you even expect me to believe it? Of course it was an issue. It was an issue for everyone. It was an issue for her. How could it not be?" Adam knew this was dangerous ground. He wanted to retreat from the confrontation. But Weaver was waiting for his answer, and his stony expression told Adam how important it was that he answer correctly. "She was just deaf, sir. Nothing else. Just deaf." "What's that supposed to mean?" "That there was nothing else wrong with her.
Even being deaf wasn't something wrong. It's just a word people use to indicate something's missing. Like blind, like mute, like paralyzed, I suppose. And if she'd been those things, blind, mute, paralyzed, would you still be saying that it wasn't an issue? But she wasn't those things. Would you still be saying it wasn't an issue? I don't know, I can't say. I can only say that Elena's being deaf wasn't an issue, not for me. You're lying. Sir, you saw her as a freak. I didn't. You were embarrassed by her voice and pronunciation, by the fact that she couldn't ever tell how loud she was speaking, so that when you were out in public together people would hear that odd voice. They'd turn, they'd be curious, and you'd feel embarrassed with all those eyes on you, and ashamed of her, of yourself, of being embarrassed in the first place, not the great liberal that you once thought you were, always wishing that she were normal, because if she were, if she could just hear, then you really wouldn't feel as if you owed her something more than you were able to give. Adam felt his body going cold, but he didn't respond. He wanted to pretend that he hadn't heard, or at the very least to keep his face from revealing the extent to which he comprehended the underlying meaning of what the professor had said. He saw that he failed to do so on both scores, for Weaver's own face seemed to crumble in on itself, and he said, "Oh, God." He walked to the mantel where Adam had continued to place the gathering collection of envelopes and messages. With what appeared to be a tremendous effort, he swept them up and carried them to his desk and sat down. He began to open them, slowly, ponderously, his movements weighted by 20 years of denial and guilt. Adam cautiously lowered himself into his chair. He went back to his notes, but he saw this time even less than he had managed to see before. He knew that he owed Dr. Weaver some sort of reassurance, a reaching out in fellowship and love. But nothing in his 26 years of limited experience provided him with the words to tell the other man that there was no sin in feeling what he felt. The only sin was in running away from it. He heard the professor quake with a convulsive sound. He turned in his chair. Weaver, he saw, had been opening the envelopes, and although the contents of at least 3 of them lay on his lap, and another was crumpled into his fist, he was looking at nothing. He had removed his spectacles and covered his eyes with his hand. He was weeping. Chapter 16. Melinda Powell was about to wheel her bicycle from Queen's Lane into Old Court when a Panda car pulled up less than half a block away. A uniformed policeman got out of it, as did the president of Queen's College along with a senior tutor. The 3 of them stood talking in the cold, arms folded across their chests, breath clouding the air, faces grave and grim. The policeman nodded at something the president was saying to the senior tutor, and as they moved apart from one another, preparatory to the policeman's taking his leave, a noisy Minnie rumbled into the lane from Silver Street and parked behind them. 2 people emerged, a tall blonde man wearing a cashmere overcoat, and a squat, square woman swathed in scarves and wool. They joined the others, the blonde man producing some sort of identification, and the president of the college following up by offering his hand. There was a great deal of earnest conversation, a gesture from the president towards the side entrance to the college, and what appeared to be some sort of direction given by the blonde to the uniformed policeman. He nodded and came trotting back to where Melinda stood, with her mittened hands curved round the handlebars of her bike, feeling the cold from the metal seeping through the knit wool like strips of damp. He said, "Sorry, miss," as he scooted past her and stepped through the gateway into the college. Melinda followed him. She'd been gone most of the morning, struggling with an essay she was rewriting for the 4th time, in an effort to make her points clear prior to showing it to her supervisor, who would, with his usual bent for academic sadism, no doubt tear it to shreds. It was nearly noon, and although it was typical to see the occasional member of college strolling through Old Court at this time of day, when Melinda emerged from the turreted passage that led to Queen's Lane, she found numerous small clumps of students having hushed conversations on the path between the 2 rectangles of lawn, while a larger group gathered at the staircase door to the left of the north turret. It was through this door that the policeman disappeared after he stopped for a moment to answer a question.
Melinda faltered when she saw this. Her bicycle felt heavy, as if a rusting chain made it difficult to push, and she lifted her eyes to the top floor of the building, where she tried to see through the windows of that misshapen room tucked under the eaves. "What's going on?" she asked a boy who was passing. He wore a sky-blue anorak and matching knit cap with the words "Ski Bulgaria" blazed onto it in red. "Some runner," he said. "Got bagged this morning." "Who?" "Another bird from Hare and Hounds, they said." Melinda felt dizzy. She heard him ask, "You all right?" But she didn't respond. Instead, with every sense numbed, she pushed her bicycle towards the door of Rosalind Simpson's staircase. "She promised," Melinda whispered to herself. And just for a moment the overwhelming nature of Rosalind's betrayal was even more devastating than was her death. She hadn't extracted the promise from her in bed, when resolutions weaken in the face of desire, nor had she engaged in a tear-filled confrontation in which she used Rosalind's past vulnerabilities as tools of successful manipulation. Instead, she had opted for discussion, trying to remain calm and to avoid falling into the panic and hysteria which she knew would drive Rosalind away eventually if she didn't learn to get it under control. And she urged her lover to consider the dangers of continuing to run while a killer was at large. She expected a fight, especially since she knew how much Rosalind regretted the earlier impulsive promise that had led her to Oxford on Monday morning. But instead of an argument, or even a refusal to discuss the issue, Rosalind agreed. She wouldn't run again until the killer was found, or if she ran, she would not run alone. They had parted at midnight. Still a couple, Melinda thought, still in love. Although they hadn't made love, as she had hoped they might, in what she'd imagined all Tuesday would be a celebration of Rosalind's coming forward and admitting her sexual preference to the world, it hadn't worked out that way. Rosalind had pleaded exhaustion, speaking of an essay she had to work on, and expressing a need to be alone in order to come to terms with Elena Weaver's death. All an excuse, Melinda realized now, all part of the beginning of the end between them. And didn't it always happen that way? The initial rapture of love, the encounters, the hopes, the growing intimacy, a prayer for shared dreams, joyful communication, and ultimately disappointment. She had thought that Rosalind was going to be different, but it was obvious now. She was a liar and a cheat like all the rest. Bitch, she thought. Bitch. You promised and you lied. What else did you lie about? Who else did you sleep with? Did you sleep with Elena? She leaned her bicycle against the wall, indifferent to the fact that the college rules explicitly required that she take it elsewhere, and elbowed her way into the crowd. She saw that one of the porters stood just inside the entry, barring the doorway to the curious, and looking one part grim and one part angry and several other parts disgusted. Over the murmur of voices she heard him say, "Shotgun! Blasted her direct in the face!" And her anger dissolved as fast as it had come upon her, melted by the power of those 7 simple words. Shotgun! Blasted her direct in the face. Melinda found that she was biting down on her wool-covered fingers. Instead of the porter standing in the doorway in Old Court, what she saw was Rosalind, her face and body shattered, disintegrating before her, blowing away in a roar of gunpowder, shot and blood. And then, directly afterwards, in Rosalind's place, grew the dreadful knowledge of who had to have done this, and why, and how her own life hung in the balance. She searched the faces of the students round her, looking for the face that would be looking for hers. It wasn't there, but that didn't mean it wasn't nearby, looking from a window, waiting to see her reaction to the death. He'd be resting a bit from the labours of the morning, but his every intention would be to see the job through to the end. She felt her muscles coiling as her body reacted to her mind's demand for flight. At the same time she was acutely aware of the need for an ostensible show of calm, for if she turned and ran, in full view of everyone, especially in full view of the watcher who was simply waiting for her to make her move, she was lost for a certainty. Where to go, she wondered. God, where to go? The crowd of students in which she stood began to part, as a man's voice said, "Step to one side, please," and then, "Havers, make that call to London, will you?" And the blond man she had seen in Queen's Lane shouldered his way through the whispering group in front of the door, as his companion headed in the general direction of the junior combination room. "Porter says it was a shotgun," someone called out as the blonde mounted the single step that gave entry to the building. In reaction, the man favoured the porter with a critical glance, but he said nothing as he passed him and began climbing the stairs. "Blew her guts out, I heard," a spotty-faced young man said. "No, it was her face," someone replied. "Raped first, tied up, both her tits cut off and—" Melinda's body sprang into action. She spun from the sound of the speculative voices and shoved her way blindly out of the crowd. If she was fast enough, if she didn't pause to consider where she was going and how she was going to get there, if she scrambled to her room and grabbed a rucksack and some clothes and the money her mother had sent her for her birthday. She dashed across the front of the building to the stairway on the right side of the southern turret. She pushed open the door and flew up the stairs. Scarcely breathing, scarcely thinking, she sought only escape. Someone called her name when she hit the second landing, but she ignored the voice and continued to dash upward. There was her grandmother's house in West Sussex, she thought. Her great-uncle lived in Colchester, her brother in Kent, but none of them seemed safe enough, far enough away. None of them seemed capable of offering her the sort of protection she would need from a killer who seemed to know movements in advance of their being made, who seemed to know thoughts and plans in advance of their being given voice. He was, in fact, a killer who, even now, might be waiting. At the top floor she paused outside her door, recognizing the potential danger that lay within. Her bowels were loosening and tears were eating at the back of her eyes. She listened at the smudged white panels of the door, but the recessed shape of them did nothing more than act as amplifiers for her own torn breathing. She wanted to run, she needed to hide, but she had to have that cache of money to do either. "Jesus," she whispered. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" She would reach for the doorknob. She would fling the door open. If the killer was there, she would scream like a banshee. She filled her lungs with enough air to do the job right and thrust her shoulder against the door. It flew open. It crashed back against the wall. It left her with an unimpeded view of the room. Rosalind's body was lying on her bed. Melinda began to scream. Glyn Weaver positioned herself just to the left of the window in her daughter's bedroom and flicked the sheer material away from the glass so that she could have an unimpaired glimpse of the front lawn. The Irish setter was gambling there, yelping joyfully in expectation of a run. He was circling frantically round Justine, who had changed into a tracksuit and running shoes, and who was bending and stretching through a series of warm-ups. She'd taken the dog's lead outside with her, and Townie scooped it up from the lawn on one of his passes by her. He carried it like a banner. He cavorted and pranced. Elena had sent her a dozen pictures of the dog, as a furry baby curled into her lap asleep, a long-legged pup rooting for his gifts beneath the Christmas tree in her father's house, a sleek adolescent leaping over a dry stone wall. On the back of each she had written Townie's age, 6 weeks, 2 days, 4 months, 8 days, 10 months today, like an indulgent mother. Glyn wondered if she would have done the same for the baby she'd carried, or if Elena would have opted for abortion. A baby, after all, was different from a dog, and no matter her reasons for getting herself pregnant, and Glyn knew her daughter well enough to realize that Elena's pregnancy had probably been a calculated act, Elena was not so much the fool as to believe her life would be unchanged as a result of bringing a child into it. Children always altered one's existence in unaccountable ways, and their unwavering devotion could hardly be relied upon as could a dog's. They took, and rarely gave, and only the most selfless sort of adult could continually enjoy the sensation of being drained of every resource and bled of every dream. And for what reward? Just the nebulous hope that this lovely creature, this complete individual over whom one had absolutely no control, would somehow not make the same mistakes, repeat the same patterns, or know the same pain that the parents had lived through and inflicted on each other. Outside, Justine was tying back her hair at the nape of her neck. Glyn took note of the fact that, to do so, she used a scarf that matched both the colour of her tracksuit and the colour of her shoes. Idly, she wondered if Justine ever left the house in anything less than a complete ensemble, and she chuckled at the sight of her. Even if one wished to criticize the fact that Justine chose to go exercising just 2 days after her stepdaughter's murder, one certainly couldn't condemn her for her choice of colour, It was thoughtfully appropriate. Such a hypocrite, Glynn thought, her lower lip curling. She turned from the sight of her. Justine had left the house without a word, sleek and cool and utterly patrician, but no longer as controlled as she liked to be. Their confrontation this morning in the breakfast-room had taken care of that, with the real woman smoked out from beneath the guise of dutiful hostess and professor's perfect wife. So now she would run to tone up that lovely seductive body, to work up a fragrant rose-scented sweat. But it was more than that. She had to run now, and she had to hide, because the fact beneath the fiction that was Justine Weaver had finally been revealed in the breakfast-room, in that fleeting moment when her normally guileless butter-wouldn't-melt features became rigid with the culpability that lay beneath them. The truth was out. She had hated Elena, and now that she was off for her run, Glynn was ready to search out the evidence which would prove that Justine's facade of well-bridled feelings skilfully hid the desperation of a killer. Outside the house she heard the dog barking, a happy sound of excitement that rapidly faded towards Adams Road. They were off, the two of them. Whatever time she had until Justine's return, Glynn was determined to use every moment. She bustled to the master bedroom with its sleek Danish furniture and shapely brass lamps. She went to the long, low chest and began opening drawers. Georgina Higgins Hart. The weasel-faced constable squinted at his notebook, the cover of which bore a stain that looked suspiciously like pizza sauce. A member of Hare and Hounds, working on an M.Phil in Renaissance literature. Newcastle girl. He snapped the notebook closed. President of the college and the senior tutor had no trouble identifying the body, Inspector. They've both known her since she came up to Cambridge 3 years back. The constable stood posted outside the closed door of the girl's bed-sitting-room. He was positioned like a guard, legs spread and arms folded across his chest, and his expression, flickering indecisively between smug judgment and outright derision, indicated the degree to which he considered the inadequacies of New Scotland Yard CID responsible for this latest Cambridge killing. Linley said only, "Do you have the key, Constable?" and took it from the man's palm when he handed it over. Georgina, he saw, had been a devotee of Woody Allen, and most of the bedsit's limited wall space was given over to posters celebrating his films. Bookshelves took up the rest of the space, and on them sat an eclectic display of the girl's possessions, everything from a collection of ancient Raggedy Ann dolls to a seriously extensive selection of wine. She had lined up what few books she owned onto the mantel of the bricked-in fireplace. They were held in place on either end by a dispirited-looking miniature palm. With the constable outside and the door closed upon him, Linley sat on the edge of the single bed. A pink duvet covered it, with a large bouquet of yellow peonies embroidered into its centre. His fingers traced the pattern of flowers and leaves, as his mind traced the pattern of the two killings. The outline comprised the most obvious details: a second runner from Hare and Hounds, a second girl, a second victim who was tall and lithe and long-haired, and engaged in the darkness in an early morning's workout. Those were the superficial similarities. But if the killings were connected, there had to be others. And there were, of course. The most immediately apparent was the fact that Georgina Higgins Hart, like Elena Weaver, had a relationship with the English faculty. Although she was a postgraduate, Linley could not overlook the fact that, in her 4th year at the university, she would have known many of the professors, most of the lecturers, and everyone associated with her own field of Renaissance literature, those writings both European and British of the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. He knew what Havers was going to make of this information when she learned of it, and he couldn't deny the connection it suggested. But he also couldn't ignore the fact that Georgina Higgins Hart was a member of Queen's College, nor could he deny the additional connection that Queen's College implied. He got to his feet and went to the desk, which was tucked into an alcove, whose walls were hung with a collection of framed stills from Sleeper, Bananas, and Take the Money and Run. He was reading the opening paragraph of an essay on the Winter's Tale, when the door opened and Sergeant Havers came into the room. She joined him at the desk. "Well?" "Georgina Higgins Hart," he said. "Renaissance literature." He could sense her smile as she matched the period of time with its most significant author. "I knew it! I knew it! We need to get back to his house and have a go at finding that shotgun, Inspector. I say we get some of Sheehan's blokes to tear the place apart." You can hardly think that a man of Thorsen's intelligence would blast a young girl into oblivion and then simply replace the gun among his belongings. He knows he's under suspicion, Sergeant. He isn't a fool. "He doesn't need to be a fool," she said. "He just needs to be desperate." Beyond that, as Sheehan pointed out, we're standing on the threshold of the pheasant season. Shotguns abound. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that the university itself has an outdoor society devoted to hunting. If there's a student handbook on the mantel, you can check on that yourself. She didn't move. "You can't mean to suggest that these killings aren't related?" "I don't mean to suggest that. I think they are, but not necessarily in the most obvious fashion." "Then how? What other connection is there but the most obvious ones, which, by the way, we've been handed on a platter? OK, I know you're going to argue that she was a runner, so there's another connection for us to play with. And I know she had the same general appearance as the Weaver girl. But frankly, Inspector, trying to build a case on those two facts seems a lot shakier than building a case on Thorsen." She seemed to sense his inclination to dispute the position she was taking. She went on more insistently. "We know there was some truth in what Elena Weaver claimed about Thorsen. He as much as demonstrated that this morning. So if he was harassing her, why not this girl as well? There's another connection, Havers, beyond Thorsen, beyond running." "What?" "Gareth Randolph. He's a member of Queen's." She didn't look either pleased with or intrigued by this piece of information. She said, "Right. Quite. And his motive, Inspector?" Linley fingered through the items on Georgina's desk. He catalogued them mentally and considered his sergeant's question, trying to develop a hypothetical response that would fit both murders. Perhaps we're looking at a primary rejection that's begun seeping into the rest of his life. Elena Weaver brushed him off, so he killed her, and then finding that single killing not enough to wipe the rejection out of his memory, he's bent on killing her again and again, wherever he finds her. Havers made no effort to hide her incredulity. She ran a restless hand back through her hair and grabbed onto a fistful, which she tugged at impatiently. "I can't even begin to swallow that, sir. The means are too different. The Weaver girl may have been killed in a well-planned attack, but attack is the watchword. There was real rage behind what happened to her, a need to hurt as well as to kill. This other—" She waved her hand over the top of the desk, as if an indication of its scattering of books and papers would stand as symbol for the death of the second girl. "I think this other was the need to eliminate. Do it fast, do it simple, but just do it." "Why?" "Georgina was in Hare and Hounds. She probably knew Elena. And if that's the case, it stands to reason that she probably also knew what Elena intended to do. About Thorsen. And perhaps Georgina Higgins Hart was just the corroboration Elena needed to make that sexual harassment charge stick. Perhaps Thorsen knew it. If he went to argue with Elena about it on Thursday night, she might well have told him that she wasn't the only one going to the authorities. And if that was the case, it wasn't going to be her word against his any longer. It was going to be his against theirs. Those aren't very sweet odds, are they, Inspector? And that wouldn't have looked good to anyone." Linley had to admit that Havers' hypothesis was grounded more solidly in reality than was his. And yet, unless they could come up with a viable piece of hard evidence, they were stymied. She seemed to realize this. "We've got the black fibres," she persisted. "If his clothes make a match, we're on our way." "Do you really think Thorsen would have handed his things over this morning, no matter his frame of mind, had he had even the slightest concern that forensic could match them to the fibres from Elena Weaver's body?" Linley closed an open text on the desk. "He knows he's clear on that, Havers. We need something else." "The primary weapon used on Elena." "Did you get St. James on the phone?" "He'll be up sometime round noon tomorrow. He was in the middle of messing about with some sort of a polymorphic what-have-you, mumbling about isoenzymes and getting generally bleary-eyed from having looked through his microscopes for more than a week. He'll be glad of the diversion." "That's what he said?" "No. Actually, he said, 'Tell Tommy he owes me.'
But that's pretty much par for the course with you two, isn't it?"
"Quite."
Linley was looking at Georgina's engagement diary. She was less active than Elena Weaver had been, but like Elena she had kept a record of her appointments. Seminars and supervisions were listed by subject and by name of supervisor. Hare and Hounds had its places as well. But it took only a moment for him to ascertain that Leonard Thorson's name appeared nowhere. Nor was there anything that resembled the small fish that Elena had regularly sketched upon her calendar. Linley riffled through all the pages of the book to find something that suggested the sort of intrigue implied by that fish, but it was completely straightforward. If Georgina Higgins' heart had secrets, she hadn't hidden them here. They had little enough to go on, he realized, mostly a series of unprovable conjectures. Until Simon Alcourt St. James arrived in Cambridge, and unless he gave them something else to work with, they would have to rely on the evidence at hand. Chapter 17. With a heaviness of heart, and a growing sense that the inevitable was fast approaching between them, Rosalind Simpson watched as Melinda continued stuffing a mishmash of belongings into 2 rucksacks. She grabbed knee socks, underwear, stockings, 3 nightgowns from one drawer, a silk scarf, 2 belts, 4 T-shirts from another, her passport, a worn Michelin guide to France from a third. Then she went on to the wardrobe, where she removed 2 pairs of blue jeans, a pair of sandals, and a quilted skirt. Her face was blotched from crying, and all the time she packed she snuffled. Occasionally she withheld a fractured sob. "Melinda," Rosalind tried to sound soothing, "you're not being rational." "I thought it was you." This had been her most frequent response for the last hour, an hour which had begun with her terrorized screaming, moved quickly on to wildly distraught weeping, and concluded with blind determination to leave Cambridge at once with Rosalind in tow. There had been no way to talk to her reasonably, and even if there had been, Rosalind felt as if she lacked the energy to do it. She had spent a miserable night, thrashing round in her bed, while guilt spread like a prickly rash on the flesh of her conscience, and the last thing she wanted now was a scene of reproach, recrimination, and reassurance with Melinda. But she was wise enough not to mention any of that at the moment. Rather, she told Melinda only part of the truth. She hadn't slept well the previous night. Upon returning from a morning's practical, she'd come to Melinda's room with nowhere else to go to get a bit of rest, when the porter had barred her from climbing her own staircase. She'd fallen asleep, and hadn't awakened until the door crashed against the wall, and Melinda herself had begun screaming unaccountably. She hadn't known that a runner had been shot that morning. The porter had said nothing, telling her only that the staircase would be closed for a while. And no word had yet gone out among the members of college about the murder, so no one was in front of the building at the time to pass on gossip or information. But if it was someone from her staircase who had been shot, she knew it had to be Georgina Higgins Hart, the only other member of Hare and Hounds who lived in that part of the building. "I thought it was you," Melinda sobbed. "You promised you wouldn't run alone, but I thought you ran anyway to spite me because you were angry that I'd insisted you tell your parents about us, so I thought it was you." Rosalind realized that she did feel some anger. It was a bubbling bit of real resentment that promised to boil over into outright dislike. She tried to ignore it, saying, "Why would I want to spite you like that? I didn't run alone. I didn't run at all." "He's after you, Ros. He's after us both. He wanted you, but he got her instead, but he's not done with us, and we've got to get away." She'd taken a tin of money from its hiding place in a shoe carton. She'd rustled up her rucksacks from the back of one of the wardrobe shelves. She'd swept her copious supply of cosmetics into a plastic case. And now she was rolling the blue jeans into cylindrical shapes, preparatory to ramming them into the canvas sack with everything else. When she was in this state, there was no real talking to her, but Rosalind still felt the need to try. "Melinda, this just doesn't make sense. I told you last night not to talk to anyone about it, didn't I? But you wouldn't listen. You've always got to do your precious little duty, and now look where it's got us." "Where?" "Here, needing to clear off and having nowhere to go. But if you'd thought a bit first, if you'd just thought for once. And now he's waiting, Ros.
He's just biding his time. He knows where to find us. You as good as invited him to blow us both to bits. Well, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to wait around to have him come for me, and neither are you." She took another 2 pullovers from a drawer. "We're nearly the same size. You won't need to go to your room for clothes."
Rosalind walked to the window. One lone senior member of the college strolled across the lawn below. The crowd of the curious had long since dispersed, as had all obvious signs of the police, making it difficult to believe that another runner had been murdered that morning, making it impossible to believe that this second killing was tied in any way to the conversation she'd had with Gareth Randolph last night. She and Melinda, glowering, protesting, and arguing against it every step of the way, had walked the few blocks to Desk 2 and found him in his cubicle of an office. With no one there to interpret for them, they'd used the screen of a word processor to communicate. He looked awful, Rosalind recalled. His eyes were rheumy, his skin was unshaven and pinched on his skull. He looked devastated by illness. He looked exhausted and torn. But he didn't look like a killer. Somehow, she thought, she would have sensed it if Gareth had presented any danger to her. Certainly there would have been an air of tension surrounding him. He would have shown signs of panic as she told him what she knew about the previous morning's murder. But instead he evidenced only anger and grief. And faced with that, she had known for a certainty that he had been in love with Elena Weaver. Quite without warning, she had felt an irrational twist of jealousy. To have someone, all right, a man, she admitted it, love her so much that he would dream about her, think about her, and hope for a life together. Looking at Gareth Randolph, watching his hands move over the keyboard as he typed his questions and responded to hers, she felt overcome by the sudden knowledge that she wanted a conventional future like everyone else. This unexpected desire brought an attendant rush of guilt. It swarmed busily around the issue of betrayal. Yet, feeling the tricks and twinges of her conscience, she was roused to anger. For how could there be the slightest degree of treachery and yearning for the simplest prospect that life offered everyone? They'd returned to her room. Melinda's mood had been black. She had not wanted Rosalind to talk to anyone about Robinson Crusoe's Island in the first place, and even the compromise of talking to Gareth Randolph and not to the police had been insufficient to quell her displeasure. Rosalind knew that only seduction would suffice to woo Melinda back to good humour once again, and she understood how the scene would evolve between them, with herself in the role of sexual supplicant and Melinda grudgingly giving reply. Her solicitous advances would eventually melt Melinda's indifference, while Melinda's languid and largely uninterested responses would keep her in her place. It would be the delicate dance of expiation and punishment in which they'd engaged so many times. She knew how each movement would play out against the next, all of them acting as a means of proving her love in some way. But while the success of the seduction generally provided a few moments' gratification, the entire procedure had seemed monumentally tiresome last night. So she'd pleaded exhaustion, an essay, the need to rest and to think. And when Melinda had left her, casting a reproachful glance over her shoulder just before she closed the door, Rosalind had experienced the most exquisite relief. That hadn't done much to allow her to sleep, however. The satisfaction of being alone did nothing to stop her from writhing in her bed and trying to wipe from her mind all the elements of her life that seemed to be caving in on her. You made the choice, she told herself. You are what you are. No one and nothing can change that for you. But how she wanted to. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 8, Side 2. You made the choice, she told herself. You are what you are. No one and nothing can change that for you. But how she wanted to. Why don't you think about us? Melinda was saying. You never do, Ross. I do all the time, but you never do. Why?
This goes beyond us. Melinda stopped packing, holding a rolled pair of socks in her hand.
How can you say that? I asked you not to talk to anyone. You said you had to talk anyway. Now someone else is dead. Another runner, a runner from your staircase. He followed her, Ross. He thought it was you. That's absurd. He has no reason to hurt me. You must have told him something without even being aware of its importance. But he knew what it meant. He wanted to kill you. And since I was there as well, he wants to kill me. Well, he's not getting the chance. If you aren't willing to think of us, I am. We're clearing out until they've nabbed him. She zipped the rucksack and plopped it on the bed. She went to the wardrobe for her coat, scarf, and gloves. We'll take the train into London first. We can stay near Earl's Court until I get the money to— No. Rosalind! Gareth Randolph's not a killer. He loved Elena. You could see that on his face. He wouldn't have hurt her. That's a pile of rubbish. People kill each other all the time over love. Then they kill once again to cover up their tracks, which is exactly what he's doing, no matter what you think you saw on the island. Melinda glanced round the room as if to make sure she'd forgotten nothing. She said, "Let's get going. Come on." Rosalind didn't move. "I did it for you last night, Melinda. I went to Desk 2, not to the police, and now Georgina's dead." "Because you went to Desk 2, because you talked in the first place. If you'd kept your mouth shut, nothing would have happened to anyone. Don't you see that?" "I'm responsible for this. Both of us are." Melinda's mouth drew into a hair's-width line. "I'm responsible. I tried to take care of you. I wanted to protect you. I tried to stop you from putting both of us at risk. And now I'm responsible for Georgina's death? Well, that's rich, isn't it?" "Don't you see how it is? I let you stop me. I should have done what I knew was right in the first place. I should always do that. But I keep getting sidetracked." "What's that supposed to mean?" "That it always comes down to a question of love with you. If I really love you, I'll take the room under the eaves. If I really love you, we'll have sex when you want. If I really love you, I'll tell my parents the truth about us." "And that's what all this is really about, isn't it? That you told your parents and they didn't approve. They didn't fall all over themselves wishing you well. They played it for guilt instead of compassion." "If I really love you, I'll always do what you want. If I really love you, I'll have no mind of my own. If I really love you, I'll live like a—" "What? Finish it. Say it. Live like a what?" "Nothing. Forget it." "Go on. Say it." Melinda sounded giddy. "Live like a dyke. A dyke, a dyke. Because that's what you are, and you just can't face it. So you turn it around and shove it on me. You think a man's going to be the answer to your problems? You think a man can make you into something you aren't? You'd better get wise, Ros. You'd better face the truth. The problem's yourself." She shouldered her rucksack and threw the other to the floor at Rosalind's feet. "Choose," she said. "I don't want to choose." "Oh, come on, don't give me that." Melinda waited for a moment. Somewhere on the staircase a door opened, quirky music swelled, and a wavering, whimsical voice claimed to be UNCOUPLED. Melinda laughed sardonically. "Ha! How appropriate," she said. Rosalind reached towards her, but she didn't pick up the rucksack. "Melinda, we're born the way we're born. It's a toss of the dice, and no one can change it." "But don't you see I don't know that? I've never even had a chance to find out." Melinda nodded, her face quickly becoming both shuttered and cool. "Great. So find out. Just don't come snivelling back when you discover what's what." She grabbed her shoulder bag and pulled on her gloves. "I'm out of here, then. Lock up when you leave. Give your key to the porter." "All this just because I want to see the police?" Rosalind asked. "All this just because you don't want to see yourself." "My money's on the pullover," Sergeant Havers said. She picked up the squat stainless steel teapot and poured, grimacing at the pale colour of the brew, with a "What is this stuff, anyway?" to the waitress who was passing their table. "Herbal blend," the girl said. Blackly, Havers stirred in a teaspoon of sugar. "Grass cuttings, more likely." She took a tentative sip and scowled. "Grass cuttings, undoubtedly. Don't they have the regular bit, PG tips? Something to wear the enamel off your teeth good and proper?" Linley poured his own cup. "This is better for you, Sergeant. It has no caffeine." "It also has no flavour, or don't we care about that?" "Just one of the drawbacks to the healthy life." Havers muttered and pulled out her cigarettes. "No smoking, miss," the waitress said as she brought their sweets to the table, an arrangement of carob chip biscuits and sugar-free fruit tarts. "Oh, hell and damnation," Havers said. They were in the Bliss Tea Room in Market Hill, a small establishment squeezed in between a stationery shop and what appeared to be a gathering place for the local skinheads. Heavy Metal, spelt M-E-T-T-L-E, had been scrawled by an obviously untutored hand in red grease paint across the latter shop's window, and the ear-assaulting screech of electric guitars periodically blasted out the front door. In apparent answer to the window decoration, the stationers had countered with "Weightless Cowardice," W-A-I-T-L-E-S-S, across their own glass, a joke that no doubt went unappreciated by the owners and patrons of the neighbouring business. The Bliss tea-room, with its plain pine tables and woven grass mats, had been unoccupied by customers when Linley and Havers entered, and the combination of the music from next door and the health food on the menu was evidence enough that the little restaurant wasn't long for this world. They'd made their phone call to Cambridge's forensic department from a call box on Silver Street, rather than from the junior combination room, where Havers had started to direct him upon leaving Georgina Higgins Hart's bed sit. He had stopped her, saying, "I saw a call box on the street. If we've got a match on the fibres, I'd rather the news wasn't overheard and put into the university's gossip mill before we've had a chance to decide what to do with it." So they had left the college and headed towards Trumpington, where an old chipped call box stood near the corner, with 3 of its front glass panels missing, and a 4th taken up by a sticker featuring a drawing of a fetus in a rubbish bin, and "Abortion is Murder" printed in crimson letters that dissolved into a garish pool of blood beneath them. Linley had made the call because he knew it was the next logical step in the case, but he wasn't surprised by the information which the Cambridge forensic team relayed. "No match," he said to Havers as they returned to Queen's College, where they'd left the car. "They haven't finished with everything yet, but so far nothing." What remained to be tested were a coat, a pullover, a T-shirt, and 2 pairs of trousers. Sergeant Havers was giving her attention to these. She dipped her carob chip biscuit into her tea and took a bite before she spoke again, resuming her theme. "It makes perfect sense. The morning was cold. He'd have been wearing a pullover. I think we've got him." Linley had chosen the apple tart. He took a bite. It wasn't half bad. He said, "I can't agree. Not for the fibres we're looking for, Sergeant. Rayon, polyester, and cotton make too light a blend for a pullover, especially one worn in November to cut the morning's chill." "OK, I'll buy that. So he wore something over it, an overcoat, a jacket. He took that off before he killed her. Then he put it back on to hide the blood which he got all over himself when he beat in her face. And then had it cleaned and ready in anticipation of our coming for it this morning, Sergeant, because there were no stains on it. And if he anticipated our coming to pick it up, why would he just leave it with the rest of his clothes? Why wouldn't he get rid of it?" "Because he doesn't quite know how an investigation works." "I don't like it, Havers. It doesn't feel right. It leaves too much unaccounted for." "Like what?" "Like what was Sarah Gordon doing at the crime scene that morning and prowling round Ivy Court that night? Like why did Justine Weaver run without the dog Monday morning? Like what's the connection between Elena Weaver's presence and performance in Cambridge and her father's attaining the Penford chair?" Havers took a second biscuit and broke it in half. "And I thought you had your heart newly set on Gareth Randolph. What happened to him then? Have you scratched him off the roster? And if you do, if you put Sarah Gordon or Justine Weaver or anyone besides Thorson, by the way, in his place, what's the story behind the second killing?" Linley set his fork down, pushed the apple tart to one side. "I wish I knew." The tea-room's door opened. They both looked up. A girl stood hesitantly just inside. She was clear-skinned, with a mass of auburn hair swirling round her face like cirrus clouds at the last part of sunset. "You're—" She peered about as if to make sure that she was addressing the proper people. "You're the police, aren't you?" Assured of this, she came to their table. "My name's Catherine Meadows. May I speak with you?" She removed her navy beret, her matching scarf, and her gloves. She kept on her coat. She sat on the edge of a straight-backed chair, not at their table, but at the one next to them. When the waitress approached, the girl looked confused for a moment, before glancing at the menu and ordering a single cup of mint tea and a toasted whole-wheat cake. "I've been trying to find you since 9:30, she said. "The porter at St. Stephen's couldn't tell me where you were. It's only luck that I saw you come in here at all. I was over at Barclay's." "Ah," Linley said. Catherine smiled fleetingly and worried the ends of her hair. She kept her shoulder-bag on her lap and her knees pressed together. She said nothing else until the tea and the tea-cake were placed before her. "It's Lenny," she said, her eyes on the floor. Linley saw Havers slide her notebook onto the tabletop and soundlessly open it. He said, "Lenny?" "Thorson." "Ah, yes." "I saw you waiting for him after the Shakespeare lecture on Tuesday. I didn't know who you were then, but he told me later that you talked to him about Elena Weaver. He said there was nothing for us to worry about at the time, because—" She reached for the cup as if about to drink, but then apparently changed her mind. "That doesn't matter, does it? You just need to know that he didn't have anything at all to do with Elena. And he certainly didn't kill her. He couldn't have. He was with me." "When exactly was he with you?" She looked at them earnestly, her grey eyes growing dark. She couldn't have been more than 18 years old. "It's so personal. He could get in such trouble if you were to tell anyone. You see, I'm the only undergraduate Lenny's ever—" She rolled the corner of her paper napkin into a little tube and said with calm determination, "I'm the only one he's ever allowed himself to get close to, and it's been a struggle for him. His morals, his conscience, what would be right for us, what would be ethical, because he's my supervisor." "You're lovers, I take it?" "You need to know that we went absolute weeks without doing a thing. We fought it every time we were together. Right from the first we both felt the attraction. It was like electricity. Lenny was so open and honest about it. That's the way he's always fought it off in the past. Because he's attracted to women, he does admit that. And in the past he's simply talked it out. He lets women know, and they've worked past it. They've worked through it together. And we tried that, the two of us. We really did try. But in this case it was bigger than both of us." "Is that what Lenny said?" Havers asked. Her face was a study of bland, dispassionate interest. Catherine seemed to hear something in her tone, however. She said, a bit archly, "It was my decision to make love with him. Lenny didn't push me. I was ready, and we talked about it for days. He wanted me to know him completely, inside and out, before I made the decision. He wanted me to understand." "To understand?" Linley asked. "Him, his life, what it had been like for him when he'd once been engaged. He wanted me to see him as he truly is, so that I could accept him, all of him, every bit, so that I wouldn't ever be like his fiancée." She turned in her chair and faced them squarely. "She rejected him sexually. She did that to him for all of 4 years, because he was— Oh, it doesn't matter. But you need to understand that he couldn't bear it to happen again. He was nearly destroyed by the rejection and sorrow the first time. It's taken him forever to get over the pain and to learn to trust a woman again." "Did he ask you to speak to us?" Linley asked. She cocked her pretty head to one side. "You don't believe me, do you? You think I'm making this up?" "Not at all. I'm just wondering if and when he asked you to speak to us." "He didn't ask me to speak to you. He wouldn't do that. It's just that he told me this morning that you'd been to see him and taken some of his clothes and actually thought—" Her voice wavered momentarily, and she reached for the tea, drinking this time. She kept the cup balanced on her small white palm. "Lenny had nothing to do with Elena. He's in love with me." Sergeant Havers gave a delicate cough. Catherine looked at her sharply. "I can see what you're thinking, that I'm just some simple-minded tart to him, but that's not how it is. We're going to be married." "Quite." "We are, when I've graduated." Linley said, "What time did Mr. Thorson leave you?" 6:45. "Was this from your room at St. Stephen's?" "I don't live in college. I share a house with 3 other girls off Mill Road, towards Ramsey Road." "And not, Linley thought, towards Crusoe's Island?"
Are you certain of the time?
I don't have a doubt. Havers tapped her pencil against a page of her notebook. Why? There was a fair degree of pride in Catherine's answer. Because I had looked at the clock when he first woke me up, and I looked once again when we finished. I wanted to see how long he lasted this time. 70 minutes. He finished at 6:40. A real marathon performer. Havers nodded. You must have felt like chopped meat.
Havers, Lindley said quietly.
The girl got to her feet. Lenny said you wouldn't believe me. He said you especially, this with a finger pointed at Havers, wanted to make him pay. Pay for what? I asked him. You'll see, he said, you'll see when you talk to her. She put on her beret and her scarf. She squeezed her gloves into balls. Well, I see, I do. He's a wonderful man. He's tender, he's loving and brilliant, and he's been hurt so badly in his life because he cares too much. He cared for Elena Weaver, and she took it the wrong way. And then when he wouldn't sleep with her, she went to Dr. Cuff with this despicable story. If you can't see the truth—
Was he with you last night? Havers asked.
The girl drew up, hesitated. What?
Did he spend the night with you again?
No. He had a lecture he was working on, and a paper he's been writing.
Her voice steadied, grew stronger.
He's working on a study of Shakespeare's tragedies. It's a thesis about the tragic heroes. Victims of their time, he's arguing, conquered not by their own tragic flaws, but by the prevailing social conditions. It's radical, brilliant. He was working on it last night, and—
Where? Havers asked. For a moment the girl faltered again. She gave no response. Where? Havers asked.
He was at home.
He told you he was home all night? Her hand closed more tightly round her crumpled gloves.
Yes.
He wouldn't have left some time, perhaps to see someone?
To see someone? Who? Who would he want to see? I was at a meeting. I got home quite late. He hadn't been by, hadn't phoned. When I phoned, he didn't answer, but I merely assumed I was the only one he'd be seeing, the only one. So—
Her eyes dropped. She fumbled with putting on her gloves.
I was the only one.
She swung to the door, turned back once as if to say something to them, turned away. The door remained opened behind her when she left. The wind whipped in quickly. It was cold and damp. Havers took up her teacup and lifted it in a salute to the girl's departure.
Quite a chap, our Lenny.
He's not the killer, Lindley said.
No, he's not. At least not Elena's.
Chapter 18. Penelope answered the door when Lindley rang the bell in Bulstrode Gardens at 7:30 that evening. She was carrying the baby against her shoulder, and although she was still garbed only in a dressing-gown and slippers, her hair had been washed, and it fell round her shoulders in fine, soft waves. There was a scent of fresh powder in the air surrounding her. She said, "Tommy, hello," and led him into the sitting-room, where several large volumes were open on the sofa, competing for space with a child-sized Colt 45, a cowboy hat, and a mound of clean laundry that seemed to consist mostly of pyjamas and nappies. "You got me interested in Whistler and Ruskin last evening," Penelope said, in reference to the volumes, which she saw were all art books. "The dispute between them is part of art history now, but I hadn't thought about it in years. What a fighter Whistler was! No matter what one thinks of his work, and it was controversial enough at the time, just consider the Peacock Room in the Leyland House. One simply can't help admiring him." She went to the sofa and made a nest of the laundry, into which she placed the baby, who gurgled happily and kicked her feet in the air. She unearthed one book from beneath the stack and said, "This actually has part of the trial transcript in it. Imagine taking on the most influential art critic of your time and suing him for libel. I can't think of anyone who'd have the gumption to do that to a critic today. Listen to this assessment of Ruskin." She picked up the book and ran her finger down the page. "Here it is. It is not only when criticism is inimical that I object to it, but when it is incompetent. I hold that none but an artist can be a competent critic." She laughed lightly and brushed her hair back from her cheeks. It was a gesture peculiarly like one of Helen's. "Imagine saying that about John Ruskin. What an upstart Whistler was." "Was he speaking the truth?"
I think what he said is true of all criticism, Tommy. In the case of painting, an artist bases his evaluation of a piece upon knowledge that's grown from both his education and his experience. An art critic, or any critic for that matter, works from an historical frame of reference, what's been done before, and from theory, how it ought to be done now. That's all well and good, theory, technique, and being grounded in the basics. But really it takes an artist to truly understand another artist and his work. Linley joined her at the sofa, where one of the books was opened to Nocturne in Black and Gold, The Falling Rocket. "I'm not that familiar with his work," he said, "other than the painting of his mother." She grimaced. "To be remembered for such a dreary piece instead of for these. But then that's not really fair of me, is it? His mother was a fine study in composition and colour, or actually the lack of primary colour and light, but the river pictures are splendid. Look at them. They have a certain glory, don't they? What a challenge to paint the darkness, to see substance in shadows." "Or in fog?" Linley asked. Penelope looked up from the book. "Fog?" "Sarah Gordon," Linley explained. "She was getting ready to paint in the fog when she found Elena Weaver's body Monday morning. That's been part of a stumbling block for me when it comes to evaluating her role in what happened. Would you say that painting the fog is the same as painting the darkness?" "I'd say it's not much different." "But, like Whistler, it would mean a new style?" "Yes. But a change in style isn't uncommon among artists, is it? One merely has to consider Picasso, the Blue Period, Cubism. He was always stretching." "As a challenge?" She pulled out another volume. It was open to Nocturne in Blue and Silver, Whistler's nighttime depiction of the River Thames and Battersea Bridge. Challenge, growth, boredom, a need for change, a momentary idea that bursts into a long-term commitment. Artists alter their style for all sorts of reasons. "And Whistler?" "I think he saw art where other people saw nothing. But that's the nature of the artist in the first place, isn't it?" To see art where other people see nothing. It was, he realized with some surprise, such a logical conclusion to draw from the facts, one he himself should have been capable of drawing. Penelope was leafing through a few more pages. A car drew up on the drive outside. A door opened and closed. She raised her head. "What happened to Whistler?" Linley asked. "I can't recall if he won his case against Ruskin." Her eyes were on the curtains, which were closed. They shifted in the direction of the front door as footsteps approached it, crunching abrasively against the rough shards of gravel on the drive. She said, "He won and he lost. The jury awarded him a farthing for contemptuous damages, but he had to pay the court costs and ended up going bankrupt." "And then?" "He went off to Venice for a bit, painted nothing, and tried to destroy himself with a vicious sort of wildlife. Then he went back to London and continued to try to destroy himself there." "He didn't succeed?" "He didn't." She smiled. "Instead he fell in love with a woman who also fell in love with him. And that tends to obviate past injustices, doesn't it? One can hardly concentrate on destroying the self when the other becomes so much more important." The front door opened. There was a rustle of sound, as of a coat being removed and hung upon the rack. This was followed by a few more footsteps. Then Harry Roger stopped short at the sitting-room door. He said, "Tommy! Hello! I'd no idea you were in town." But he remained where he was, looking ill at ease in a rumpled suit and a stained red tie. He clutched a worn athletic bag, which was unzipped, with the cuff of a white shirt protruding from it. "You're looking lively," he said to his wife. He ventured a few steps into the room, dropped his eyes to the sofa, regarded the books. "Ah, I see." "Tommy was asking about Whistler and Ruskin last night." "Was he?" Roger cast a cool look in Linley's direction. "Yes," she went eagerly on. "You know, Harry, I'd forgotten how interesting the situation between them—" "Quite." Slowly Penelope raised one hand as if to see to the state of her hair. Tiny lines etched their way from the corners of her mouth. She said to Linley, "Let me get Helen for you. She was reading to the twins. She can't have heard you come in." When she left them, Roger went to stand before the sofa. He played the tips of his fingers against the baby's forehead like a restless benediction.
"I think we should name you Canvas," he said, running his index finger along the infant's smooth cheek. "Mummy would like that, wouldn't she?" He looked at Lindley, his mouth curving with a sardonic smile. Lindley said, "People generally have interests outside the sphere of their families, Harry. Secondary interests, with their families coming first. Life's not that convenient. People don't always fit into the most accommodating mould. Pen's a wife." Roger's voice was smooth, but it had a rock's smoothness, hard and determined. "She's a mother as well. She made that decision more than 4 years ago. She chose to be the caregiver, the backbone of the family, not someone who leaves her baby in a pile of laundry while she leafs through her art books and dwells on the past." It was a condemnation that Lindley found particularly unfair, considering the circumstances of Penelope's renewed interest in art. He said, "Actually, I set her off on this yesterday. Fine, I understand. But it's over for her, Tommy, that part of her life." "On whose determination?" "I know what you're thinking. You're wrong. We both decided what was more important, but she won't accept it now. She doesn't want to adjust." "Why does she have to? The decision's not written in concrete, is it? Why can't she have both? Her career, her family. There aren't any winners in a situation like that. Everyone suffers. Instead of just Pen." Roger's face became chiselled in reaction to the affront. His voice, however, remained perfectly reasonable. "I've seen this sort of thing among my colleagues, Tommy, even if you haven't. Wives go their own way and the family dissolves. And even if that weren't the case, even if Pen could juggle the roles of wife, mother, homemaker, and art conservationist without driving us all mad, which she can't, by the way, which is why she quit her job at the Fitzwilliam when the twins were 2, she has everything she needs right here. A husband, a fair income, a decent home, 3 healthy children. That's not always enough." Roger laughed sharply. "You sound just like her. She's lost herself, she says. She's just an extension of everyone else. What absolute rubbish. What she's lost is things, what her parents provided her, what we used to have when both of us worked. Things." He dropped his athletic bag next to the sofa, wearily rubbed the back of his neck. "I've spoken to her, Doctor. Give her time, he says. It's that... I'm just about at the end of my patience with her." He nodded at the baby. "Watch her for me, will you? I've got to get something to eat." That said, he left the room, disappearing through the door that led into the kitchen. The baby gurgled once again and clutched at the air. She made a sound like a "bah," and grinned with happy, toothless pleasure at the ceiling. Lindley sat down next to her laundry nest and took hold of one of her hands. It wasn't much larger than the pad of his thumb. Her nails teased his skin. Odd to think that he'd never once considered the fact that babies have nails, and he felt a rush of tenderness towards her. Unprepared to feel anything more than bemusement when left alone with her, he pulled over one of Penelope's art books. Although the words were out of focus, because he didn't want to couldn't really bother with his spectacles, he plunged himself wholeheartedly into distraction with an account of James McNeill's Whistler's earliest days in Paris and the typically stuffy academic revelation of his relationship with his first mistress, who was both introduced and dismissed from Whistler's life within the confines of a single gerund phrase. He began by assuming a lifestyle he deemed appropriate to a bohemian, and by going so far as to attract a young milliner nicknamed La Tigresse, with the joyful, hyperbolic propensity of the period to live with and pose for him for a period of time. Lindley read on, but there was nothing more of the milliner. To the academic who had written the volume she merited one sentence in an account of Whistler's life, no matter what she may have been to him, no matter the way in which she may have influenced or inspired his work. Lindley reflected on the veiled implication behind that simple group of words. Nonentity, they declared, someone he painted and took to his bed. She was consigned to history as Whistler's mistress. If she'd ever had a self, it was long forgotten. He got up restlessly, walked across the room to the fireplace with its display of photographs lined up on the mantel.
They depicted Penelope with Harry, Penelope with the children, Penelope with her parents, Penelope with her sisters, but there was not a single picture of Penelope alone.
"Tommy!"
He turned to see that Helen had come into the room. She stood near the door, dressed in brown wool and ivory silk, with a trim camel jacket slung over her arm. Penelope was just behind her. He wanted to say to them both, "I think I understand. Now, in this moment, I think I finally understand." But instead, feeling the depth and breadth of his own inadequacy, defined and conditioned by the fact that he was male, he said, "Harry's getting himself something to eat. Thanks for your help, Pen." Her acknowledgment of this was tentative and brief, a movement of her lips that might have passed for a smile, a quick bob of the head. Then she walked to the sofa and began closing her books. She stacked them on the floor and picked up the baby. "She's due to be fed," Penelope said. "I can't think why she hasn't begun to fuss." She wandered from the room. They heard her climbing the stairs. They didn't say anything until they were in the car, driving the short distance to Trinity Hall, where the jazz concert was scheduled to be performed in the junior combination room. And then it was Lady Helen who broke the silence between them.
"She actually came to life, Tommy. I can't tell you what a relief it's been."
"Yes, I know. I could see the difference."
"All day she was involved in something beyond the scope of that house. It's what she needs. She knows it. They both do. They must."
"Have you talked to her about it?"
"How can I leave them?" she asks me. "They're my children, Helen. What kind of mother am I if I want to leave them?"
Lindley glanced at her. Her face was averted. "You can't solve this problem for her, you know."
"I don't see how I can leave her if I don't."
The determination behind her words plunged his spirits. He said, "You're planning to stay on here, aren't you?"
"I'll phone Daphne tomorrow. She can put off her visit for another week. God knows she'd be happy enough to do so. She has a family of her own."
Without a thought he said, "Helen, damn it all, I wish you would—" And then he stopped himself. He felt her turn in her seat, knew she was watching him. He said nothing more.
"You've been good for Pen," she said. "I think you've made her face something she didn't want to see."
He took no pleasure from the information. "I'm glad I'm good for someone." He parked the Bentley in a narrow space on Garrett Hostel Lane, a few yards away from the gentle rise of the footbridge that crossed the River Cam. They walked back towards the porter's lodge of the college, just down the street from the entrance to St. Stephen's. The air was cold, it seemed hung with moisture. A heavy cover of clouds obscured the night sky. Their footsteps echoed against the pavement, a brisk sound like the sharp tattoo of drums. Lindley glanced at Lady Helen. She was walking near enough at his side that her shoulder brushed his, and the warmth of her arm, the fresh, crisp scent of her body, acted in concert as a call to action which he tried to ignore. He told himself that there was more to life than the immediate gratification of his own desires, and he tried to believe this, even as he felt himself grow lost in the simple contemplation of contrast, offered by the dark fall of her hair as it swung forward to touch the pearl of her skin. He said, as if there had been no break in their conversation, "But am I good for you, Helen? That's the real question, isn't it?" And although he managed to keep his voice light, his heart still beat rapidly at the back of his throat. "I wonder that. I put the sum of what I am into a balance and weigh it against what I ought to be, and I ask myself if I'm really enough." When she turned her head, the amber light shafting down from a window above them surrounded her like an aureole.
"Why would you ever think you're not enough?"
He pondered the question, tracing his thoughts and his feelings right back to their source. He found that both of them grew from her decision to remain with her sister's family in Cambridge. He wanted her back in London, available to him. If he was good enough for her, she'd return at his request. If she valued his love, she'd bow to his wishes. He wanted her to do so. He wanted an overt manifestation of the love she claimed to feel for him, and he wanted to be the one to decide exactly what that manifestation would be. But he couldn't tell her this, so he settled on saying,
I think I'm struggling with a definition of love." She smiled and slipped her hand through his arm. "You and everyone else, Tommy darling." They rounded the corner into Trinity Lane and entered the college grounds, where a blackboard sign had been decorated with the words, "Jazz up your life tonight," in coloured chalk, and construction paper arrows affixed to the pavement led the way through the main college court to the junior combination room in the northeast corner of the grounds. Similar to St. Stephen's College, the building that housed Trinity Hall's JCR was modern, little more than alternating panels of wood and glass. In addition to the combination room, it contained the college bar, where a considerable crowd was gathered at small round tables, engaged in boisterous conversation that seemed to be revolving round the good-humoured harassment of two men who were playing darts, with rather more intensity than usually accompanied the game. The apparent reason for their avid concentration seemed to be age. One player was a youth of no more than 20, the other an older man with a close-cropped grey beard. "Go for it, Peterson!" someone shouted when the younger man took position for his turn. "Junior fellows kick ass! Show him!" The young man made an elaborate display of loosening up his muscles and assuming the correct stance, before he flung the dart and missed the shot entirely. Jeers roared through the room. In response he turned around, pointed to his backside meaningfully, and hefted a pint of beer to his mouth. The crowd hooted and laughed. Linley guided Lady Helen through the jostling group to the bar, and from there they made their way towards the JCR, beers in hand. The JCR was built on several different levels, accommodating a line of immovable sofas and a number of uninteresting chairs with lazy, slung backs. At one end of the room the floor rose to what was being used as a small staging area, where the jazz group was getting ready to perform. There were only 6 of them, so they didn't need room for anything more than the space required to set up a keyboard and drums, 3 straight-back chairs for the saxophone, the trumpet, and the clarinet players, and a roughly defined triangular area for the double bass. Electrical extension cords from the keyboard seemed to snake everywhere, and when she turned and saw Linley and Lady Helen, Miranda Webberley tripped over one in her haste to say hello. Regaining her footing with a grin, she dashed over to greet them. "You came," she said. "This is absolutely grand. Inspector, will you promise to tell Dad I'm a musical genius? I'm after another trip to New Orleans, but he's only likely to cooperate if he thinks I have a future playing the changes on Bourbon Street." "I'll tell him you play like an angel." "No, like Chet Baker, please." She greeted Lady Helen and went on confidentially. "Jimmy, he's our drummer, wanted to cancel tonight's gig. He's at Queen's, you know, and he thought with that second girl getting shot this morning—" She looked over her shoulder to where the drummer was moodily tapping his sticks in a light spitting rhythm against the cymbals. "We shouldn't be out entertaining, he says. It's not right, is it? It doesn't feel right. But he can't come up with an alternative for us. Paul, he plays double bass, wanted to bash local heads in some Arbury pub. But all in all, it seemed best that we just go ahead and play. I don't know what it'll sound like, though. No one seems very much in the mood." She glanced anxiously round the room, as if in the need for some sort of contradiction to reassure her. A respectable crowd had begun to gather, apparently drawn by the rapid scales and chords which the keyboard player was using to warm up. Linley took the opportunity before the concert began to say, "Randy, did you know Elena Weaver was pregnant?" Miranda shifted on her feet, rubbing the right sole of her high-topped black gym shoe against her left ankle. "Rather," she said. "How's that?" "I mean, I suspected. She never told me." They'd trodden this ground together before. "You mean you didn't know it for a fact?" "I didn't know it for a fact." "But you suspected? Why?" Miranda sucked at the inside of her lower lip. "It was the Cocoa Puffs in the gyp room, Inspector. They were hers, the same carton. It had been there for weeks." "I'm not sure I understand." "Her breakfast," Lady Helen said. Miranda nodded. "She'd left off eating in the morning, and 3 times, perhaps 4, I'd gone to the loo and she'd been in there being sick. Once I found her at it, and the other times—" Miranda twisted a button on her navy cardigan. She wore a navy T-shirt beneath it. "It's just that I could smell it."
She belonged on the force, Linley thought. She was a natural observer. She didn't miss a trick. She said in a rush, "I would have said something to you Monday night, only I didn't know for sure. And other than being sick those mornings, she didn't act any different." "What do you mean?" "I mean she wasn't acting like she had anything in particular to worry about, so I thought perhaps I might have been wrong." "Perhaps she wasn't worried. An out-of-wedlock pregnancy isn't the sort of disaster it might have been 30 years ago. Maybe not in your family." Miranda smiled. "But I can't exactly see my dad greeting that kind of news like it was an announcement of the second coming, and I never got the impression her dad was any different." "Randy, come on, let's do it," the saxophone player called from across the room. "Right," she said. She gave Linley and Lady Helen a light-hearted salute. "I'm taking a ride during the second number. Listen for it." "Taking a ride?" Lady Helen said as Randy scampered back to join the rest of the jazz combo. "What on earth does she mean, Tommy?" "It must be jazz-speak," Linley said. "I'm afraid we'd need Louis Armstrong here to translate." The concert began with a roll of drums, and the keyboard player calling out, "Pound the valves down, Randy! 1 and 2 and 3 and—" Randy, the saxophonist, and the clarinet player lifted their instruments. Linley glanced down at the sheet of paper that served as programme for the concert, and read the name of the number, Circadian Dysrhythmia. It featured the keyboard player, who, huddled over his instrument with effort and concentration, carried the lively melody for the first few minutes, before tossing it over to the clarinet player, who surged to his feet and took it from there. The drummer provided a steady tip-tapping on the cymbals in the background. As he did so, his narrowed eyes flitted round the room to take in the crowd. By the middle of the number, more listeners had joined the group in the JCR, wandering in from the bar with drinks in hand and coming in directly from the college grounds, where the music, no doubt, drifted into the surrounding buildings. Heads bobbed in the sort of second-nature response that is generally the listener's reaction to good jazz, while hands rapped against the arms of chairs, the tops of thighs, and the sides of beer glasses. By the end of the number, the eyes and the sides of beer glasses. By the end of the number, the audience was won, and when the song ended, with no prior warning or winding down of the musician's enthusiasm, but just upon a single note that was cut off into silence, the moment of stunned surprise that followed was broken by long and enthusiastic applause. The band didn't acknowledge this approbation with anything more than a nod from the keyboard player. Before the applause died down, the saxophone was twirling through the familiar, sultry melody of Take 5. After one complete turn through the number, he began to improvise. The double bass player kept up with him through the repetition of 3 notes, and the drummer maintained the beat, but otherwise the saxophone was on his own. And he gave it his heart, eyes closed, his body swayed back, his instrument lifted. It was the sort of music one felt in the solar plexus, hollow and haunting. As he completed his improvisation, the saxophone player nodded at Randy, who stood and began hers on the last note of his. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1.
For the Sake of Elena, by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 9, Side 1. It was the sort of music one felt in the solar plexus, hollow and haunting. As he completed his improvisation, the saxophone player nodded at Randy, who stood and began hers on the last note of his. Again the double bass played the same 3 notes, again the drums maintained the same steady beat, but the sound of the trumpet changed the mood of the piece. It became pure and uplifting, a joyous celebration of brassy sound. Like the saxophone player, Miranda performed with her eyes closed, and she tapped her right foot in time with the drummer. But unlike the saxophonist, when her solo was completed and the improvisation thrown to the clarinet, she grinned with unrestrained pleasure at the applause that greeted the ride she had taken. Their third number, Just a Child, changed the mood once again. It featured the clarinet player, an overweight redhead whose face shone with perspiration, and it provided a dusky sound that spoke of rainy evenings and fusty nightclubs, a fog of cigarette smoke and glasses of gin. It invited slow dancing, lazy kissing, and sleep. The crowd loved it. as they did the fourth, a piece called Black Nightgown, which featured the clarinet and saxophone. It also ended the first set. There was a general cry of protest when the keyboard player announced, "We're breaking for 15." But since it was an opportunity to replenish drinks, most of the audience began to shuffle towards the bar. Linley joined them. The two darts players were still at it, he saw, their concentration and dedication having gone unimpaired by the performance in the next room. The younger man had apparently hit his stride, for the score on the blackboard showed that he had drawn nearly even with his bearded competitor. "Last toss, this," the younger player announced, displaying the dart with the flair of a magician about to make an elephant disappear. "Over the shoulder, and I'll have a bull's-eye and a win. Who wants money on it?" "Oh, too right," somebody laughed. "Just throw the dart, Peterson," someone else called. "Put an end to your misery." Peterson clucked in mock dismay. "Oh, you of intolerably little faith," he said. He turned his back to the dartboard, threw over his shoulder, and looked as surprised as everyone else when the dart flew like a magnet drawn to metal and lodged in the bull's-eye. The crowd sent up a satisfied roar. Peterson jumped on top of one of the tables. "I'm taking all comers," he shouted. "Step up, try your luck. Senior members only. Collins here just got bashed, and I'm looking for fresh blood." He squinted through the cigarette smoke and the bodies. "You, Dr. Troughton, I see you hulking in the corner. Step up and defend the SCR." Linley followed the direction of the boy's gaze to a table at the far end of the room, where another senior member of the college sat in conversation with two younger men. "Drop the history drivel," Peterson went on. "Save it for supervisions. Come on, have a go. Troughton!" The man looked up. He waved off the call. The crowd urged him on. He ignored them. "Blast it, Troutsy, come on, be a man!" Peterson laughed. Someone else called, "Let's do it, Trout!" And suddenly Linley heard nothing more, just the name itself and all its variations, Troughton, Troutsy, Trout. It was the eternal predilection of students for giving their instructors some sort of affectionate appellation. He'd done it himself, first at Eton, then at Oxford. And now, for the first time, he wondered if Elena Weaver had done the same. Chapter 19. "What is it, Tommy?" Lady Helen asked when she came at his beckoning from the doorway to the JCR. "A premature ending to the concert, for us at least. Come with me." She followed him back to the bar, where the crush of people was beginning to thin as the jazz audience wandered once again in the direction of the music. The man called Troughton was still sitting at the corner table, but one of his companions had left, and the other was getting ready to do the same, donning a green anorak and a black-and-white scarf. Troughton himself stood and cupped his hand round his ear to hear something that the younger man was saying, and after a moment of further conversation he too put on a jacket and started across the room to the door. As he approached, Linley eyed the older man, taking his measure as the potential lover of a 20-year-old girl. Although Troughton had a youthful, pixie-like face, he was otherwise perfectly nondescript, an ordinary man, no more than 5 feet 8 inches tall, whose toast-coloured hair looked soft and was curly, but was also decidedly thinning on the top. He appeared to be somewhere in his late 40s, and aside from the width of his shoulders and the depth of his chest, both of which suggested that he was a rower, Linley had to admit that he didn't look at all the type of man to have attracted and seduced someone like Elena Weaver. As the other man began to pass by them on his way to the door, Linley said, "Dr. Troughton?" Troughton paused, looked surprised to have a stranger addressing him by name. "Yes." "Thomas Linley," he said, and introduced Lady Helen. He reached into his pocket and produced his police identification. "May we go somewhere to talk?" Troughton didn't appear the least bewildered by the request. Instead, he looked both resigned and relieved. "Yes, this way," he said, and led them out into the night. He took them to his rooms in the building that comprised the north range of the college garden, 2 courtyards away from the JCR. On the second floor, situated in the southwest corner, they overlooked the River Cam on one side and the garden on the other. They consisted of a small bedroom and a study, the former furnished only with an unmade single bed, and the latter crowded with ancient, overstuffed furniture and a vast and undisciplined number of books. These lent to the room the sort of mouldy mustiness associated with paper too long exposed to air that is heavy with damp. Troughton picked up a sheaf of essays from one of the chairs and put it on his desk. He said, "May I offer you a brandy?" And when Linley and Lady Helen accepted, he went to a glass-fronted cabinet to one side of the fireplace, where he took out 3 plain balloon glasses and carefully held each one up to the light before pouring. He didn't say anything until he had taken a seat in one of the heavy, overstuffed chairs. "You've come about Elena Weaver, haven't you?" He spoke quietly, calmly. "I suppose I've been expecting you since yesterday afternoon. Did Justine give you my name?" "No, Elena herself did, after a fashion. She'd been making a curious mark on her calendar ever since last July," Linley said. "A small line drawing of a fish." "Yes, I see." Troughton gave his attention to his balloon glass. His eyes filled, and he pressed his fingers to them before he raised his head. "Of course she didn't call me that," he said, unnecessarily. "She called me Victor. But it was her shorthand method of noting when you'd meet, I should guess. And no doubt a way to keep the knowledge from her father, should he ever happen to glance at her calendar on a visit to her room, because I imagine you know her father quite well." Troughton nodded. He took a swallow of his brandy, setting the balloon glass on the low table that separated his chair from Lady Helen's. He patted the breast pocket of his grey tweed jacket and brought out a cigarette case. It was made of pewter, dented in one corner. It bore some sort of crest upon its cover. He offered it round and then lit up, the match flickering in his fingers like an uneasy beacon. He had large hands, Linley noted, strong-looking, with smooth oval nails. They were his best feature. Troughton kept his eyes on his cigarette as he said, "The hardest part these last 3 days has been the pretence of it all. Coming to the college, seeing to my supervisions, taking my meals with the others, having a glass of sherry before dinner last night with the master and making small talk, when all the time I wanted to throw my head back and howl." When his voice wavered slightly on the last word, Lady Helen leaned forward in her chair as if she would offer him sympathy, but she stopped herself when Linley lifted his hand in quick admonition. Troughton steadied himself by drawing in on his cigarette and placing it into a pottery ash-tray on the table next to him, where its smoke rose in a snaking plume. Then he went on, "But what right have I to any of the externals of grief? I have duties, after all. I have responsibilities. A wife, 3 children. I'm supposed to think of them. I ought to be engaged in picking up the pieces and going on and being thankful that my marriage and my career didn't come crashing down round me, because I've spent the last 11 months screwing a deaf girl 27 years my junior. In fact, inside my ugly little soul, where no one would ever know the feeling is even there, I ought to be secretly thankful Elena's out of the way, because there'll be no mess now, no scandal, no titters and whispers behind my back. It's completely over, and I'm to go on. That's what men my age do, isn't it, when they've puffed themselves up with a successful seduction that over time grows just a little bit tedious? And it was supposed to grow tedious, wasn't it, Inspector? I was supposed to start finding her a sexual millstone, living evidence of an ego-boosting peccadillo that promised to come back to haunt me if I didn't take care of her in one way or another. It wasn't like that for you? I love her. I can't even say loved, because if I put it in the past tense, I'm going to have to face the fact that she's gone, and I can't stand the thought of it. She was pregnant. Did you know that? Troughton closed his eyes. The weak overhead light, which shone down from a cone-shaped shade, cast shadows from his eyelashes onto his skin. It glittered beneath the lashes on the crescent of tears, which he appeared to be willing himself not to shed. He pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. When he could, he said, "I knew." "I should think that offered the possibility of serious difficulties for you, Dr. Troughton, no matter how you felt about the girl." "The scandal, you mean? The loss of lifelong friendships? The damage to my career?" "None of that mattered. Oh, I knew I was likely to be ostracized by virtually everyone if I walked out on my family for a 20-year-old girl. But the more I thought about it, the more I came to realize that I simply didn't care. The sorts of things that matter to my colleagues, Inspector, prestigious appointments, the building of a political base, a stellar academic reputation, invitations to speak at conferences and to chair committees, requests to serve the college, the university, even the nation. Those things ceased mattering to me a long time ago, when I reached the conclusion that connection to another person is the only item of real value in life. And I felt I'd found that connection with Elena. I wasn't about to give her up. I would have done anything to keep her. Elena. The saying of her name seemed a necessity to Troughton, a subtle form of release that he had not allowed himself, that the circumstances of their relationship had not allowed him since her death. But still he didn't cry, as if he believed that to give in to sorrow was to lose control over the few aspects of his life that remained unshattered by the girl's murder. As if she knew this, Lady Helen went to the cabinet by the fireplace and found the bottle of brandy. She poured a bit more into Troughton's glass. Her own face, Linley saw, was grave and composed. "When did you see Elena last?" Linley asked the other man. "Sunday night. Here." "But she didn't spend the night, did she? The porter saw her leaving St. Stephen's to go running in the morning." "She left me, it must have been just before 1, before the gates close here." "And you? Did you go home as well?" "I stayed. I do that most weeknights, and have done for some 2 years now." "I see. Your home isn't in the city, then?" "It's in Trumpington." Troughton appeared to read the expression on Linley's face, adding, "Yes, I know, Inspector. Trumpington's hardly such a distance from the college to warrant having to spend the night here, especially having to spend most weeknights over a 2-year period. Obviously, my reasons for dossing here had to do with a distance of a very different sort. Initially, that is, before Elena." Troughton's cigarette had burned itself to nothing in the ashtray by his chair. He lit another and took more of the brandy. He appeared to have himself once more under control. "When did she tell you she was pregnant?" "Wednesday night, not long after she'd got the results of the test." "But prior to that she told you there was a possibility? She told you she suspected?" "She hadn't said anything to me about pregnancy before Wednesday. I had no suspicion." "Did you know she wasn't taking precautions?" "It wasn't something I felt we had to discuss." Out of the corner of his eye, Linley saw Lady Helen stir, turning to face Troughton, saying, "But surely, Dr. Troughton, a man of your education wouldn't have left the sole responsibility of contraception to the woman with whom you intended to sleep. You would have discussed it with her before you took her to bed." "I didn't see the need." "The need?" Lady Helen said the 2 words slowly. Linley thought of the unused birth-control pills which Sergeant Havers had found in Elena Weaver's desk drawer. He recalled February's date upon them, and the conjectures he and Havers had developed regarding that date. He asked, "Dr. Troughton, did you assume she was using a contraceptive of some sort? Did she tell you she was?" "As entrapment, you mean?" "No. She never said a word about contraception one way or another. And she didn't need to, Inspector. It wouldn't have made any difference to me if she had." He picked up his brandy-glass and turned it on his palm. It seemed a largely meditative gesture. Linley watched the play of uncertainty on his face. He felt irritated at the delicacy with which the circumstances suggested he probe for the truth. He said, "I have the distinct impression that we're caught between talking at cross-purposes and engaging in outright prevarication. Perhaps you'd care to tell me what you're holding back?" In the silence, the distant sound of the jazz concert beat rhythmically against the windows in the room, the high, wild notes of the trumpet improvising as Randy took another ride with the band. And then the drummer soloed. And then the melody resumed. When it did so, Victor Troughton raised his head as if the music beckoned him to do so. He said, "I was going to marry Elena. Frankly, I welcomed the opportunity to do so. But her baby wasn't mine." "Wasn't?" "She didn't know that. She thought I was the father, and I let her believe it, but I wasn't, I'm afraid. You sound certain of that. I am, Inspector. Troughton offered a smile of infinite sadness. I had a vasectomy nearly 3 years ago. Elena didn't know, and I didn't tell her. I've never told anyone. Just outside the building in which Victor Troughton had his study and bedroom, a terrace overlooked the River Cam. It rose from the garden, partially hidden by a brick wall, and it held several planters of verdurous shrubs, and a few benches on which, during fine weather, members of the college could take the sun and listen to the laughter of those who tried their luck punting down the river towards the Bridge of Sighs. It was to this terrace that Linley directed Lady Helen. Although he recognized his need to lay before her each singular realization that the circumstances of the evening had forced upon him, he said nothing at the moment. Instead, he tried to give definition to what those realizations were causing him to feel. The wind of the previous 2 days had subsided considerably. All that remained of it was an occasional brief, weak gust of cold that puffed across the backs as if the night was sighing. But even those brief gusts would eventually dissipate, and the heaviness of the chill air suggested that fog would replace them tomorrow. It was just after 10. The jazz concert had ended moments before they left Victor Troughton, and the voices of students calling to one another still rose and fell in the college grounds as the crowd dispersed. No one came in their direction, however, and considering both the hour and the temperature, Linley knew it was unlikely that anyone would join or disturb them on the secluded river terrace. They chose a bench at the south end of the terrace, where a wall that separated the Fellows' garden from the rest of the grounds also afforded them protection from what remained of the wind. Linley sat, pulling Lady Helen down next to him, drawing her into the curve of his arm. He pressed his lips to the side of her head, in what was more in need of physical contact than an expression of affection, and in response her body seemed to yield to his, creating a gentle, constant pressure against him. She didn't speak, but he had little doubt as to where her thoughts lay. Victor Troughton had seemed to recognize an opportunity to speak for the first time about what had been his most closely guarded secret. And like most people who've lived a lie, when the opportunity presented itself to reveal reality, he was more than willing to do so. But as he began to tell his story, Linley had seen Lady Helen's initial sympathy towards Troughton, so characteristic of her really, transformed slowly. Her posture changed, drawing her fractionally away from the man. Her eyes grew cloudy, and despite the fact that he was in the midst of an interview crucial to a murder investigation, Linley found himself watching Lady Helen as much as he was listening to Troughton's story. He wanted to excuse himself to her, to excuse all men for the sins against women which Troughton was listing without an apparent twinge of conscience. The historian had lit a third cigarette from the smouldering butt of his second. He had taken more brandy, and as he spoke he kept his eyes fixed on the liquor in the glass, and on the small, swimming oval of yellow gold that was the reflection in the brandy of the light that hung above him. He never spoke in anything other than a low, frank voice. I wanted a life. That's really the only excuse I have, and I know it isn't much of one. I was willing to stay in my marriage for my children's sake. I was willing to be a hypocrite and keep up the pretense of happiness. But I wasn't willing to live like a priest. I did that for 2 years. Dead for 2 years. I wanted a life again. When did you meet Elena? Linley asked him. Troughton waved the question off. He seemed determined to tell the story in his own way, in his own time. He said, The vasectomy had nothing to do with Elena. I'd merely made a decision about my lifestyle. These are the days of sexual profligacy, after all, so I decided to make myself available to women, but I didn't want to run the risk of an unwanted pregnancy, or the risk of some scheming female's entrapment. So I had myself fixed up, and I went on the prowl. He lifted his glass and smiled sardonically. It was, I must admit, a rather rude awakening. I was just short of 45 years old, in fairly good condition, in a somewhat admirable and ego-massaging career as a relatively well-known and well-respected academic. I had expectations of scores of women being more than willing to accept my attentions, just for the sheer intellectual thrill of knowing they'd been to bed with a Cambridge don. I take it you found that wasn't the case. Not among the women I was pursuing. Troughton looked long at Lady Helen, as if he were evaluating the opposing forces at battle within him. The wisdom of saying nothing more versus the overwhelming need to say it all at last. He gave in to need, turning back to Linley. I wanted a young woman, Inspector. I wanted to feel young, resilient flesh. I wanted to kiss breasts that were full and firm. I wanted unveined legs and feet without callosity and hands like silk. "And what about your wife?" Lady Helen asked. Her voice was quiet, her legs were crossed, her hands were folded and relaxed in her lap. But Linley knew her well enough to imagine how her heart had begun to pound, angrily, as any woman's would, when Troughton calmly and rationally offered his list of sexual requirements. Not a mind, not a soul, just a body that was young. Troughton was not reluctant to answer her. 3 children, he replied, 3 boys. Each time Rowena let herself go a little more. First it was her clothes and her hair, then her skin, then her body. What you mean to say is that a middle-aged woman who has borne 3 children no longer excited you? I admit to the worst of it, Troughton replied. I felt an aversion when I looked at what was left of her stomach. I was mildly disgusted over the size of her hips, and I hated the drooping sacks that her breasts had become and the loose flesh hanging beneath her arms. But most of all I hated the fact that she didn't intend to do a thing about herself, and that she was perfectly happy when I began to leave her alone. He got up and walked across the room to the window that overlooked the college garden. He pulled back the curtain and studied the outdoors, sipping his brandy. So I made my plans. I had the vasectomy to protect myself from any unexpected difficulties, and I began to go my own way. The only problem was that I found I really didn't have the right— what do they call it? The right moves? The technique? He chuckled derisively. Ha! I'd actually thought it would be easy. I'd be joining the sexual revolution 2 decades too late, but I'd be joining it nonetheless, a middle-aged pioneer. What a nasty surprise it all was for me. "And then Elena Weaver came along?" Linley asked. Troughton stayed by the window, backdropped by the black glass of night. "I've known her father for years, so I'd met her before on one visit or another when she was up from London. But it wasn't until he brought her to my house last autumn to choose a puppy that I really thought of her as anything other than Antony's little deaf girl, and even then it was just admiration on my part. She was lively, good-humoured, a mass of energy and enthusiasm. She got on well in life, in spite of being deaf, and I found that, along with everything else about her, immensely attractive. But Antony's a colleague, and even if a score of young women hadn't already given me sufficient evidence of my undesirability, I wouldn't have had the nerve to approach a colleague's daughter." "She approached you?" Troughton made a gesture that encompassed the room. "She dropped by here several times during Michaelmas term last year. She'd tell me about how the dog was doing, and chat in that odd-voiced way of hers. She'd drink tea, pinch a few cigarettes when she thought I wasn't looking. I enjoyed her visits. I began to look forward to them. But nothing happened between us until Christmas." "And then?" Troughton returned to his chair. He crushed out his cigarette, but did not light another. He said, "She came to show me the gown she'd bought for one of the Christmas balls. She said, 'I'll try it on for you, shall I?' And she turned her back and began to undress right here in the room. Of course, I'm not entirely a fool. I realized later that she'd done it deliberately, but at the time I was horrified. Not only at her behaviour, but at what I felt, no, what I knew in an instant that I wanted to do in the face of her behaviour. She was down to her underthings when I said, 'For God's sake, what do you think you're doing, girl?' But I was across the room, and her head was turned, so she couldn't read my lips. She just kept undressing. I went to her, made her face me, and repeated the question. She looked me straight in the eye and said, 'I'm doing what you want me to do, Vitter.' And that was that. We made love in the very chair you're sitting in, Inspector. I was so desperate to have her that I didn't even bother to lock the door." He drank the rest of his brandy, set the balloon glass on the table. "Elena knew what I was after. I've no doubt she'd known the moment her father brought her to my house to see those dogs. If she was nothing else, she was brilliant at reading people. Or, at least, she was brilliant at reading me. She always knew what I wanted, and when I wanted it, and just exactly how." "So you'd found that resilient flesh you'd been seeking," Lady Helen said. Cool condemnation comprised the undercurrent of the statement. Troughton didn't avoid admitting the worst. "I found it, yes, but not the way I thought. I didn't count on falling in love. I thought it would just be sex between us, good, vigorous sex any time we felt the urge. We were, after all, serving each other's needs." "In what way?" "She was accommodating my need to savour her youth and perhaps recapture a bit of my own. I was accommodating her need to hurt her father." He poured himself more brandy and added to the other glasses as well. He looked from Linley to Lady Helen as if gauging on their faces a response to his final statement. He went on with, "As I said, Inspector, I'm not a complete fool." "Perhaps you're judging yourself too harshly." Troughton placed the bottle on the table next to his chair and drank deeply of the brandy, saying, "Not at all. Look at the facts. I'm 47 years old and on the downhill plunge. She was 20, surrounded by hundreds of young men with their entire lives ahead of them. Why on earth would she decide to set her sights on me unless she knew it was the perfect way to strike out at her father? And it was perfect, after all, to choose one of his colleagues, indeed, to choose one of his friends, to choose a man who was even older than her father, to choose a man who was married, to choose a man with children. I couldn't actually delude myself with the idea that Elena wanted me because she found me more attractive than any other man she knew, and I never did so. I knew from the first what she had in mind." "The scandal we were speaking of earlier?" "Anthony always had too much of himself tied into Elena's performance here in Cambridge. He involved himself in every aspect of her life, how she acted and dressed, how she took notes in her lectures, how she comported herself in her supervisions. These were weighty matters to him. I think he believed that he would be judged as a man, a parent, an academic even, dependent upon her success or failure here." "Was the Penford chair tied into all this?" "In his mind, I should think so. In reality, no." "But if he thought judgment of himself was going to be connected to Elena's performance and behaviour, then he would want to see to it that she performed and behaved as the daughter of a respected professor should. Elena knew that. She could sense that attitude in everything her father did, and she resented him for it. So you can imagine the vast and, to Elena, amusing possibilities for his humiliation and her revenge when it became known that his daughter was having it off on a regular basis with one of his close colleagues. Didn't you mind being used in this way?" "I was living every fantasy I'd ever entertained about making love to a woman and having a woman make love to me. We met at least 3 times a week from Christmas on, and I loved every moment of it. I didn't care about her motives in the least, as long as she kept coming round to see me and taking off her clothes." "You met here, then?" "Generally. I managed to get to London several times during the summer break to see her as well, and on a few weekend afternoons and evenings at her father's house during term." "When he was home?" "Only once, during a party. She found that particularly exciting." He shrugged, although his cheeks had begun to flush. "I found it rather exciting as well. I suppose it was the sheer terror of thinking we might be caught going at it." "But you weren't?" "Never. Justine knew. She'd found out somehow. She may well have guessed, or Elena may have told her, but she never actually caught us in the act." "She never told her husband?" "She wouldn't have wanted to bear that sort of witness against Elena, Inspector. As far as Anthony was concerned, it would have been a case of kill the messenger, and Justine knew that better than anyone. So she held her tongue. I imagine she was waiting for Anthony to find things out on his own." "Which he never did." "Which he never did." Troughton shifted his position in his chair, crossing one leg over the other and pulling out his cigarette-case once again. He merely played it from hand to hand, however. He didn't open it. Of course he would have been told eventually. By you? No, I imagine Elena would have wanted that pleasure. Linley found it hard to believe that Troughton had no conscience in the matter of Elena. He had obviously felt no need to guide her. He had seen no necessity for urging her to deal with her resentment towards her father in another way. But, Dr. Troughton, what I don't understand is why I went along with the game. Troughton set the cigarette case next to the balloon glass. He studied the picture they made side by side. Because I loved her. At first it was her body, the incredible sensation of holding and touching that beautiful body. But then it was her, Elena. She was wild and ungovernable, laughing and alive, and I wanted that in my life. I didn't care about the cost. Even if it meant posing as the father of her child. Even that, Inspector. Once she told me she was pregnant, I nearly convinced myself that the vasectomy had gone wrong all those years ago and that the child was really mine. Have you any idea who the father was? No, but I've spent hours since last Wednesday wondering about it. Where have your thoughts led you? To the same conclusion again and again. If she slept with me to have revenge on her father, whomever else she slept with, it was for the same reason. It didn't have anything to do with love. Yet you were willing to take up a life with her in spite of knowing all this? Pathetic, isn't it? I wanted passion again. I wanted to feel alive. I told myself that I would be good for her. I thought that with me she would be able to let go of her grievances against Antony eventually. I believed I'd be enough for her. I'd be able to heal her. It was an adolescent little fantasy that I clung to till the end. Lady Helen placed her balloon glass on the table next to Troughton's. She kept her fingers carefully on its rim. She said, "And what about your wife?" I hadn't told her about Elena yet. "That's not what I meant." "I know," he said. "You mean what about the fact that Rowena bore my children and did my laundry and cooked my meals and cleaned my house? What about those 17 years of loyalty and devotion? What about my commitment to her, not to mention my responsibilities to the university, to my students, to my colleagues? What about my ethics and my morals and my values and my conscience? That's what you meant, isn't it?" "I suppose it is." He looked away from them, eyes focused on nothing. "Some kinds of marriages wear out a person until the only thing left is a body that's simply going through the motions." "I wonder if that's your wife's conclusion as well." "Rowena wants out of this marriage as much as I do. She just doesn't know it yet." Now, in the darkness on the terrace, Linley felt burdened not only by Troughton's assessment of his marriage, but also by the mixture of revulsion and indifference he had expressed towards his wife. More than anything, he wished Helen had not been with him to hear the story of his attachment to Elena Weaver and his maddeningly level-headed rationale for that attachment. For, as the historian had calmly outlined his reasons for turning away from his wife and seeking the company and the love of a woman young enough to be his daughter, Linley believed he had finally come to understand at least part of what lay at the root of Helen's refusal to marry him. The understanding had been an uneasiness churning within him, asking to be noticed, since the start of the evening in Bulstrode Gardens. It had demanded some sort of spoken release in the musty confines of Victor Troughton's study. What we ask of them, he thought, what we expect, what we demand, but never what we will give in return, never what they want, and never a moment's thorough consideration of the burdens which our desires and requirements place upon them. He looked up at the vast grey darkness of the cloud-heavy sky. A distant light winked in it. "What are you seeing?" Lady Helen asked him. "A shooting star, I think. Close your eyes, Helen, quickly. Make a wish." He did so himself. She laughed at him quietly. "You're wishing on a plane, Tommy. It's heading for Heathrow." He opened his eyes, saw that she was right. "I've no viable future in astronomy, I'm afraid." "I don't believe that. You used to point out all the constellations to me. In Cornwall, don't you remember?" "It was all show, Helen, darling. I was trying to impress you. "Were you? Well, I was suitably impressed." He turned to look at her. He reached for her hand. In spite of the cold, she wasn't wearing gloves, and he pressed her cool fingers against his cheek. He kissed her palm. "I sat there and listened and realized that he may as well have been me," he said, "because it all boils down to what men want, Helen, and what we want is women, but not as individuals, not as living, breathing, vulnerable human beings with a set of desires and dreams of their own. We want them, you, as extensions of ourselves, and I'm among the worst." Her hand moved in his, but she didn't withdraw it. Rather, her fingers entwined with his. "And as I listened to him, Helen, I thought of all the ways I've wanted you, as my lover, as my wife, as the mother of my children, in my bed, in my car, in my home, entertaining my friends, listening to me talk about my work, sitting next to me quietly when I don't feel like speaking, waiting up for me when I'm out on a case, opening your heart to me, making yourself mine. And those are the operative words I kept hearing. I, me, my, mine." He looked across the backs to the smudgy forms of English oaks and common alders that were little more than shadows against a charcoal sky. When he turned back to her, her expression was grave, but her eyes were still on him. They were dark and kind. "There's no sin in that, Tommy." "You're right," he replied. "There's only self in it, what I want, when I want it, and you're meant to cooperate because you're a woman. That's how I've been, isn't it? No better than your brother-in-law, no better than Troughton." "No," she said, "you're not like them. I've not seen you that way." "I've wanted you, Helen, and the hell of it is that I want you right now as much as I ever have. I sat there and listened to Troughton and had my own eyes opened in 1,000 different ways about what goes wrong between men and women, and it all comes down to the same damned fact with absolutely no change in it. I love you. I want you." "If you had me once, could you let it all go? Could you let me go?" His answering laugh was mordant and painful. He looked away. "I wish it were as simple as taking you to bed, but you know it isn't. You know But could you, Tommy? Could you let me go?" He turned back to her slowly, recognizing something in her voice, an urgency, a plea, an inherent call for a degree of understanding he'd never been able to establish with her. It seemed to him, as he studied her face and saw the thin line of worry between her brows, that the attainment of every dream he'd ever harboured depended upon his ability to know what she meant. He looked at her hand, still held in his own. So fragile he could feel the bones of her fingers, so smooth that he could easily conceive of its tender passage against his skin. "How do I answer that?" he said at last. "I feel you've placed my whole future on the line." "I don't mean to do that." "But you've done it, haven't you?" "I suppose I have, in a way." He released her hand and walked to the low brick wall that edged the river terrace. Below, the cam glinted in the darkness, green-black ink drifting lazily towards the ooze. It was an inexorable progress, this movement of water, slow and sure and as unstoppable as time. "My longings are the same as every other man's," he said. "I want a home, a wife, I want children, a son. I want to know at the end that my life hasn't been for nothing, and the only way I can know that for a certainty is to leave something behind, and to have someone to leave it to. All I can say right now is that I finally understand what kind of burden that places on a woman, Helen. I understand that no matter how the load is shifted between partners, or divided or shared, the woman's burden will always be greater. I do know that. But I can't lie to you about the reality that remains. I still want those things." "You can have them with anyone." "I want them with you." "You don't need them with me." "Need?" He tried to read the expression on her face, but she was just a pale blur in the darkness beneath the tree that threw a cavernous shadow over the terrace bench. He pondered the oddity of the word she had chosen, reflecting on her decision to remain with her sister in Cambridge. He considered the canvas of the 14 years he had known Lady Helen, and finally the realization struck him. He sank onto the concrete ledge that comprised the top of the brick river wall. He regarded her evenly. Faintly he heard the click-clacking of a bicycle passing across Garrett Hostel Bridge, the grinding clang of a lorry shifting gears as it made its way down the distant Queen's Road. But neither sound did more than stir against his consciousness as he studied Lady Helen. He wondered how he could have come to love her so much and all the time know her so very little. She had been before him for more than a decade, never attempting to disguise who and what she was. Yet for all that time he had failed to see her in the light of her instead with a set of qualities which he wished her to possess, while all along her every relationship had been acting as a cogent illustration of what she saw as her role, her way of getting on. He couldn't believe he had been such a fool. He spoke more to the night than to her. "It's all because I can function by myself. You won't marry me because I don't need you, Helen, not the way you want me to. You've decided I don't need you to stand on my own or to get on in life or even to be whole. And it's the truth, you know. I don't need you that way." "So, you see," she said. He heard the finality in her 3 quiet words and felt his own quick anger in response to them. "I see, I do. I see that I'm not one of your projects. I see that I don't need you to save me. My life is more or less in order now, and I want to share it with you, as your equal, your partner, not as some emotional mendicant, but as a man who's willing to grow at your side. That's the beginning and end of it. Not what you're used to, not even what you've had in mind for yourself, but it's the best I can do, it's the best I can offer. That and my love, and God knows that I love you." "Love isn't enough." "God damn it, Helen, when are you going to see it's the only thing there is?" In answer to his angry words, a light snapped on in the building behind them. A curtain flicked back, and a disembodied face appeared at one window. Linley pushed himself off the concrete ledge and rejoined Lady Helen beneath the tree. "What you're thinking," he said to her, quietly now, for he could see how she had begun to withdraw from him, "is that if I need you enough, I'll never think of leaving you. You'll always be safe. That's how it is, isn't it?" She averted her head. Gently he caught her chin with his fingers and turned her back towards him. "Helen, isn't it?" "You're not being fair." "You're in love with me, Helen." "Don't, please." "Every bit as much as I'm in love with you. You want me as much, you long for me as much. But I'm not like all the rest of the men you've involved yourself with." This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 9, side 2. "You're in love with me, Helen." "Don't, please." "Every bit as much as I'm in love with you. You want me as much, you long for me as much. But I'm not like all the rest of the men you've involved yourself with. I don't need you in a way that makes it safe for you to love me. I don't depend upon you. I stand on my own. If you take up life with me, you jump into the void. You risk it all without a single guarantee." He felt her tremble slightly. He saw her throat work. He felt his heart open. "Helen!" He drew her into his arms. He took strength from knowing each gentle curve of her, from feeling the rise and fall of her chest, from the feathering touch of her hair against his face, from the slender hand that caught at his jacket. "Darling Helen," he whispered, and ran his hand along the length of her hair. When she looked up, he kissed her. Her arms slipped round him, her lips softened and opened beneath his. She smelled of perfume and Troughton's cigarette smoke. She tasted of brandy. "Do you understand?" she whispered. In reply, he drew her mouth back to his, giving himself over to nothing more than the separate sensations attendant to kissing her, the soft warmth of her lips and her tongue, the faint sound of her breathing, the heady pleasure of her breasts. Desire built in him, slowly obliterating everything but the knowledge that he had to have her, now, tonight. He wasn't prepared to wait another hour. He would take her to bed and to hell with the consequences. He wanted to taste her, to touch her, to know her completely. He wanted to take every lovely part of her body and to make her body his. He wanted to lower himself between her upraised thighs and hear her gasp and cry out when he sank inside her. And I wanted to feel young, resilient flesh. I wanted to kiss breasts that were full and firm. I wanted unveined legs and feet without callosity, and I wanted. He released her. "Good Christ," he whispered. He felt her hand touch his cheek. Her skin was so cool. His own, he knew, was probably burned. He stood. He felt shaken. He said, "I ought to get you back to Penn's." "What is it?" she asked. He shook his head blindly. It was, after all, so easy to construct lofty, intellectual, self-denigrating comparisons between himself and Victor Troughton, especially when he felt relatively sure that her response would be a loving and generous reassurance that he was not like other men. It was far more difficult to look at the matter when his own behaviour, his desires and his intentions delineated the truth. He felt as if he'd spent the last few hours earnestly gathering the seeds of understanding, all of which he'd just flung mindlessly into the wind. They started walking back across the lawn towards the Porter's Lodge and Trinity Lane beyond it. She was silent beside him, although her question still hung in the air, waiting for an answer. He knew she deserved one. Still, he didn't reply until they'd reached his car and he'd unlocked the door and opened it for her. And then he stopped her just before she got inside. He touched her shoulder. He fumbled for words. "I was standing in judgment of Troughton," he said. "I was naming the sin and deciding the punishment." "Isn't that what police are meant to do?" "Not when they're guilty of the same crime, Helen." She frowned. "The same wanting, not giving, not even thinking, just wanting, and blindly taking what they want, and not caring a damn about anything else." She touched her hand to his. For a moment she looked to the rise of the footbridge and the backs beyond it, where the first ghost puffs of fog were beginning to curl like misty fingers round the trunks of the trees. Then her eyes moved back to his. "You weren't alone in the wanting," she said. "You never have been, Tommy. Not before this, and certainly not tonight." It was an absolution that filled his heart with a sense of completion that he'd never had with her before. "Stay in Cambridge," he said. "Come home when you're ready." "Thank you," she whispered, to him, to the night. Chapter 20. The fog lay heavily on the city the next morning, a grey blanket of mist that rose like a gas from the surrounding fens and billowed into the air in amorphous clouds that shrouded trees, buildings, roadways, and open land, changing everything from common and recognizable substance into mere shape. Cars, lorries, buses, and taxis inched their way along the damp pavements of the city streets. Bicyclists slowly swayed through the gloom. Pedestrians huddled into heavy coats and dodged the constant spattering of the drops of condensation that fell from roof lines, window ledges, and trees. The 2 days of wind and sunshine might never have existed. Fog had returned like a pestilence in the night. This was Cambridge weather with a vengeance. "Makes me feel like a case for the tubercular ward," Havers said. Encased in her pea-soup coat, with its hood pulled up, and a pink knit cap on her head for added protection, she beat her hands against her upper arms and stamped her feet as they walked to Linley's car. The heavy mist was creating a beadwork of damp on her clothing. Across her brow her sandy fringe was beginning to curl as if exposed to steam. "No wonder Philby and Burgess went over to the Soviets while they were here," she continued darkly. "They were probably looking for a better climate." "Indeed," Linley said. "Moscow in the winter, that's certainly my idea of heaven on earth." He glanced at his sergeant as he spoke. She'd arrived nearly half an hour late, and he'd been in the process of gathering his things to start without her when she'd clumped down the corridor to his room in Ivy Court and rapped on his door. "Sorry," she'd said. "Bleeding fog this morning. The M11 was a glorified car park." But despite the deliberately casual tone of her voice, he noted the fact that her face was drawn with weariness, and she sauntered about the room restlessly as she waited for him to don his coat and his scarf. "Rough night?" he asked her. She settled the strap of her bag high on her shoulder, in what seemed to be a metaphorical gathering of personal resources, before she replied, "Just a bit of the old insomnia. I'll survive it." "And your mother?" "Her as well." "I see." He draped his scarf round his neck and shrugged into his overcoat. At the mirror he ran a brush through his hair, but it was just an excuse to observe Havers in reflection rather than doing so directly. She was staring down at his open briefcase on the desk. She didn't appear to be taking note of anything in it. He stood at the mirror, giving her time, saying nothing, wondering if she would speak. He felt a mixture of guilt and shame faced with the diversity of their positions. Not for the first time, he was forced to acknowledge that the differences between them were not confined to birth, class, and money, for her struggles took their definition from a range of circumstances that far exceeded the family into which she had been born and the manner in which she pronounced her words. These circumstances rose from simple ill fortune, dominoes of bad luck that had tumbled one upon the other so quickly in the last 10 months that she had not been able to stop their progress. That she could stop them now with a simple phone call was the single fact he wished her to acknowledge. Yet he had to admit that that very phone call, so easy for him to recommend, represented to her a sloughing off of responsibility, coveted salvation rather than obvious solution. And he could not deny that in similar circumstances he would not have found himself as equally tied to the idea of filial obligation. When he reached the point that only narcissism could possibly explain why he was still admiring his own reflection, he set down his brush and turned to her. She heard his movement and looked up from her study of the briefcase. "Look, sorry I was late," she said in a rush. "I know you're covering for me in all this, sir. I know you can't do it indefinitely." "That's not the point, Barbara. We cover for each other when things get rough personally, that's understood." She reached out for the back of an armchair. Not so much for support, it seemed, but for something to do with her hands, because she watched her fingers pick at a frayed cord of its upholstery. She said, "The funny thing is, she was right as rain this morning. Last night was a real horror, but this morning she was fine. I keep thinking that must mean something. I keep telling myself it's a sign." "If you're looking for signs, you can find them in anything. They don't tend to change reality, however." "But if there's a chance she's taken a turn for the better, what about last night? And what about you? What sort of turns are you taking here, Barbara?" She was working an entire section of the cording loose, twisting it round and round her fingers. "How can I move her from her home when she doesn't understand what's even going on? How can I do that to her? She's my mother, Inspector." "It's not a punishment." "Then why does it feel like one? Worse, why do I feel like a criminal who's getting away scot-free while she takes the rap?" "Because you want to do it in your heart, I expect. And what greater source of guilt could there be than the guilt that arises from finally trying to decide if what you want to do, which seems momentarily and superficially selfish, is also the right thing to do? How can you tell if you're really being honest, or just trying to talk yourself into dealing with the situation in a way that meets with your own desires?" She looked utterly defeated. "That's the question, Inspector, and I'll never have the answer. The whole situation goes too far beyond me." "No, it doesn't. It starts and stops with you. You hold the power. You can make the decision." "I can't stand to hurt her. She won't understand." Linley snapped the briefcase closed. "And what does she understand as things are now, Sergeant?" That put an end to it. As they walked to his car, which was shoehorned into the same narrow space he'd used last night on Garrett Hostel Lane, he told her about his conversation with Victor Troughton. When he was finished, she said, before getting into the Bentley, "Do you suppose Elena Weaver felt real love for anyone?" He switched on the ignition. The heater sent out a stream of cold air on their feet. Linley thought of Troughton's final words about the girl. "Try to understand. She wasn't evil, Inspector. She was merely angry. And I, for one, can't condemn her for that. Even though in reality you were little more than her choice of weapons, Linley had asked him. Even though, he'd replied. Now, Linley said, we can never really come to know any victim's heart completely, can we, Sergeant? In this sort of job we look at a life backwards, starting with death and working forward from there. We patch pieces together and try to make truth from them. And with that truth we can only hope for an understanding of who the victim was and what provoked her murder. But as to her heart, as to the real, lasting truth of her, we can never really get to that. In the end, we have only facts and whatever conclusions we draw from them. The little street was too narrow to turn the Bentley around, so he slowly reversed towards Trinity Lane, braking for a shadowy, well-bundled group of students who came out the side gate of Trinity Hall. Beyond them, fog lapped eagerly at the college garden. But why would he want to marry her, Inspector? He knew she wasn't faithful. She didn't love him. How could he believe that a marriage between them would ever have worked out? He thought his love would be enough to change her. Havers scoffed at this. People never change. Of course they do, when they're ready to grow. He headed the car past St. Stephen's Church and on towards Trinity College. The headlamps fought with the heavy bank of fog, and their illumination bounced uselessly back into the car. They moved at the pace of a somnolent insect. It would be a fine and certainly less complicated world if people only had sex with those they loved, Sergeant. But the reality is that people use sex for a variety of reasons, most of which have nothing to do with love, marriage, commitment, intimacy, procreation, or any other lofty motive. Elena was one of them, and Troughton evidently was willing to accept that. But what kind of marriage could he have expected to have with her? Havers asked in protest. They were starting life with a lie. Troughton wasn't bothered by that. He wanted her. And she? No doubt she wanted that triumphant moment of seeing her father's face when she broke the news to him. But there would have been no news to break if she hadn't been able to manoeuvre Troughton into marrying her in the first place. Inspector? Havers' voice sounded thoughtful. Do you think there's a chance that Elena told her father? She got the news on Wednesday. She didn't die till Monday morning. His wife was out running. He was home alone. Do you think? We certainly can't discount it, can we? That appeared to be as close as the sergeant was willing to come to voicing her suspicions, for she went on in a more decided tone with, They couldn't have expected to be happy together, Elena and Troughton. I think you're right. Troughton was deluding himself about his ability to heal her anger and resentment. She was deluding herself into believing she'd get lasting pleasure from dealing her father such an excruciating blow. One can't build a marriage on that sort of foundation. Are you saying, in effect, that one can't get on with living unless one puts ghosts from the past to rest? He glanced at her warily. That's a quantum leap, Sergeant. I think one can always muddle on through life. Most people do. I just couldn't tell you how well they do it. Because of the fog, the traffic, and the capricious nature of Cambridge's one-way streets, it took them just over 10 minutes to drive to Queen's College, the same time it would have taken them to walk it. Linley parked in the same spot he had used the day before, and they entered the college through the turreted passage. "So you think this is the answer to everything?" Havers asked, looking round Old Court as they walked across its central path. "I think it may be one of them." They found Gareth Randolph in the college dining hall, a hideously unappealing combination of linoleum, long cafeteria tables, and walls panelled in what appeared to be mock golden oak. It was a modern architect's salute to the utterly banal. Although there were other students present, Gareth was at a table by himself, hunching disconsolately over the remains of a late breakfast, which consisted of a half-eaten fried egg with its yolk punched out, and a bowl of cornflakes and bananas grown respectively soggy and grey. A book was open on the table in front of him, but that seemed mostly for show, since he wasn't reading. Nor was he writing in the notebook next to it, although he held a pencil poised as if to do so. his head raised with a jerk when Linley and Havers took seats across from him. He glanced round the hall as if for quick escape or assistance from the other members of the college who were present. Linley took his pencil and dashed 9 words across the top of the notebook. "You were the father of her baby, weren't you?" Gareth raised a hand to his forehead. He squeezed his temples, then brushed the lank hair from his brow. His chest heaved once before he seemed to draw himself together by standing and canting his head in the direction of the door. They were meant to follow. Like Georgina Higgins' Hearts, Gareth's bed-sitting-room was tucked into Old Court. On the ground floor it was a perfectly square room of white walls, upon which were hung 4 framed posters advertising the London Philharmonic, and 3 photographic enlargements of theatrical performances, Les Miserables, Starlight Express, Aspects of Love. The former featured the name Sonia Raleigh Randolph prominently above the words, "At the piano." The latter featured an attractive young woman in appropriate costume, singing. Gareth pointed first to the posters, then to the photographs. "Mother," he said in his strange guttural voice. "Sister." He watched Linley shrewdly. He seemed to be waiting for a reaction to the irony of his mother's and sister's modes of employment. Linley merely nodded. On a wide desk beneath the room's only window a computer sat. It was also, Linley saw, a sea-phone, identical to the others he had already seen in Cambridge. Gareth switched the unit on and drew a second chair to the desk. He gestured Linley into it and quickly accessed a word-processing program. "Sergeant," Linley said, when he saw how Gareth intended them to communicate, "you're going to have to make notes from the screen." He took off his coat and scarf and sat at the desk. Havers came to stand behind him, the hood of her coat thrown back, her pink cap removed, a notebook in her hand. "Were you the father?" Linley typed. The boy looked long at the words before he replied with, "Didn't know she was PG. She never said. Told you already." "Not knowing she was pregnant doesn't mean sod all," Havers remarked. "He can't take us for fools." "He doesn't," Linley said. "I dare say he just takes himself for one, Sergeant." He typed, "You had sex with Elena," deliberately making it a statement, not a question. Gareth answered by hitting one of the number keys, number 1. "Once?" "Yes. When?" The boy pushed away from the desk for a moment. He remained in his chair. He looked not at the computer screen, but at the floor, his arms on his knees. Linley typed the word "September" and touched the boy's shoulder. Gareth glanced up, read it, dropped his head again. A hollow sound akin to a stricken bellow rose from his throat. Linley typed, "Tell me what happened, Gareth," and touched the boy's shoulder again. Gareth looked up. He had begun to cry, and as if this display of emotion angered him, he drew his arms savagely across his eyes. Linley waited. The boy moved back to the desk. "London," he typed, "just before term. I saw her for my birthday. She fucked me on the floor of the kitchen while her mum was out buying milk for tea. Happy birthday, you bloody stupid Burke." "Great," Havers sighed. "Loved her," Gareth went on. "I wanted us special. To be—" He dropped his hands to his lap, stared at the screen. "You thought the love-making meant more than Elena intended it to mean?" Linley typed. "Is that what happened?" "Fucking," Gareth answered. "Not love-making, fucking." "Is that what she called it?" "Thought we'd build something. Last year I took real care to make it last. Didn't want to rush anything. Never even tried with her. Wanted it to be real." "But it wasn't?" "Thought it was, because if you do that with a woman it means like a pledge, like you say something you wouldn't say to anyone else." "Saying that you loved each other?" "Want to be together, want to have a future. I thought that's why she did it with me." "Did you know she was sleeping with someone else?" "Not then." "When did you learn it?" "She came up this term. I thought we'd be together." "As lovers?" "She didn't want that. Laughed when I tried to talk to her about it. Said, "What's matter with you, Gareth? It was only a fuck. We did it. It felt good. That's the end of it. Right? Why are you getting so moon-eyed over it? It's not a big deal." "But it was to you." "Thought she loved me. That's why she wanted to do it with me. Didn't know—" He stopped. He looked sapped of energy. Linley gave him a moment, glancing round the room. Over a hook on the back of the door hung his scarf, the distinctive blue of the university letterman. His boxing gloves, smooth, clean leather, with a look of having been lovingly cared for, hung on a second hook beneath them. Linley wondered how much of Gareth Randolph's pain had been worked out against one of the punching bags in the small gymnasium on the upper floor of Fenner's. He turned back to the computer. "The argument you had with Elena on Sunday, is that when she told you she was involved with someone else?" "I talked about us," he responded, "but there was no us." "That's what she told you?" "How could there not be us? I said, what about London?" "That's when she told you it hadn't meant anything?" "Just a poke for fun, Gareth. We were randy. We did it. Don't be such a twit and make it more than that." "She was laughing at you. I can't imagine you liked it." "Kept trying to talk. How she acted London, what she felt London, but she wouldn't listen. And then she told—" "That there was someone else?" "Didn't believe her at first. I said she was scared, said she was trying to be what her father wanted her to be, said all sorts of things, wasn't even thinking, wanted to hurt her." "That's a telling remark," Havers noted. "Perhaps," Linley said, "but it's a fairly typical reaction to being hurt by someone you love. Measure still for measure." "And when the first measure is murder?" Havers asked. "I haven't discounted that, Sergeant." He typed, "What did you do when she'd convinced you there was another man?" Gareth lifted his hands, but did not type. In a nearby room a vacuum began to thunder as the building's bedder made her daily rounds, and Linley felt the answering urgency of concluding this interview before they were disturbed by anyone. He typed again, "What did you do?" Hesitantly, Gareth touched the keys. "Hung about at St. Stephen's till she left. I wanted to know who." "You followed her to Trinity Hall? You knew it was Dr. Troughton?" When the boy nodded, Linley typed, "How long did you hang about there?" "Till she came out." "At 1?" He nodded. He'd waited in the street for her to emerge, he told them, and when she'd come out he'd confronted her again, furiously angry at her rejection of him, bitterly disappointed in the loss of his dreams. But most of all he was disgusted with her behaviour, for he thought he'd understood her intentions in involving herself with Victor Troughton, and he saw those intentions as an attempt to attach herself to a hearing world that would never fully accept or understand her. She was acting deaf with a small d. She wasn't acting deaf. They'd argued violently. He'd left her in the street. "Never saw her again," he finished. "Doesn't look good to me, sir," Havers said. "Where were you Monday morning?" Linley typed. "When she was killed? Here, in bed." But no one, of course, could verify that. He had been alone, and it would not have been an impossibility for Gareth simply to have failed to return to Queen's College that night, going instead to Crusoe's Island to lie in wait for Elena Weaver and to put a permanent end to the dispute between them. "We need those boxing gloves, Inspector," Havers said as she snapped her notebook closed. "He's got motive, he's got means, he's got opportunity. He's got a temper as well, and the talent to channel it right through his fists." Linley had to admit that a blue in boxing could not be overlooked when the murder victim had been beaten before she was strangled. He typed, "Did you know Georgina Higgins-Hart?" And after Gareth nodded, "Where were you yesterday morning between 6 and past?" "Here, asleep." "Can someone verify that?" He shook his head. "We need your boxing gloves, Gareth. We need to give them to the forensic lab. Will you let us take them?" The boy gave a slow howl. "Didn't kill her, didn't kill her, did..." Gently, Linley moved the boy's hands to one side. "Do you know who did?" Gareth shook his head once, but he kept his hands in his lap, balled into fists, as if they might betray him of their own volition should he raise them to the keyboard and allow them to type again. "He's lying." Havers paused in the doorway to drape Gareth's boxing gloves round the strap of her shoulder bag. "Because if anyone ever had a motive to bag her, he's the one, Inspector." "I can't disagree with that," Lindley said. She pulled her cap firmly down over her forehead and drew up the hood of her coat. "But you can, and no doubt will, disagree with something else. I've heard that tone of yours before." "What?" "I think he knows who killed her, or thinks he knows." "Of course he does, because he did it himself, directly after he pounded her face in with these." She flipped the gloves in his direction. "What have we been looking for as a weapon all along? Something smooth? Have a feel of this leather. Something heavy? Imagine being on the receiving end of a boxer's punch. Something capable of inflicting face-shattering damage? Look at a few post-prize fight photos for the proof if you want it." He couldn't disagree. The boy had all the necessary requirements, save one. "And the gun, Sergeant?" "What?" "The shotgun used on Georgina Higgins' Hart. What about that?" "You said yourself that the University probably has a gun club, to which I have no doubt Gareth Randolph belongs." "So why follow her?" She frowned, jabbing the toe of her shoe against the icy stone floor. "Havers, I can understand why he would lie in wait at Crusoe's Island for Elena Weaver. He was in love with her. She'd rejected him. She'd made it plain that their love-making was just a bit of sweaty frolic on her mother's kitchen floor. She'd declared her attachment to another man. She'd teased and humiliated and made him feel a perfect fool. I agree with all that. So, what about Georgina?" "George—" Havers only stumbled over the thought for a moment before going on stoutly. "Perhaps it's what we thought before, symbolically killing Elena Weaver again and again by seeking out all the young women who resemble her. If that's the case, why not go to her room, Havers? Why not kill her in the college? Why follow her all the way out past Madingley? And how did he follow her?" "How?" "Havers, he's deaf." That stopped her. Lindley pressed his advantage. "It's the country, Havers. It was pitch dark out there. Even if he got a car and followed her at a distance until they were safely out of town, and then drove beyond her to lie in wait in that field, wouldn't he have had to hear something? Her footfalls, her breathing, anything, Havers, in order to know exactly when to shoot. Are you going to argue that he went out there before dawn on Wednesday morning and blithely relied upon there being adequate starlight in this weather, which frankly would have been a fairly bad bet, to see a running girl well enough and soon enough to aim at her, discharge the weapon, and kill her? That's not premeditated murder, that's pure serendipity." She lifted one of the boxing gloves with the palm of her hand. "So what are we doing with these, Inspector?" "Making St. James work for his money this morning, as well as hedging our bets." She pushed open the door with a weary grin. "I just love a man who keeps his options open." They were heading towards the turreted passage and Queen's Lane beyond it, when a voice called out to them. They turned back into the court. A slender figure was coming along the path, the mist breaking before her like a curtain as she jogged in their direction. She was tall and fair, with long silky hair that was held back from her face by 2 tortoiseshell combs. These glittered with damp in the light that shone from one of the buildings. Beads of moisture clung to her eyelashes and skin. She was wearing only an unmatched sweatsuit, whose shirt, like Georgina's, was emblazoned with the name of the college. She looked terribly cold. "I was in the dining hall," she told them. "I saw you come for Gareth. You're the police." "And you're—" "Rosalind Simpson." Her eyes fell to the boxing gloves, and her brow furrowed in consternation. "You don't think Gareth's had anything to do with this?" Lindley said nothing. Havers crossed her arms. The girl continued. "I would have come to you sooner, but I was in Oxford until Tuesday evening, and then— well, it gets a bit complicated." She cast a glance in the direction of Gareth Randolph's room. "You have some information?" Lindley asked. "I went to see Gareth at first. It was the Desk Due handout he'd printed, you see. I saw it when I got back, so it seemed logical to talk to him. I thought he'd pass the information on. Besides, there were— other considerations at the time that... Oh, what does it matter now? I'm here. I'm telling you. What, exactly? Like Sergeant Havers, Rosalind too crossed her arms, although it seemed more in a need to keep warm than a desire to project implacability. She said, "I was running along the river Monday morning. I went by Crusoe's Island round 6:30. I think I saw the killer." Glyn Weaver edged part way down the stairs, just far enough to hear the conversation between her former husband and his current wife. They were still in the morning room, although it had been some hours since breakfast, and their voices were just polite and formal enough to give a clear indication of the state of things between them. Cool, Glyn decided, frosting over into glacial. She smiled. "Terence Cuff wants to give some sort of eulogy," Anthony was saying. He spoke without any evident feeling, the information given like a recitation. "I've talked to 2 of her supervisors. They'll also speak, and Adams said he'd like to read a poem she was fond of." There was a clink of china, a cup being placed carefully into a saucer. "We might not have the body back from the police before tomorrow, but the funeral parlour will have a coffin there all the same. No one will know the difference. And as everyone's been told she's to be buried in London, no one will be expecting an interment tomorrow." "As to the funeral, Anthony? In London?" Justine's voice was calm. Glyn felt her spine tingle when she heard that tone of cool determination. "There can't be a change in the plans," Anthony said. "Try to understand. I have no choice in the matter. I must respect Glyn's wishes. It's the least I can do." "I'm your wife." "As she was once, and Elena was our daughter." "She was your wife for less than 6 years. 6 miserable years, as I recall your telling me. More than 15 years ago at that. While you and I... This situation has nothing to do with how long I was married to either of you, Justine." "It has everything to do with it. It has to do with loyalty, with vows I made and promises I've kept. I've been faithful to you in every way while she slept around like a whore, and you know it. And now you say that respecting her wishes is the least you can do? Respecting hers over mine?" Anthony had begun to respond with, "If you still can't see that there are times when the past—" when Glyn got to the doorway. She took only a moment to survey them before speaking. Anthony was sitting in one of the wicker chairs, unshaven, desiccated. Justine was at the bank of windows, where the fog that shrouded the wide front garden pressed long streaks of moisture against the glass. She was dressed in a black suit and pearl-grey blouse. A black leather briefcase leaned against her chair. Glyn said, "Perhaps you'd like to say the rest, Justine, like mother, like daughter. Or don't you have the nerve to carry your special brand of honesty to its logical conclusion?" Justine began to move towards her chair. She brushed a strand of blonde hair off her cheek. Glyn caught her arm, dug her fingers into the fine wool of her suit, and enjoyed a fleeting moment of delight when she saw Justine flinch. "I said, why don't you finish what you were saying?" she insisted. "Glyn put Elena through her paces, Anthony. Glyn turned your daughter into a little deaf whore. Elena gave a poke to anyone who wanted it, just like her mum." "Glyn," Anthony said. "Don't try to defend her, all right? I was standing on the stairs. I heard what she said. My only child dead for just 3 days, myself struggling to make some kind of sense of it, and she can't wait to tear into the both of us, and she chooses sex to do it. I find that most interesting." "I won't listen to this," Justine said. Glyn tightened her grip. "Can't you bear to hear the truth? You use sex as a weapon, and not merely against me." Glyn felt Justine's muscles go rigid. She knew that her dagger had hit the mark. She drove it in farther. "Reward him when he's been a good little boy, punish him when he's bad, is that how it is? So, how long will he pay for keeping you from the funeral?" "You're pathetic," Justine said. "You can't see beyond sex any more than—" "Elena!" Glyn dropped Justine's arm. She looked at Anthony. "Ah, there it is." Justine brushed at her sleeve as if to cleanse herself of the contact she'd had with her husband's former wife. She picked up her briefcase. "I'm off," she said calmly. Anthony stood, his eyes going from the briefcase to her, moving his gaze from her head to her feet. as if he had only just become aware of the manner in which she had dressed for the day. "You can't be intending to go back to work just 3 days after Elena was murdered, to expose myself to public censure for having done so?" "Oh, yes, Anthony, that's exactly what I intend." "No, Justine, people, stop it, please. I'm not at all like you." For a moment Anthony stared after her as she left the house, taking her coat from round the newel post on the stairway and closing the front door behind her. He watched her walk through the fog towards her grey Peugeot. Glynn kept her eyes on him warily, wondering if he would run out and try to stop her. But he seemed, if anything, too exhausted to care about changing anyone's mind. He turned from the window and trudged towards the back of the house. She went to the table upon which the breakfast things still lay, bacon congealing in slim jackets of grease, egg yolks drying and splitting like yellow mud. A piece of toast still stood in the silver rack, and Glynn reached for it thoughtfully. Dry and abrasive beneath her fingers, it crumbled easily, leaving a shower of dust upon the clean parquet floor. From the back of the house she could hear the metallic sound of file drawers sliding open, and over it the high whine of Elena's Irish setter longing to be allowed into the house. Glynn walked to the kitchen, from whose window she could see the dog sitting on the back step, his black nose pressed into the door-jamb, his feathery tail sweeping back and forth in innocent anticipation. He took a step backwards, looked up, and saw her watching him through the window. His tail picked up rhythm, he gave a joyful bark. She regarded him evenly, taking a small degree of pleasure in allowing his hopes to rise, before she turned and made her way to the rear of the house. At the doorway to Anthony's study she paused. He was crouched by an open drawer of the filing cabinet. The contents of 2 manila folders lay on the floor, comprising perhaps 24 pencil sketches. Next to them was a canvas rolled like a tube. For a moment Glynn watched as Anthony's hand passed slowly over the drawings in a gesture like an incomplete caress. Then he began to go through them. His fingers seemed clumsy. Twice he gasped for breath. When he paused to remove his spectacles and wipe their lenses on his shirt, she realized that he was crying. She entered the room to get a better look at the drawings on the floor, and saw that they were all sketches of Elena. "Dad's got himself into drawing these days," Elena had told her. She'd pronounced it "doing," and she'd laughed about the idea. They'd often chuckled over Anthony's attempts to find himself through one activity or another as he approached middle age. First it had been long-distance running, after that he had begun to swim, then he'd taken up bicycling like a zealot, and finally he had learned to sail. But of all the activities which he had pursued, drawing amused them the most. "Dad thinks he's got the soul of Van Gogh," Elena would say, and she'd mimic her father's wide-legged stance with sketch-pad in hand, eyes squinting towards the distance, hand shading her brow. She'd draw a moustache like his on her upper lip, and pull her face into a contorted frown of concentration. "Don't move an inch, Glinny," she would command of her mother. "Hold that pose. Hold that pose." And they would laugh together. But now Glynn could see that the sketches were quite good, that he had managed to achieve something far more in them than was depicted in the still lifes that hung in the sitting-room, or the sailboats, the harbours, and the fishing villages here on the study walls. For in the series of drawings he'd spread out on the floor, she could see that he had managed to capture the essence of their daughter. Here were the exact tilt of her head, the elfin shape of her eyes, the wide, chipped-tooth grin, the contour of a cheekbone, of nose, and of mouth. These were studies only, they were quick impressions, but they were lovely and true. As she took a step closer, Anthony looked up. He gathered the drawings together and replaced them in their respective folders. Along with the canvas, which fit into the back, he shoved them into the drawer. "You don't have any of them framed," she said. He didn't answer. Instead he closed the drawer and went to the desk, where he played restlessly with the computer, switching on the sea-phone and watching the screen. A series of menu instructions appeared. He stared at them, but did nothing with the keyboard. "Never mind," Glynn said. "I know why you hide them." She went to stand behind him. She spoke near his ear. "How many years have you lived like this, Anthony? 10? 12? How on earth have you managed?" His head lowered. She studied the back of his neck, remembering unexpectedly how soft his hair was, and how, when over long, it curled like a child's against his skin. It was greying now, with scattered strands like white threads woven against black. "What did she hope to gain? Elena was your daughter. She was your only child. What on earth did she hope to gain?" His reply was a whisper. He spoke as if answering someone not in the room. "She wanted to hurt me. There was nothing else she could do to make me understand." "Understand? What?" "How it felt to be devastated. How I devastated her through cowardice, selfishness, egocentricity, but mostly through cowardice. 'You want the Penford chair only for your ego,' she said. 'You want a beautiful house and a beautiful wife and a daughter who'll be your marionette, so that people will look at you with admiration and envy, so that people will say the lucky bloke's got it all. But you don't have it all. You have practically nothing. You have less than nothing, because what you have is a lie, and you don't even have the courage to admit it.'" A sudden fist of knowledge squeezed at Glyn's heart as the full meaning of his words slowly dawned upon her, even though he spoke them in a fugue. "You could have prevented it. If only you'd given her what she wanted. Anthony, you could have stopped her." "I couldn't. I had to think of Elena. She was here in Cambridge, in this home with me. She was starting to come round, to be free with me at last, to let me be her father. I couldn't run the risk of losing her again. I couldn't take the chance, and I thought I would lose her if I—" "You lost her anyway," she cried, shaking his arm. "She's not going to walk through that door. She's not going to say, 'Dad, I understand, I forgive you, I know you did your best.' She's gone. She's dead, and you could have prevented it." "If she had a child, she might have understood what it felt like to have Elena here. She might have known why I couldn't face the thought of doing anything that might have resulted in losing her again. I'd lost her once. How could I face that agony again? How could she expect me to face it?" This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1.
For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 10, Side 1. If she had a child, she might have understood what it felt like to have Elena here. She might have known why I couldn't face the thought of doing anything that might have resulted in losing her again. I'd lost her once. How could I face that agony again? How could she expect me to face it? Glyn saw that he wasn't really responding to her. He was ruminating. He was speaking in tongues. Behind a barrier that shielded him from the worst of the truth, he was talking in a canyon where an echo exists but throws back different words. Suddenly she felt the same degree of anger towards him that she'd felt during the worst years of their marriage, when she'd greeted his blind pursuit of his career with pursuits of her own, waiting for him to notice the late nights she was keeping, wanting him to notice the nature of the bruises on her neck, her breasts, and her thighs, anticipating the moment when he would finally speak, when he'd give an indication that he really did care. "This is all about you, isn't it?" she asked him. "It always has been. Even having Elena here in Cambridge was for your benefit, not for herself. Not for her education, but to make you feel better, to give you what you want. I wanted to give her a life. I wanted us to have a life together. How would that have been possible? You didn't love her, Anthony. You only loved yourself. You loved your image, your reputation, your wonderful accomplishments. You loved being loved, but you didn't love her. And even now you can stand here and look at your daughter's death and think about how you caused it, and how you feel about it now, and how devastated you are, and what kind of statement it all makes about you. But you won't do anything about any of it, will you? You won't make any declaration, you won't take any stand, because how might that reflect upon you?" Finally he looked at her. The rims of his eyes appeared bloody and sore. "You don't know what happened. You don't understand." "I understand perfectly. You plan to bury your dead, lick your wounds, and go on. You're as much a coward as you were 15 years ago. You ran out on her then in the middle of the night. You'll run out on her now, because it's the easiest thing to do." "I didn't run out on her," he said carefully. "I stood firm this time, Glyn. That's why she died. For you? Because of you? Yes, because of me. The sun rises and sets on the same horizon in your world. It always has. He shook his head. Perhaps once, he said, but it only sets now. Chapter 21. Linley pulled the Bentley into a vacant space at the southwest corner of the Cambridge police station. He stared at the vaguely discernible shape of the glass-encased notice board in front of the building, feeling drained. Next to him, Havers fidgeted in her seat. She began to flip through her notebook. He knew she was reading what she'd just recorded from Rosalind Simpson. It was a woman, the Queen's undergraduate had said. She had walked them along the same route she had taken early Monday morning, through the thick, dun cotton wool of fog in Laundress Lane, where the open door to the Asian Studies faculty shot a meagre light out into the gloom. Once someone slammed it shut, however, the mist seemed impenetrable. The universe became confined to the 20 square feet which comprised the boundary of what they could see. "Do you run every morning?" Linley asked the girl as they crossed Mill Lane and skirted the metal posts that kept vehicles off the pedestrian bridge which crossed the river at Granta Place. To their right, Laundress Green was obscured by the fog, an expanse of misty field intermittently disturbed by the hulking forms of crack willows. Beyond it, from across the pond, a single light winked from an upper floor in the old granary. "Nearly," she answered. "Always the same time?" "As close to 6:15 as I can make it, sometimes a bit later." "And on Monday?" "Mondays are slower for me, getting out of bed. It was probably round 6:25 when I left Queen's on Monday." "So you'd reach the island—" "No later than past. "You're certain of that? It couldn't have been later?" "I was back in my room by 7:30, Inspector. I'm quick, it's true, but I'm not that quick. And I did a good 10 miles Monday morning, with the island at the start of it. It's part of my training circuit." "For hare and hounds?" "Yes. I fancy a blue this year." She hadn't noticed anything unusual on the morning of her run, she told them. It was still quite dark when she left Queen's College, and aside from overtaking a workman who was pushing a cart down Laundress Lane, she hadn't seen another soul. Just the usual assortment of ducks and swans, some already floating on the river, others still placidly dozing on the bank. But the fog was heavy, at least as heavy as it is today, she said, so she had to admit that anyone might have been lurking in a doorway or waiting hidden by the fog on the green. When they reached the island, they found a small fire burning, sending up weak puffs of acrid, soot-coloured smoke to melt into the fog. A man in a peaked cap, overcoat and gloves was feeding autumn leaves, trash, and bits of wood into the blue-tipped flames. Linley recognized him as Ned, the surlier of the two older boat repairmen. Rosalind indicated the footbridge that crossed not the Cam itself, but the secondary stream that the river became as it flowed round the west side of the island. "She was crossing this," she said. "I heard her because she stumbled against something. She might have lost her footing, everything was quite damp, and she was coughing as well. I assumed she was out running like me and was feeling worn out, and frankly I was a bit peeved to come upon her like that, because she didn't appear to be watching where she was going, and I nearly bumped into her, and—" She seemed embarrassed. "Well, I suppose I have the university mindset about townies, don't I? What was she doing, I thought, invading my patch?" "What gave you the impression she was a local?" Rosalind looked thoughtfully at the footbridge through the mist. The damp air was catching on her eyelashes, spiking them darkly. Childlike curls of hair were forming against her brow. "It was something about her clothes, I should guess, and perhaps her age, although I suppose she could have been from Lucy Cavendish." "What about her clothes?" Rosalind gestured at her own mismatched sweatsuit. "University runners generally wear their college colours somewhere, their college sweatshirts as well." "And she wasn't wearing a sweatsuit?" Havers asked sharply, glancing up from her notebook. "She was. A tracksuit, actually, but it wasn't from a college. I mean, I don't recall seeing a college name on it, although now I think of it, considering the colour, she might have been from Trinity Hall." "Because she was wearing black," Linley said. Rosalind's quick smile indicated affirmation. You know the college colours, then?"
"It was just a good guess."
He walked on to the footbridge. The wrought iron gate was partially open upon the south end of the island. The police line was gone now, the island available to anyone who wished to sit by the water, to meet surreptitiously, or, like Sarah Gordon, to attempt to sketch. "Did the woman see you?" Rosalind and Havers remained on the path.
"Oh, yes."
"You're sure?"
"I nearly ran into her. She couldn't have helped seeing me."
"And you were wearing the same clothes you're wearing now?" Rosalind nodded and plunged her hands into the pockets of the anorak she'd taken from her room prior to their setting out into the fog.
"Without this, of course,"
she said, with a lift of her shoulders to indicate the anorak. She added ingenuously, "One gets warm enough running, and—" Her face brightened.
"She didn't have a coat or a jacket on, so that must have been another reason why I assumed she was a runner. Although—"
A marked hesitation as she looked into the mist.
"She might have been carrying one, I suppose. I can't recall, but I think she was carrying something. I think."
"What did she look like?"
"Look like?"
Rosalind frowned down at her gym shoes.
"Slender. She wore her hair pulled back."
"Colour?"
"Oh, dear. It was light, I think. Yes, quite light."
"Anything unusual about her? A feature, perhaps? A mark on her skin, the shape of her nose? A large forehead? A pointed chin?"
"I can't recall. I'm terribly sorry. I'm not much help, am I? You see, it was 3 days ago, and I didn't know at the time that I'd have to remember her. I mean, one doesn't really study everyone one meets. One doesn't expect to have to recall them."
Rosalind blew out a breath of frustration before going on to say earnestly,
"Perhaps if you'd like to hypnotize me the way they do sometimes when a witness can't recall the details of a crime—"
"It's fine," Lindley said. He rejoined them on the path. "Do you think she got a clear look at your sweatshirt?"
"Oh, I dare say she did."
"She would have seen the name?"
"Queen's College, you mean? Yes, she would have seen that."
Rosalind looked back in the direction of the college, although even had there been no fog she wouldn't have been able to see it in the distance. When she turned back to them her face was sombre, but she didn't say anything until a young man, coming across Crusoe's bridge from Coe Fen, descended the 10 iron steps, shoes ringing loudly against the metal, and plodded past them, head bent into the mist which quickly enveloped him.
"Melinda was right, then," Rosalind said quietly. "Georgina died in my place."
A girl her age didn't need to carry round that sort of responsibility for a lifetime, Lindley thought. He said, "You can't know that for a certainty," although he was fast arriving at the same conclusion. Rosalind reached for one of the tortoiseshell combs in her hair. She pulled it out and grasped a long lock in her fingers.
"There's this,"
she said, and then she unzipped her anorak and pointed to the emblem across her breast.
"And this? We're the same height, the same weight, the same colouring. We're both from Queen's. Whoever followed Georgina yesterday morning thought she was following me, because I saw, because I knew, because I might have told, and I would have, I should have. And if I had done, as by rights I should have, and I know it, you don't have to tell me, I know it, Georgina wouldn't be dead."
She whipped her head away and blinked furiously at the cloudy mass of sheep's green. And he knew there was little or nothing he could say to lessen her guilt or lighten her burden of responsibility. Now, more than an hour later, Lindley drew a deep breath and let it out, staring at the sign in front of the police station. Across the street, the wide green that was Parker's Piece might not even have existed, hidden as it was by the mat-work of fog. A distant beacon blinked off and on in its centre, serving as a guide to those trying to find their way.
"So it had nothing to do with the fact that Elena was pregnant," Havers said, and then, "What now?"
"Wait here for St. James, see what he's able to conclude about the weapon, and let him have a go at eliminating the boxing gloves as well."
"And you?"
"I'll go to the Weavers."
"Right."
Still she didn't move from the car. He could feel her looking at him.
"Everyone loses, don't they, Inspector?"
"That's always the case with a murder," he said. Neither of the Weaver cars was in the drive when Linley pulled up to the front of the house, but the garage doors were closed, and assuming that the cars would be kept out of the damp, he went to ring the bell. From the back of the house he could hear the dog's answering bark of welcome. It was followed moments later by a woman's voice calling for quiet behind the door. The bolt was drawn back. Since she'd met him at the door on his 2 previous visits, Linley had been expecting to see Justine Weaver when the broad oak panels slid soundlessly open. So he was taken aback when in her place stood a tall, somewhat beefy, middle-aged woman carrying a plate of sandwiches. These gave off the distinct odour of tuna. They were surrounded by a substantial nest of crisps. Linley recalled his initial interview with the Weavers and the information that Anthony Weaver had given him about his former wife. This, he realized, would be Glynn. He produced his warrant card and introduced himself. She took her time about scrutinizing it, giving him time to scrutinize her. Only in height was she like Justine Weaver. In every other way she was Justine's antithesis. Looking at her heavy tweed skirt that stretched wide across her hips, her line-weary face with its loose flesh on the jaw, her wiry hair liberally streaked with grey and pulled back into an unflattering chignon, Linley found himself hearing once again Victor Troughton's assessment of his wife's middle age. And he felt a surge of mortification when he realized that he too was in the process of judging and dismissing based upon what time had done to a woman's body. Glynn Weaver looked up from her perusal of his card. She held the door open. "Come in," she said. "I was just having lunch. Would you like something?" She offered the plate in his direction. "You'd think there might be something other than tinned fish in the larder, but Antony's Justine likes to watch her weight." "Is she here?" Linley asked. "Is Dr. Weaver here?" Glynn led him into the morning-room and fluttered a hand in dismissal. "Both out. One couldn't really expect Justine to hang about the house for more than a day or two over something as inconsequential as a family death. And as for Anthony, I don't know. He went off a while ago." "By car?" "Yes." "To the college?" "I have no idea. One moment he was here in the house, talking to me. The next moment he was gone. I expect he's out there somewhere in the fog, trying to think what he's going to do next. You know how it is. Moral obligation versus cock-throbbing lust. He's always had trouble when it comes to conflict. In his case, I'm afraid lust usually wins." Linley didn't respond. He would have had to be a complete dullard not to recognize what was roiling beneath the thin veneer of Glynn's civility. Anger, hatred, bitterness, envy, and a terror of abjuring any of them in order to allow her heart to begin to feel the full strength of what had to be a multifurcate grief. Glynn set her plate on the wicker table. Its breakfast dishes had not yet been removed. On the floor surrounding it, a noticeable patina of toast crumbs lay on the wood, and she walked right through this, either oblivious or unconcerned. She stacked the breakfast plates one upon the other, mindless of the cold and congealing food upon each. But rather than take them into the kitchen, she merely pushed them to one side, ignoring a dirty knife and teaspoon that fell from the table onto the crisp floral pillow that covered the seat of one of the chairs. "Anthony knows," she said. "I expect you know as well. I expect that's why you've come. Will you arrest her today?" She sat down. Her chair's willow strands creaked as they rubbed together. She picked up the sandwich and took a hefty bite, chewing with a pleasure that seemed only marginally related to the food. He said, "Do you know where she's gone, Mrs. Weaver?" Glynn picked among the crisps. "At what point exactly do you make an arrest? I've always wondered that. Do you need an eyewitness? What about hard evidence? You've got to have something to give to the prosecutors, don't you? You've got to have a case that solidly sticks." "Did she have an appointment?" Glynn wiped her hands against her skirt and began to tick items off on her fingers. "There's the sea-phone call that she claimed she received on Sunday night. There's the fact that she ran without the dog on Monday morning. There's the fact that she knew exactly where and how and what time to find her. And there's the fact that she hated her and wanted her dead. Do you need something more? Fingerprints, blood, a single hair, a bit of skin? Has she gone to see family? People loved Elena. Justine couldn't stand that. But mostly she couldn't stand that Anthony loved her. She hated his devotion, how he always tried to make things right between them. She didn't want that. Because if things went right between Anthony and Elena, things would go wrong between Anthony and Justine. That's what she thought, and she was sick with jealousy. You've finally come for her, haven't you? Eagerness appeared in wet glimmers at the corners of her mouth. She reminded Linley of the crowds that once gathered to watch public executions, revelling in the vengeful taking of a life. Had there been a possibility to see Justine Weaver drawn and quartered, he had no doubt that this woman would be more than willing to grasp the opportunity. He wanted to tell her that there was in the end no real taking of an eye for an eye, and no real satisfaction to be found at any bar of justice. For even if the most barbarous kind of punishment were meted out against the perpetrator of a crime, the rage and grief of the victimized remained. His eyes dropped to the mess on the table. Near the stacked plates, and beneath a knife that was smeared with butter, lay an envelope with the crest of the University Press on it and Justine's name, but not her address, written in a firm, masculine hand. Evidently Glynn saw the direction of his gaze, for she said, "She's an important executive. You couldn't really have thought she'd be hanging round here." He nodded and began to take his leave. "Will you arrest her?" she asked again. He responded with, "I want to ask her a question." "I see. Just a question. Quite. Well, would you arrest her if you had the proof in your hand? If I gave you the proof?" She waited to see the reaction to her questions. She smiled like a perfectly satisfied cat when his steps faltered and he turned to face her. "Yes," she said slowly. "Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Policeman." She pushed away from the table and left the room. In a moment he heard the Irish setter begin barking again, and her answering shout from the back of the house, "Shut up, will you?" The dog persisted. "Here," she said, returning. She carried 2 manila folders and, under her arm, what appeared to be an artist's canvas rolled up. "Anthony had these in the study, hidden at the back of a filing drawer. I found him snivelling over them an hour or so ago, just before he left. Have a look for yourself. I've no doubt what conclusion you'll reach." She handed over the folders first. He flipped through the sketches that each contained. All of them were studies of the dead girl. All appeared done by the same hand. They were undeniably skilful, and he admired their quality. None, however, could possibly serve as a motive for murder. He was about to say this when Glynn thrust the canvas at him. "Now look at this," she said. He unrolled it, squatting to place it on the floor because it was quite large and had been doubled over prior to being rolled and stored in the first place. It was, he saw, a spattered piece of canvas, with 2 large rips moving diagonally towards the middle, and a central shorter rip meeting them there. The spattering on it had been created by large gobs of paint, mostly white and red, that looked as if they'd been smeared haphazardly onto the canvas with a palette knife and with no regard for artistic expression. Where they did not meet or overlap, the colours of another oil painting showed through. He stood up and gazed down at it, feeling the first stirring of final comprehension. "And this," Glynn said. "It was wrapped up in the canvas when I first unrolled it." She slapped into his hand a small brass plaque, perhaps 2 inches long and 3/4 of an inch wide. He took it from his palm and held it to the light, knowing what it was that he would likely see. Elena was engraved in fine script across it. He looked up at Glynn Weaver and saw the exultant pleasure she was taking from the moment. He knew she was expecting him to comment upon the nature of the motive she'd just presented him. Instead he asked, "Has Justine gone running while you've been in Cambridge?" This didn't seem to be the response she expected from him, but she answered well enough, although her eyes narrowed with sharp suspicion as she did so. "Yes." "In a tracksuit?" "Well, she wasn't exactly dressed by Coco Chanel." "What colour, Mrs. Weaver?" "Colour?" with a hint of outrage that he wasn't keying into the ruined painting and what it implied. "Yes, the colour. It was black." "So just how much more proof do you want that Justine hated my daughter?" Glenweaver had followed him out of the breakfast-room, leaving behind the smell of old eggs, tuna, butter, and crisps vying with one another in the air for domination. "What's it going to take to convince you? How much more proof?" She'd put a hand on his arm and pulled on him till he faced her, standing so close that he could feel her breath on his face and could smell the oily odour of fish each time she exhaled. He sketched Elena, not his wife. He painted Elena, not his wife. Imagine watching that. Imagine hating each moment as it was going on before your eyes, right here in this morning room, because the light's good here, and he would have wanted to paint her in light that was good. Linley turned the Bentley into Bulstrode Gardens, where the street lamps did not so much cut through the mist as merely colour the top layer of it gold, while the rest remained a mass of wet grey. He pulled directly into the semicircular drive through a mat of damp leaves fallen and blown from the stand of slim birches at the edge of the property. Without taking particular note of it, he gazed at the house before getting out of the car, considering the nature of the evidence he had with him, reflecting upon the sketches of Elena and what they suggested about the ruined canvas, thinking of the sea-phone, and above all playing with time, for it was time upon which the entire case hung. She would have obliterated the image first, and taking no real or lasting satisfaction in that, she would have moved on to the girl herself second, Glenweaver had asserted. She would have pounded her face just as she had hacked and stabbed at the painting, brutalizing and destroying, living out her rage. But most of that constituted hopeful conjecture, Linley thought. Only part of it skirted close to the truth. He tucked the canvas under his arm and went to the door. Harry Roger answered, Christian and Perdita at his heels. He said only, "It's pen you want?" to Linley's request, and then to his son, "Go fetch Mummy, Chris." When the little boy scampered up the stairway to do so, shouting, "Mummy!" and bashing the worn head of a hobby-horse against the balusters with additional cries of "Kablowy! Kabloo!" Roger nodded Linley into the sitting-room. He swung his daughter onto his hip and glanced without speaking at the canvas beneath Linley's arm. Perdita curled herself against her father's chest. Above them, Christian's footsteps thumped along the upstairs corridor. His hobby-horse banged against the wall. "Mummy!" Small fists pounded on a door. "You've brought her some work, haven't you?" Roger's words were polite, his face deliberately impassive. "I'd like her to look at this, Harry. I need her expertise." The other man's lips offered a brief smile, one which accepted information without indicating that it was at all welcome. He said, "Excuse me, please," and he walked into the kitchen, shutting the door behind him. A moment later, Christian preceded both his mother and his aunt into the sitting-room. Somewhere in his sojourn through the house he'd picked up a tot-sized vinyl holster, and he was wrestling it inexpertly round his waist, its companion toy gun dangling to his knees. "I shoot you, mister," he said to Linley, dragging on the gun's handle and knocking himself into Lady Helen's legs in his effort to get it out. "I shoot, Aunt Eileen." "Those aren't the wisest words to say to a policeman, Chris." Lady Helen knelt in front of him and saying, "Don't be such a wiggle-worm," she fastened the holster round his waist. He giggled and shouted, "Kablang you, mister!" and ran to the sofa, where he beat the pistol against the pillows. "If nothing else, he has a fine future in crime," Linley noted. Penelope raised both hands in futility. "It's nearly his nap time. He gets a bit wild when he's tired. I'd hate to think what he's like when he's fully awake." "Kablow!" Christian yelled. He rolled onto the floor and began crawling in the direction of the hall, making shooting noises and taking aim at imaginary foes. Penelope watched him and shook her head. "I've considered sedating him until his 18th birthday, but what would I do for laughs?" As Christian began an assault on the stairway, she said with a nod towards the canvas, "What have you brought?" Linley unrolled it along the back of the sofa, gave her a moment to observe it from across the room, and said, "What can you do with it?" "Do? Not a restoration, Tommy," Lady Helen said doubtfully. Penelope looked up from the canvas. She said, Heavens, you must be joking. Why? Tommy, it's a ruin. I don't need it repaired. I just need to establish what's underneath the top layer of paint. But how do you even know there's something underneath it? Look closer, there has to be. You can see it. And besides, it's the only explanation. Penelope asked for no further details. She merely walked to the sofa for a closer look and touched her fingers to the surface of the canvas. "It would take weeks to clean this off," she said. "You've no idea what it would entail. This sort of thing is done inches at a time across a canvas, a single layer at a time. One doesn't just dump a bottle of solvent on it and wipe it off like a window being cleaned." "Blast!" Linley muttered. "Kaplooey!" Christian yelled from his position of potential ambush on the stairs. Still, Penelope tapped her index finger against her lip. "Let me take it into the kitchen and have a look under stronger light." Her husband was standing at the stove, flipping through the day's post. His daughter leaned against him, one arm encircling his leg, one apple cheek pressed against his thigh. Sleepily she said, "Mummy?" And Roger raised his head from the letter he was perusing. His eyes took in the canvas that Penelope carried. His face was unreadable. Penelope said, "If you'll just clear off the worktop," and waited with the canvas in her hands while Linley and Lady Helen moved aside the mixing bowls, lunch dishes, storybooks, and silverware. Then she flopped the canvas down and looked at it thoughtfully. "Pen," her husband said. "In a moment," she replied. She went to a drawer and took out a magnifying glass, fondly running her fingers through her daughter's hair as she passed. "Where's the baby?" Roger asked. Penelope bent over the worktop and scrutinized first the individual blotches of paint, and then the rips in the canvas itself. "Ultraviolet," she said. "Perhaps infrared." She looked up at Linley. "Do you need the painting itself, or would a photograph do?" "Photograph?" "Pen, I asked. We have 3 options. An X-ray would show us the entire skeleton of the painting, everything that's been painted on the canvas, no matter how many layers have been used. An ultraviolet light would give us whatever work's been done on top of the varnish, if there's been repainting, for instance. An infrared photo would give us whatever comprised the initial sketch for the painting, and any doctoring that's been done to the signature, if there is a signature, of course. Would any of that be helpful?" Linley looked at the lacerated canvas and considered the options. "I should guess an X-ray," he said reflectively. "But if that doesn't do it, can we try something else?" "Certainly, I'll just—" "Penelope!" Harry Roger's face had mottled, although his voice was determinedly pleasant. "Isn't it time that the twins had a lie-down? Christian's been acting like a madman for the past 20 minutes, and Perdita's falling asleep on her feet." Penelope glanced at the wall clock that hung above the stove. She chewed on her lip and looked at her sister. Lady Helen smiled faintly, perhaps in acknowledgment, perhaps in encouragement. "You're right, of course," Penelope said with a sigh. "They do need to nap." "Good, then. So if you'll see to them yourself, darling, the rest of us can pop this canvas round to the Fitzwilliam to see what can be done with it. The baby's been fed, she's already asleep, and the twins won't give you much trouble so long as you read them something from cautionary verses. Christian's quite partial to that poem about Matilda. Helen must have read it to him 6 times before he dropped off yesterday." She began rolling up the canvas. "I'll just need a moment to dress," she told Linley. When she'd left the room, Roger lifted up his daughter. He looked at the doorway as if in the expectation of Penelope's return. When that did not occur, when instead they heard her saying, "Daddy will help you have a lie-down, Christian, darling," he gave his attention to Linley for a moment, as Christian pounded down the stairs and across the sitting-room towards the kitchen. "She isn't well," Roger said. "You know as well as I that she shouldn't be leaving this house. I hold you responsible, both of you, Helen, if anything happens." "We are merely going to the Fitzwilliam Museum," Lady Helen replied, sounding for all the world like a model of reason. "What on earth could possibly happen to her there?" "Daddy!" Christian flung himself into the room and crashed euphorically against his father's legs. "Read Tilda to me, now!" "I'm warning you, Helen," Roger said, and stabbing a finger in Linley's direction. "I'm warning the both of you."
"Daddy, read!"
"Duty appears to be calling, Harry," Lady Helen replied serenely. "You'll find their pyjamas beneath the pillows on their beds. And the book—" "I know where the damn book is," Roger snapped, and took his children from the room.
"Oh, dear," Lady Helen murmured. "I'm afraid there's going to be hell to pay for this."
"I don't think so," Linley said. "Harry's an educated man. At the very least we know he can read." "Cautionary verses?" Linley shook his head. "The handwriting on the wall." After an hour we all managed to come to an agreement. The strongest likelihood is that it was glass. When I left, Pleasance was still holding out for his theory that it was a champagne or wine bottle, preferably full, but he's fresh from graduate school and still attached to any opportunity to expatiate. Frankly, I expect he's more attracted to the sound of his arguments than to their viability. No wonder the head of forensic—is it Drake?—wants his neck in a noose. Forensic scientist Simon Alcourt St. James joined Barbara Havers at her solitary table in the officers' mess at Cambridge Police Station. For the past 2 hours he'd been holed up at the Regional Police Laboratory with the disputing parties of Superintendent Sheehan's forensic team, examining not only the X-rays of Elena Weaver, but the body itself, and comparing his conclusions with those developed by the younger scientist in the Cambridge group. It was an activity that Barbara had begged off attending. The brief period during her police training that had been given to watching autopsies had more than sated whatever nugatory interest she may once have had in forensic medicine. "Please note, officers," the forensic pathologist had intoned as he stood before the draped cart, under which was the corpse that would be their object lesson, "that the mark of the ligature used in strangling this woman can still be plainly observed, although our killer made what he apparently believed would be an ingenious attempt at obfuscation. Step closer, please." Like idiots or automatons, the probationary DCs had done so, and 3 of them had fainted dead away, when, with a tiny smile of malicious anticipation, the pathologist whipped back the sheet to display the grisly remains of a body that had been saturated with paraffin and set afire. Barbara herself had remained on her feet, but only just, and she had never been in a tearing hurry to stand in on an autopsy from that time forward. "Just bring me the facts," she always thought when a body was carted away from a murder scene. "Don't make me watch you gather them." "Tea?" she asked St. James, as he lowered himself into one of the chairs, adjusting his position to make allowances for the brace he wore on his left leg. "It's fresh." She gave a glance to her watch. "Well, okay, only moderately fresh, but it's riddled with enough caffeine to paste your eyelids permanently open if you're feeling clapped out." St. James accepted the offer and ministered to his cup with 3 over-large spoonfuls of sugar. After a taste of it he added a 4th, saying, "Falstaff is my only defence, Barbara." She lifted her cup to him. "Cheers," she said, and watched him drink. He was looking well, she decided. Still too thin and angular, still too lined about the face, but there was an appealing sheen to the undisciplined dark hair, and his hands on the table seemed utterly relaxed. A man at peace with himself, she thought, and she wondered how long it had taken St. James to achieve such psychic equilibrium. He was Linley's oldest and closest friend, an expert witness from London upon whose forensic services they had called more than once. If not a wine bottle, and there was one at the crime scene, by the way, and not a champagne bottle, then what was used to beat her, she asked, and why have the Cambridge people been scrapping over this issue in the first place? "A case of male posturing, to my way of thinking," St. James replied. "The head of forensic is just over 50. He's been on the job for a good 25 years. Along comes Pleasance, 26 years old and acting the upstart crow. So what you have is—" "Men," Barbara said in simple conclusion. "Why don't they just go outside and settle their dispute by seeing who can pee the farthest?" St. James smiled. "Not a bad idea." "Ha! Women should run the world." She poured herself more tea. So why couldn't it have been a wine or champagne bottle? The shape doesn't make a match. We're looking for something with a slightly broader curve, making the connection between bottom and sides, like this. He cupped his right palm to form half an oval. And the leather gloves wouldn't work for that curve? For the curve, perhaps, but leather gloves of that weight wouldn't shatter a cheekbone in a single blow. I'm not sure a heavyweight could even do that. And from what you said, the boy who owns the gloves isn't a heavyweight by any stretch of the imagination. Then what? Barbara asked. A vase, perhaps? I don't think so. Whatever was used had some sort of hand grip, and it was quite heavy, enough to do maximum damage with minimum effort. She'd only been struck 3 times. A hand grip? That suggests the neck of a bottle. Which is why Pleasance is continuing to propound his full champagne bottle theory despite compelling evidence to the contrary. Unless, of course, it's the most oddly shaped champagne bottle on record. St. James removed a paper napkin from the table dispenser and roughed out a sketch, saying, "What you're looking for is flat on the bottom with a broad curve on the sides, and I imagine a sturdy, gripping neck." He handed it over. Barbara studied the drawing. "This looks like one of those ship's decanters," she said, pulling on her upper lip thoughtfully. "Simon, did someone cosh the girl in the face with a family Waterford?" "It's as heavy as crystal," St. James replied, "but smooth-surfaced, not cut, solid as well. And if that's the case, it's not a container of any sort." "What then?" He looked at the drawing, which she placed between them. "I have no idea." "You won't go for something metal?" "Doubtful. Glass, especially if it's smooth and heavy, is the likelier substance when there's no trace evidence left behind." "Need I ask if you were able to find trace evidence where the Cambridge team found none?" "You needn't. I didn't." "What a balls-up!" She sighed. He didn't disagree. Rather, he shifted position in his chair and said, "Are you and Tommy still intent on connecting the 2 killings?" "That's an odd approach when the means are so different. If you're working with the same killer, why weren't both victims gunned down?" She picked at the gelatinous surface of a cherry tart that was doing service as the edible portion of her afternoon tea. "We're thinking that the motive determined the means in each killing. The first motive was personal, so it required a personal means." "A hands-on means? Beating, then strangling?" "Yes, if you will. But the second murder wasn't personal at all, just a need to eliminate a potential witness who could place the killer at Crusoe's Island right at the time Elena Weaver was strangled. A shotgun sufficed to carry that out. Of course, what the killer didn't know is that the wrong girl got shot. A nasty business." "Quite." She speared a cherry. It looked disturbingly like a large clot of blood. Shuddering, she tapped it onto her plate and tried another. "But at least we've got a tab on the killer now, and the inspector's gone to—" She stopped, brow furrowed, as Linley came through the swinging doors, his overcoat slung over his shoulders, and his cashmere scarf fluttering round him like carmine wings. He was carrying a large manila envelope. Lady Helen Clyde and another woman, presumably her sister, were right behind him. "St. James," he said, by way of greeting his friend, "I'm in your debt again. Thank you for coming. You know Penn, of course." He dropped his coat over the back of a chair as St. James greeted Penelope and brushed a kiss across Lady Helen's cheek. He pulled extra chairs over to their table as Linley introduced Barbara to Lady Helen's sister. Barbara watched him, perplexed. He'd gone to the Weaver house for information. As soon as he had it, his next step was supposed to be to make an arrest. But clearly no arrest had been made. Something had taken him in another direction. "You haven't brought her with you?" she asked. "I haven't. Look at this." From the envelope he took out a thin stack of photographs, telling them about the canvas and the set of sketches that Glyn Weaver had given him. "There was dual damage to the painting," he said. "Someone had defaced it with great smears of colour, and then finished the job with a kitchen knife. Weaver's former wife assumed that the subject was Elena, and that Justine had destroyed it." "She was wrong, I take it?" Barbara asked, picking up the photographs and flipping through them. Each of them showed a different section of the canvas. They were curious pieces, some of them looking like nothing so much as double exposures, in which one figure was superimposed over another. They depicted various portraits of a female from childhood up to young adulthood. "What are these?" Havers asked, passing each photograph on to St. James after she perused it. "Infrared photographs and X-rays," Linley said. "Pen can explain. We did it at the museum." Penelope said, "They show what was originally on the canvas before it was smeared with paint." There were at least 5 head studies in the group, one of which was more than double the size of all the rest. Barbara puzzled her way through them, saying, "Odd sort of painting, wouldn't you say?" "Not when you assemble them," Penelope said. "Here, I'll show you." Linley cleared away the tea debris, piling the stainless steel teapot, the cups, the plates, and the silverware onto a table nearby. "Because of its size, it could only be photographed in sections," he explained to Barbara. Pen went on. "When the sections are assembled, it looks like this." She laid the photographs out to form an incomplete rectangle, from whose right-hand corner a quadrilateral was missing. What Barbara saw on the table was a semicircle of 4 head studies of a growing girl, depicted as a baby, a toddler, a child, an adolescent, and offset by the 5th and larger head study of the young adult. "If this isn't Elena Weaver," Barbara said, "then who—" "It's Elena, all right," Linley said. "Her mother was dead on the money about that. Where she went wrong was in the rest of the scenario. She saw sketches and a painting hidden in Weaver's study, and reached a logical conclusion based upon her knowledge that he dabbled in art. But obviously this isn't dabbling." Barbara looked up, saw that he was removing another photograph from the envelope. She held her hand out for it, put it into the empty spot at the bottom right-hand corner, and looked at the artist's signature. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 10, Side 2. Barbara looked up, saw that he was removing another photograph from the envelope. She held her hand out for it, put it into the empty spot at the bottom right-hand corner, and looked at the artist's signature. Like the woman herself, it was not flamboyant, just the simple word Gordon in thin strokes of black. "Full circle," he said. "So much for coincidence," she replied. "If we can just connect her to some sort of weapon, we're starting to fly home free." Linley looked at St. James as Lady Helen gathered the pictures into a neat stack and replaced them in the folder. "What did you come up with?" he asked. "Glass," St. James said. "A wine bottle?" "No, not the right shape." Barbara went to the table where Linley had stacked their tea-things and rooted through them to find the drawing St. James had made. She pulled it from beneath the teapot and tossed it their way. It fell to the floor. Lady Helen picked it up, looked at it, shrugged, and handed it to Linley. "What is it?" he said. "It looks like a decanter." "My thought as well," Barbara said. "Simon says no." "Why?" "It needs to be solid, heavy enough to shatter a bone with one blow." "Damn and blast," Linley said, and flipped it to the table. Penelope leaned forward and drew the paper towards her. "Tommy," she said thoughtfully, "you know, I can't be certain, but this looks awfully like a muller." "A muller?" Linley asked. Havers said, "What the dickens is that?" "A tool," Penelope said. "It's what an artist first uses when he's making his own paint." Chapter 22. Sarah Gordon lay on her back and fixed her eyes on the ceiling in her bedroom. She studied the patterns made in the plaster, urging out of the subtle swirls and indentations the silhouette of a cat, the gaunt face of an old woman, the wicked grin of a demon. It was the only room of the house on whose walls she had hung no decoration, establishing in it a monastic simplicity that she had believed would be conducive to the flights of imagination that had always in the past led her to creation. They led her only to memory now. The thud, the crunch, the crushing of bone, the blood unexpectedly hot when it flew up from the girl's face to speckle her own, and the girl herself, Elena.
Sarah turned on her side and drew the woolen blanket closer round her, curling herself into a fetal position. The cold was intolerable. She'd kept a fire burning downstairs for most of the day, and she'd turned the heat up as far as it would go, but still she couldn't escape the chill. It seemed to seep from the walls and the floor and the bed itself like an insidious contagion, determined to have her. And as the minutes passed, the cold became ever more the victor as her body convulsed with new spasms of shivering. "A small fever," she told herself. "The weather's been bad. One can't expect to remain unaffected by the damp, the fog, or the ice-driven wind." But even as she repeated key words, damp, fog, and wind, like a hypnotic chant designed to focus her thoughts on the narrowest, most bearable and acceptable pathway, the single part of her mind that she had been unable to discipline from the very beginning forced Elena Weaver forward again. She'd come to Grantchester 2 afternoons a week for 2 months, rolling up the drive on her ancient bicycle, with her long hair tied back to keep it out of her face, and her pockets filled with contraband treats to slip to flame when she thought Sarah was least likely to notice. Scruff Dog, she called him, and she tugged affectionately on his lopsided ears, bent her face to his, and let him lick her nose. "What I have for little scruffs," she said, and she laughed when the dog snuffed at her pockets, his tail thumping happily, his front paws digging at the front of her jeans. It was a ritual with them, generally carried out on the drive, where Flame dashed out to meet her, barking a frantic, delighted greeting that Elena claimed she could feel vibrating through the air. Then she'd come inside, slinging off her coat, untying her hair, shaking it out, smiling her hello, a little embarrassed if Sarah happened to have caught her in the act of greeting the dog with such an open display of affection. She seemed to feel it wasn't quite adult of her to love an animal, especially one that she didn't even own. "Ready?" she'd say, in that half-swallowed manner that made the words sound much more like "Ray." She seemed shy at first, when Tony brought her by those few nights to model for the life-drawing class. But it was only the initial reserve of a young woman, conscious of her difference from others, and even more conscious of how that difference might somehow contribute to others' discomfort. Once she sensed another's ease in her presence, at least once she'd sensed Sarah's ease, she herself grew more forthright, and she began to chat and to laugh, melding into the environment and the circumstances as if she'd always been a part of them. She hopped onto the tall stool in Sarah's studio at precisely 2:30 on those free afternoons. Her eyes danced round the room, scouting out whatever pieces had been worked on or were new since her last visit. And always she talked. She was at heart so like her father in that. "You never married, Sarah?" Even her choice of topics was the same as her father's, except, unlike his, her question came out more like, "You never married, Sarah?" And it was a moment before Sarah mentally worked through the careful, if distorted syllables to comprehend their meaning. "No, I never did. Why?" Sarah examined the canvas on which she was working, comparing it to the lively creature perched atop the stool, and wondering if she would ever be able to capture completely that quality of energy which the girl seemed to exude. Even in repose, holding her head at an angle with her hair sweeping round, and the light glancing off it like sun hitting summer wheat, she was electric and alive. Restless and questioning, she seemed eager for experience, anxious to understand. "I suppose I thought a man might get in my way," Sarah replied. "I wanted to be an artist. Everything else was secondary." "My dad wants to be an artist as well." "Indeed he does." "Is he good, do you think?" "Yes." "And do you like him?" This last with her eyes riveted on Sarah's face. It was only so that she could easily read the answer, Sarah told herself, but still she said abruptly, "Of course. I like all my students, I always have done. You're moving, Elena. Please put your head back as it was." She watched the girl reach her toe forward and rub it along the top of Flame's head where he lay on the floor, anticipating the treat he hoped would fall from her pocket. She waited, breath held, for the moment's question about Tony to pass. It always did, for Elena excelled at recognizing boundaries, which went far to explain why she also excelled at obliterating most of them. She grinned, said, "Sorry, Sarah," and resumed her position, while Sarah herself escaped from the girl's scrutiny by going to the stereo and switching it on. "Dad'll be surprised when he sees this," Elena said. "When can I see it?" "When it's done. Position again, Elena. Damn, we're losing light." And afterwards, with the easel covered and the music playing, they'd sit in the studio and have their tea. Shortbread, which Elena slipped into Flame's eager mouth, his tongue lapping bits of sugar from her fingers. Tarts and cakes that Sarah made from recipes she'd not thought about in years. As they munched and talked, the music continued, and Sarah's fingers tapped its rhythm against her knee. "What's it like?" Elena asked her casually one afternoon. "What?" She nodded towards one of the speakers. "That," she said. "You know, that." "The music? What's it like?" Sarah dropped her gaze from the girl's earnest eyes and looked at her hands as the haunting mystery of Vollenweide's electric harp and Moog synthesizer challenged her to answer, the music rising and falling, each note like a crystal. She thought about how to reply for such a length of time that Elena finally said, "Sorry, I just thought—" Sarah raised her head quickly, saw the girl's distress, and realized that Elena thought she herself was embarrassed by being accosted with an unthinking act of mentioning a disability, as if Elena had asked her to look upon a disfigurement she'd prefer to avoid seeing. She said, "Oh, no, it's not that, Elena. I was trying to decide. Here, come with me." And she took her first to stand by the speaker, turning the sound up full volume. She placed her hand against it. Elena smiled. "Percussion," Sarah said. "Those are the drums. And the bass, the low notes, you can feel them, can't you?" When the girl nodded, pulling on her lower lip with her chipped front teeth, Sarah looked round the room for something else. She found it in the soft camel hairs of dry, fine brushes, the cool, sharp metal of a clean palette knife, the smooth, cold glass of turpentine in a jar. "All right," she said. "Here, this is what it sounds like." As the music changed, shifted and swelled, she played it against the girl's inner arm where the flesh was tender and most sensitive to touch. "Electric harp," she said, and with the palette knife she tapped the light pattern of notes against her skin. "And now a flute." This was the brush in a wavering dance. "And this, the background, Elena. It's synthetic, you see. He's not using an instrument. It's a machine that makes musical sounds. Like this. Just one note now while all the rest are playing." And she rolled the jar smoothly in one long line. "All at once it happens?" Elena asked. "Yes, all at once." She gave the girl a palette knife. She herself used the brush and the jar. And as the record continued to play, they made the music together, while all the time above their heads on a shelf not 5 feet away sat the mullah that Sarah would use to destroy her. Now, on her bed in the dim afternoon light, Sarah clutched the blanket and tried to stop quaking. There had been no other alternative, she thought. There was no other way that he might learn to face the truth. But she herself had to live with the horror of it all for the rest of her life. She had liked the girl. She had moved beyond sorrow 8 months ago into a limbo in which nothing could touch her, so that when she heard the car on the drive, Flame's answering bark and the footsteps approaching, she felt nothing at all. "Okay, I accept the fact that the mullah looks like a go for the weapon," Havers said as they watched the Panda car pull away from the curb, taking Lady Helen and her sister home. "But we know that Elena was dead round 6:30, Inspector. At least she was dead round 6:30 if we can trust what Rosalind Simpson said. And I don't know about you, but I think we can. And even if Rosalind wasn't definite about the time she reached the island, she knows for certain that she got back to her room by 7:30. So if she did make an error, it's probably in the other direction, putting the killing earlier, not later. And if Sarah Gordon, whose account is supported by 2 of her neighbours, mind you, didn't leave her house until just before 7... She squirmed in her seat to face Linley. "Tell me, how was she in 2 places at once?
At home having her Weetabix in Grantchester at the same time as she was on Crusoe's Island.
Linley guided the Bentley out of the car park and slid it into the spotty traffic heading southeast on Parkside. "You're assuming that when her neighbours saw her leaving at 7, it was the first time she left that morning," he said, "which is exactly what she wanted us to assume, exactly what she wanted her neighbours to assume. But by her own account, she was up that morning not long after 5, and she would have had to tell the truth about that, because one of the very same neighbours who saw her leaving at 7 might well have seen her lights on earlier and told us about that. So I think it's safe to conclude that she had plenty of time to make another earlier trip to Cambridge." "But why go a second time? If she wanted to play discoverer of the body once Rosalind saw her, why not just head out to the police station right then?" "She couldn't," Linley said. "She had no real choice in the matter. She had to change her clothes." Havers stared at him blankly. "Right. Well, I'm a real looby, then. What have clothes got to do with it?" "Blood," St. James responded. Linley nodded at his friend in the rear-view mirror before saying to Havers, "She could hardly go dashing into the police station to report having found a body if she was wearing a tracksuit whose jacket front was spotted with the victim's blood." "Then why even go to the police station at all?" "She had to place herself at the crime scene, just in case, when the news broke about Elena Weaver's death, Rosalind Simpson remembered what she had seen and went to the police. As you said yourself, she had to play discoverer of the body, so that even if Rosalind had been able to give the police an accurate description of the woman she'd seen that morning, even if the description led the local CID to Sarah Gordon, as it might have done once Anthony Weaver got wind of it, why on earth would anyone conclude that she had been to the island twice? Why on earth would anyone conclude that she'd kill a girl, go home, change her clothes, and return?" "Right, sir, so why the hell did she?" "To hedge her bets," St. James said, "in case Rosalind got to the police before she got to Rosalind." "If she was wearing different clothes from those Rosalind had seen the killer wear," Linley went on, "and if one or more of her neighbours could verify that she hadn't left her house till 7, why would anyone think she was the killer of a girl who died round a half-hour earlier?" "But Rosalind said that the woman she saw had light hair, sir. It was practically the only thing she remembered." "Quite. A scarf, a cap, a wig. Why bother with that?" "So that Elena would think she was seeing Justine." Linley circled through the roundabout at Lensfield Road before he continued. "Time has been the issue that we've stumbled over from the first, Sergeant. Because of it, we've spent 2 days following an assortment of blind leads about sexual harassment, pregnancy, unrequited love, jealousy, and illicit affairs, when we should have recognized the single point of similarity which everyone shares, both of the victims and every last suspect. All of them can run." "But everyone can run." And with an apologetic glance at St. James, who in his best moments could only manage a moderate hobble, "I mean, generally speaking." Linley nodded grimly. "That's exactly my point, generally speaking." Havers gave a sigh of frustration. "I'm getting flummoxed. I see means, I see opportunity, but I don't see motive. It seems to me that if anyone was going to get beat up and strangled by anyone else in this case, and if Sarah Gordon did it, it doesn't make sense that the victim was Elena when our Justine is the far better bet. Look at the facts. Not bothering to consider that it probably took Sarah half an age to paint it in the first place, that portrait was probably worth hundreds of pounds, possibly more, although what I don't know about the value of art could fill a good-sized library, and Justine destroyed it. Having a bit of a tantrum, some real splatter and splash on an original oil sounds like a motive for something, if you ask me. And mind you, it wasn't a bit of dabbling by her husband that she was venting her feelings on, but the real thing, by a real artist with a real reputation. Even Weaver himself couldn't have been too chuffed by that. As a matter of fact, he might have been the one to do the killing once he saw what she'd done to the picture. So why bag Elena?" Her voice became thoughtful. "Unless, of course, Justine didn't do the slashing at all. Unless Elena herself. Is that what you're thinking, Inspector?"
Linley didn't reply. Instead, just before they reached the bridge that crossed the river on Fen Causeway, he pulled off the road and onto the pavement. Leaving the motor running, he turned to the others and said, "I'll just be a moment." 10 steps from the Bentley, he was enveloped by the fog. He didn't cross the street to look at the island for a third time. He knew it had no further secrets to reveal. From the causeway, he knew, he would see the shapes of trees, the mist-washed form of the footbridge that crossed the river, and perhaps the etching of birds on the water. He would see Cove Fen as an opaque screen of grey, and that would be all. If the lights of Peterhouse managed to cut through the vast and tenebrous expanse of fog on this day, they would be mere pinpricks, less substantial than stars. Even Whistler, he thought, would have found it a challenge. For the second time he walked to the end of the Causeway Bridge where the iron gate stood, and for the second time he made note of the fact that anyone running along the lower river from Queen's, or from St. Stephen's, would have 3 options upon reaching Fen Causeway: a turn to the left, and she would run past the Department of Engineering; a turn to the right, and she would head towards Newnham Road; or, as he had seen for himself on Tuesday afternoon, she could proceed straight ahead, crossing the street to where he now stood, ducking through the gate and continuing south along the upper river. What he had failed to consider on Tuesday afternoon was that someone running into the city from the opposite direction would have had 3 options as well. What he had failed to consider on Tuesday afternoon was that someone could have run in the opposite direction in the first place, starting from the upper rather than the lower river, and hence following the upper rather than the lower path on which Elena Weaver had been running on the morning of her death. He observed this upper path now, noting how it disappeared into the fog like a thin line of pencil. As on Monday, visibility was poor, perhaps less than 20 feet. But the river, and hence the path next to it, flowed due north at this particular section, with scarcely a bend or a wrinkle to cause a walker or a runner, either of them familiar with the lay of the land, any need for marked hesitation. A bicycle came wheeling towards him out of the mist, a headlamp fixed to the 10 speed's handlebars providing a weak beam of light not much wider than an index finger. When the rider, a young bearded man wearing a rakish trilby as an odd accent piece to his faded jeans and black oilskin jacket, dismounted to open the gate, Linley spoke to him. "Where does this path lead?" Making an adjustment to his hat, the young man looked back over his shoulder, as if a perusal of the path would help him answer the question. Thoughtfully he pulled on the end of his beard. "Along the river for a bit." "How far?" "Couldn't say for certain. I always pick it up round Newnham Driftway. I've never headed in the other direction." "Does it go to Grantchester?" "This path? No, mate, it doesn't go there." "Blast!" Linley frowned at the river, realizing that he might have to reassess what he had thought of as a plausible explanation for how Elena Weaver's death had been orchestrated on Monday morning. "But you can get there from here if you've a mind for the walk," the young man said, perhaps anticipating that Linley was anxious for a fog-dampened stroll. He slapped a spattering of mud from his jeans and waved his arm vaguely from south to southwest. "Down the river path there's a car park just past Lammasland. If you cut through there and nip down Eitesley Avenue, there's a public footpath that goes through the fields. It's posted well enough, and it'll take you straight to Grantchester. Although—" he eyed Linley's fine overcoat and his hand-tooled lob's shoes. "I don't know if I'd try it in the fog if you don't know the route. You could end up doing nothing but thrashing round in the mud." Linley found his excitement quickening as the young man spoke. The facts were going to support him after all. "How far is it?" he asked. "The car park's under half a mile, I should guess. I mean Grantchester itself, if you go through the fields. 1.5 miles, 1 3/4, no more than that." Linley looked back at the path, at the untroubled surface of the sluggish river. Timing, he thought. It all centred round timing. He returned to the car. "Well?" Havers said. "She wouldn't have driven her car on the first trip," Linley said. "She couldn't have taken the risk that one of her neighbours might see her leaving, as 2 did later in the morning, or that anyone might see it parked near the island."
Havers looked in the direction from which he'd just come. So she walked in on a footpath, but she must have had to run like the devil all the way back. He reached for his pocket-watch and unhooked it from his waistcoat. Who was it, Mrs. Stamford, who said she was in a tearing hurry when she left at 7? At least now we know why. She had to find the body before anyone else did. He flipped the watch open and handed it to Havers. "Time the drive to Grantchester, Sergeant," he said. He slid the Bentley into the traffic, which, although slow-moving, was sparse at this time of afternoon. They descended the gentle slope of the causeway, and after one quick pause, when an oncoming car veered into their lane in order to avoid hitting a postal van that was parked half on the pavement with its hazard lights blinking, they made their way into the Newnham Road roundabout. From there traffic diminished noticeably, and although the fog was still thick, swirling round the Granter King pub and a small Thai restaurant as if it were being stage-managed to do so, Lindley was able to increase his speed marginally. "Time?" he asked. 32 seconds so far." She pivoted in her seat so that she faced him again, the watch still in her hand. "But she's not a runner, sir, not like the rest of them." "Which is why it took her nearly 30 minutes to get home, change her clothes, load her car, and get back to Cambridge. It's little more than 1.5 miles over the fields to Grantchester," he said. "A distance runner could have done the same course in less than 10 minutes. And had Sarah Gordon been a runner, Georgina Higgins' heart wouldn't have needed to die. Because she would have got home, changed clothes, and returned in good enough time that even if Rosalind described her accurately, she could have said that she was stumbling off the island after having discovered the body?" "Right." He drove on. She examined the watch. 52 seconds. They drove along the west side of Lammasland, a broad green of picnic tables and play areas that sprawled for 3/4 of the length of Newnham Road. They swung through the dogleg where Newnham became Barton, and spun past a line of dismal pensioners' flats, past a church, past a steamy-windowed laundrette, past the newer brick buildings of a city in the midst of economic growth. 1:15, Havers said as they made the turn south towards Grantchester. Lindley looked in the rear-view mirror at St. James. The other man had picked up the material which Penn had assembled at the Fitzwilliam Museum, welcomed by her former colleagues with the sort of delight one expects to greet only visiting royalty, and he was flipping through the X-rays and the infrared photographs in his usual deliberate and thoughtful fashion. "St. James," Lindley asked, "what's the best part of loving Deborah?" St. James raised his head slowly. He looked surprised. Lindley understood. Considering their history, these were straits which they did not generally navigate. "That's an unusual question to ask a man about his wife." "Have you ever considered it?" St. James glanced out the window, where 2 elderly women, one supporting herself by means of an aluminum walker, were making their way towards a cramped-looking greengrocer's, where an outdoor display of fruit and vegetables wore a sequin covering of mist. Orange string sacks dangled limply from their arms. "I don't think I have," St. James said. "But I suppose it's that feeling of being thoroughly struck by life, feeling alive, not just being alive. I can't merely go through the motions with Deborah. I can't make do. She doesn't allow it. She demands my best. She engages my soul." He looked into the mirror once again. Lindley caught his gaze. Sombre, thoughtful, it seemed at odds with his words. "That's what I would imagine," Lindley said. "Why?" "Because she's an artist." The last buildings, a row of old terrace houses on the outskirts of Cambridge, melted away and closed by the fog. Country hedges replaced them, dusty grey hawthorn preparing for winter. Havers looked at the watch. 2 minutes 30 seconds, she said. The road was narrow, undivided, and unmarked. It swept past fields where a nimbus seemed to rise from the land, creating a solid, two-dimensional, mouse-coloured canvas on which nothing was drawn. If farm buildings existed somewhere in the distance, round which a farmer worked and animals grazed, the heavy fog hid them. They drove into Grantchester, passing a man in tweeds and black Wellingtons, who was watching his collie explore the verge as he himself leaned heavily on a cane. "Mr. Davies and Mr. Jeffreys," Havers said, "doing their usual number, I expect." As Linley slowed through the turn into the High Street, she examined the face of the watch again. Using her fingers to help her with her calculations, she said, 5 minutes, 37 seconds, and jerked forward in her seat with a, "Whoa, what you doing, sir?" when Linley abruptly applied the brakes. A metallic blue Citroën was parked squarely in the drive of Sarah Gordon's house. Seeing it, with the mist lapping at its tyres, Linley said, "Wait here," and got out of the Bentley. He pressed the door closed to shut it without sound, and walked the remaining distance to the remodelled school. The curtains on the front panel of windows were closed. The house itself seemed calm and uninhabited. 1 minute he was here in the house talking to me, the next moment he was gone. I expect he's out there somewhere in the fog, trying to think what he's going to do next. What had she called it? Moral obligation versus cock-throbbing lust? It was, on first and superficial glance, as much an inadvertent reference to the demise of her own marriage as it was an assessment of her former husband's dilemma. But it was more than that, for while Glyn Weaver saw her words as relating to Weaver's duty towards a daughter's death versus his continuing desire for a beautiful wife, Linley was certain now that they had another application, one of which Glyn could not possibly be aware, one which was presented pellucidly in the simple form of a car in a driveway. "I knew him. For a time we were close. He's always had trouble when it comes to conflict." Linley approached the car and found it locked. It was also empty, save for a small tan and white carton that lay partially open on the passenger seat. Linley froze momentarily when he saw it. His eyes snapped to the house, then back to the carton, and the 3 red cartridges that were sliding out. Before Havers could finish the question, he switched off the ignition and turned to St. James. "There's a pub just a bit beyond the house on the left," he said. "Go there, phone the Cambridge police, tell Sheehan to get out here. No sirens, no lights, but tell him to come armed." "Inspector, Anthony Weaver's in our house," Linley said to Havers. "He's got a shotgun with him." They waited until St. James had disappeared into the fog before they turned back to the house, some 10 yards beyond them in the High Street. "What do you think?" Havers said. "That we can't afford to wait for Sheehan." He peered back the way they had come into the village. The old man and the dog were just ambling round the bend in the road. "There's a footpath somewhere that she had to have used on Monday morning," he said, "and it seems to me that if she got out of her house without being seen, she can't have left the front way. So," he looked back at the house and then again down the road, "this way." They set off on foot in the direction from which they had just driven. But they hadn't gone more than 5 yards when the old man and the dog accosted them, the man raising his cane and poking it at Linley's chest. "Tuesday," he said. "You lot were here Tuesday. I remember that sort of thing, you know. Norman Davies. Good with my eyes, I am." "Christ," Havers muttered. The dog sat at attention at Mr. Davies' side, ears pricked forward and an expression of friendly anticipation on his face. "Mr. Jeffreys and I," this with a nod at the dog, who seemed to dip his head politely at the sound of his name, "have been out for an hour now. Mr. Jeffreys having a bit of time answering the calls of nature at his advanced age, and we saw you pass, didn't we, mister? And I said those folks have been here before, and I'm right, aren't I? I don't forget things." "Where's the footpath to Cambridge?" Linley asked, without ceremony. The man scratched his head, the collie scratched his ear. "Footpath, you ask? You can't be meaning to take a walk in this fog. I know what you're thinking. If Mr. Jeffreys and I are out in it, why not you two? But we're out taking a ramble in order to see to the necessary. Otherwise we'd be snug inside." He gestured with his cane to a small thatched cottage just across the street. "When we aren't out seeing to the necessary, we mostly sit in our own front window. Not that we spy on the village, mind you, but we like to have a look at the High Street now and again.
Don't we, Mr. Jeffries?" The dog panted agreeably. Linley felt his hands itch with the need to grab the old man by the lapels of his coat. "The footpath to Cambridge," he said. Mr. Davies rocked back and forth in his Wellingtons. "Just like Sarah, aren't you? She used to walk to Cambridge most days, didn't she? I had my constitutional this morning already," she'd say, when Mr. Jeffries and I would stop by of an afternoon and ask her out on a ramble with us. And I'd say to her, 'Sarah, anyone as attached to Cambridge as you are ought to live there just to save yourself the walk.' And she'd say, 'I'm planning on it, Mr. Davies, just give me a bit of time.'" He chuckled and settled into his story by digging his cane into the ground. 2 or 3 times a week she was heading over the fields, and she never took that dog of hers with her, which, frankly, is something I have never been able to understand. Now, Flame, that's her dog, doesn't get near enough exercise to my way of thinking. So Mr. Jeffries and I would— "Where's the bloody path?" Havers snarled. The man started. He pointed down the road. "Just there, on Broadway." They set off immediately, only to hear him call, "You might express some appreciation, you know. Folks never do think." The fog shrouded his body and muffled his voice as they rounded the bend, where the High Street became Broadway, as misnamed as a country lane could possibly be, narrow and thickly hedged on either side. Just beyond the last cottage, not 2/10 of a mile past the old school, a wooden kissing gate, green with its growth of winter moss, hung from rusty hinges at a lopsided angle, its corner in the mud. A large English oak spread its branches above it, partially hiding a metal sign that was posted on a pole nearby. "Public footpath," it said. "Cambridge, 1.5 miles." The gate opened onto pasture land, thick and lush with grass that bent under the weight of the day's heavy fall of moisture. Drops showered their trouser legs and their shoes as they hurried down the track that ran along the rear garden fences and walls, which marked the property boundaries of the cottages along the high street of the village. "Do you really think she made a hike into Cambridge in fog like this?" Havers asked, jogging at Linley's side, "and then ran back, without getting lost?" "She knew the way," he said. "You can see the path itself well enough, and it probably skirts the fields rather than heads across them. If you were familiar with the lay of the land, you could probably do it blindfolded. Or in the dark," she finished for him. The rear garden of the old school was contained by a barbed wire fence rather than a wall. It consisted of a vegetable garden gone extensively to seed and an overgrown lawn. Beyond this was the back door of the house, set above 3 steps. On the top one of these stood Sarah Gordon's mongrel, pawing at the bottom of the door, giving a low, worried whine. "He's going to set up a row the moment he sees us," Havers said. "That depends on his nose and his memory," Linley replied. He gave a soft whistle. The dog's head darted up. Linley whistled again. The dog gave 2 rapid barks. "Damn!" Havers said, and bounded down the steps. He trotted briskly across the lawn to the fence, one ear perked up and the other drooping over his forehead. "Hello, Flame!" Linley extended his hand. The dog sniffed and examined and began wagging his tail. "We're in," Linley said, and slipped through the barbed wire. Flame leaped up with a single yelp, eager to say hello. He planted muddy paws on the front of Linley's coat. Linley grabbed him, lifted him, and turned back to the fence as the dog licked his face and squirmed in delight. He handed the animal over to Havers and pulled off his own muffler. "Put this through his collar," he said. "Use it as a lead." "But We've got to get him out of here, Sergeant. He's willing to say hello, but I doubt he's willing to sit on the back step quietly while we slip into the house." Havers was struggling with the animal, who seemed to be mostly tongue and legs. Linley looped his muffler through Flame's leather collar and handed the ends to Havers as she set the dog on the ground. "Take him to St. James," he said. "What about you?" She looked towards the house and came up with an answer that she clearly didn't like. She said, "You can't go in there alone, Inspector. You can't go in at all. You said he's armed. And if that's the case—" "Get out of here, Sergeant, now." He turned away from her before she could speak again, and in a crouch quickly crossed the lawn. On the far side of the house lights were on in what had to be Sarah Gordon's studio, but the rest of the windows stared blankly into the fog. The door was unlocked. The knob was cold, wet, and slippery in his hand, but it turned without a sound, admitting him into a service porch, beyond which was the kitchen, where cupboards and worktops threw long shadows across the white linoleum floor. Somewhere in the gloom nearby a cat mewled. The sound was followed, a moment later, by the appearance of Silk, slithering in from the sitting-room like a professional housebreaker. The cat paused abruptly when he saw Linley in the doorway, scrutinizing him with an undaunted stare. Then he leapt onto one of the worktops, where he sat with an Egyptian-like tranquillity, his tail curling round his front feet. Linley walked past him, his eyes on the cat's eyes on him, and edged to the door which led into the sitting-room. Like the kitchen, the room was empty, and with the curtains drawn it was filled with shadows, and illuminated only by what little daylight made its way through the curtains, and through a small chink that kept those same curtains from being completely closed. A fire was burning low in the fireplace, hissing gently as wood turned to ash. A small log rested next to this on the floor, as if Sarah Gordon had been in the act of adding it to the others that were already burning when Anthony Weaver had arrived to interrupt her. Linley shed his overcoat and passed through the sitting-room. He entered the corridor that led to the rear of the house. Ahead of him the door to the studio was partially closed, but light streamed out from the narrow aperture in a transparent triangle on the bleached oak floor. He heard the murmur of their voices first. Sarah Gordon was talking. Her voice was drained. She sounded exhausted. "No, Tony, that isn't how it was." "Then tell me, damn you!" In contrast, Weaver's voice was hoarse. "You've forgotten, haven't you? You never asked me to return the key." "Oh, God!" "Yes. After you ended things between us, I thought at first that you'd simply overlooked the fact that I could still get into your rooms. Then I decided you must have changed the locks, because that would have been easier for you than asking me to give the key back and risking another scene between us. Then later A lifeless, brief laugh, sounding mostly self-directed. I actually started to believe that you were just waiting until you'd secured the Penford chair before you'd phone and ask me to meet you again, and I'd need the key for that, wouldn't I? How can you think what happened between us, all right, what I made happen between us, had anything to do with the Penford chair? Because you can't lie to me, Tony. Not at the heart of things, no matter how much you lie to yourself and to everyone else. This is about the chair. It always was, it always will be. You merely used Elena as an excuse that was nobler in your mind and far more attractive than academic greed. Better to end your affair with me because of your daughter than because you might lose a promotion if everyone knew you walked out on your second wife for another woman. It was Elena. Elena, you know it. Oh, Tony, don't. Please, not now. You never tried to understand anything about us. She'd finally begun to forgive me, Sarah. She'd finally begun to accept Justine. We were building something together. The three of us were a family. She needed that. You needed it. You wanted the appearance it offered to your public. I stood to lose her if I left Justine. They'd started to develop a relationship together, and if I left Justine just as I'd left Glynn, I stood to lose Elena for good. And Elena came first. She had to. His voice grew louder as he moved in the room. She came to our home, Sarah. She saw what a loving marriage could be like. I couldn't destroy that. I couldn't betray what she believed about us by leaving my wife. So you destroyed what was best about me instead. It was, after all, the more convenient thing to do. I had to keep Justine. I had to accept her terms. For the Penford chair. No, God damn you, I did it for Elena, for my daughter, for Elena. But you could never see that. You didn't want to see it. You didn't want to think I could possibly feel anything beyond narcissism, self-interest. In answer, metal slid savagely against metal. It was the unmistakable sound of a round being chambered within a shotgun. Linley moved to within 2 inches of the studio door,
but both Weaver and Sarah Gordon stood outside his line of vision. He tried to gauge their positions by listening to their voices. He rested one hand lightly against the wood. "I don't think you really want to shoot me, Tony," Sarah Gordon was saying, "any more than you want to hand me over to the police. In either case a scandal will come crashing down round you, and I don't think you want that, not after everything that's happened already between us. You killed my daughter. You phoned Justine from my rooms on Sunday night. You arranged that Elena would run alone, and then you killed her. Elena, you killed Elena." "Your creation, Tony. Yes, I killed Elena. She never touched you or hurt you. She never even knew that you and I were lovers. No, she never knew. I was good about that. I kept my promise. I never told her. She died thinking you were devoted to Justine. And that's what you wanted her to think, isn't it? Isn't that what you wanted everyone to think?" Although enormously weary, her voice was more clearly defined than his. She would, Linley thought, be facing the door. He pressed on it gently. It swung inward a few more inches. He could see the edge of Weaver's tweed coat. He could see the gun-stock resting at his waist. "How could you bring yourself to it? You met her, Sarah. You knew her. She sat in this room and let you sketch her and pose her and talk to her and—" His voice caught on a sob. "And?" she said. "And, Tony, and?" She gave a small, pain-stricken laugh when he didn't respond. "And paint her. That's how the story goes. But it doesn't end there. Justine made certain of that." "No." "Yes, my creation, Tony, the only copy. Just like Elena." This book is continued on Cassette 11, Side 1. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 11, Side 1. "That's how the story goes, but it doesn't end there. Justine made certain of that." "No." "Yes, my creation, Tony, the only copy, just like Elena. I tried to tell you how sorry." "Sorry? Sorry?" For the first time her own voice broke. "I had to accept her terms. Once she knew about us, I had no choice." "Neither did I." "So you murdered my daughter, a human being, flesh and blood, not a lifeless piece of canvas, to get your revenge." "I didn't want revenge. I wanted justice. But I wasn't going to get it in a court of law because the painting was yours, my gift to you. What did it matter how much of myself I'd put into it, because it no longer belonged to me? I had no case, so I had to balance the scales myself." "As I'm about to do now." There was movement in the room. Sarah Gordon passed in line with the door. Her hair matted, her feet bare. She was wrapped in a blanket. Her face was colourless even to her lips. "Your car's in the drive. No doubt someone saw you arrive. How do you intend to get away with killing me?" "I don't particularly care." "About the scandal? Oh, but there won't be much of one, will there? You're the grieving father driven to violence by his daughter's death." She straightened her shoulders and faced him directly. "You know, I think you ought to thank me for killing her. With public opinion so much on your side, you're guaranteed the chair now." "Damn you!" "But how on earth will you manage to pull the trigger without Justine here to steady the gun?" "I'll manage it. Believe me, I will, with pleasure." He took a step towards her. "Weaver!" Linley shouted, and at the same instant threw open the door. Weaver whirled in his direction. Linley dived for the floor. The gun discharged. A deafening explosion roared through the room. The stench of gunpowder filled the air. A cloud of blue-black smoke seemed to rise out of nowhere. Through it he could see Sarah Gordon's crumpled form not 5 feet away from him, prone on the floor. Before he could go to her, he saw, rather than heard, the click and slither of metal once again as Weaver reloaded. He surged to his feet a moment before the history professor turned the gun awkwardly on himself. Linley leapt at the other man, shoving the gun to one side. It discharged a second time, just as the front door to the house was kicked open. 6 men from the police firearms unit stormed down the corridor and into the studio, guns extended, ready to fire. "Hold off!"
Lindley shouted over the tremendous ringing in his ears. And indeed there was no need for further violence, for Weaver sank dully onto one of the stools. He removed his spectacles and dropped them to the floor. He crushed their lenses. "I had to do it," he said. "For Elena." It was the same crime scene team that had done the honours at Georgina Higgins Hart's death. They arrived only minutes after the ambulance had roared off towards the hospital, cutting a wide path through the curious, who had gathered in a cluster at the foot of the drive, where Mr. Davies and Mr. Jeffreys were holding court, proud to name themselves first at the scene, proud to be able to announce to all listeners that they'd known something was wrong the minute they'd seen that plump little lady leading Flame towards the pub. "Sarah'd never give Flame to just anyone," he said, "and him not even on his lead. I knew there was something wrong the minute I saw that, didn't I, Mr. Jeffreys?" In other circumstances, Mr. Davies' continued presence might have been irksome to Lindley, but as it was, the man was a godsend, for Sarah Gordon's dog knew him, recognized his voice, and was willing to go with him, even when his owner was carried out of the house, swathed in temporary bandages, with a pressure pack applied to stop arterial bleeding. "I'll take the cat as well," Mr. Davies said as he shuffled down the drive with Flame in tow. "Not much for cats, Mr. Jeffreys and I, but we won't want to see the poor thing go begging for somewhere to lodge till Sarah comes home." He gazed uneasily in the direction of her house, where several members of the firearms unit stood talking together. "She's coming home, Sarah is, isn't she? She'll be all right." "She'll be all right." But she'd taken the shot straight on in her right arm, and from the look the ambulance attendants had given the extent of the damage, Lindley wondered how all right would be defined. He walked back to the house. From the studio he could hear the sound of Sergeant Haver's sharp questions and Anthony Weaver's deadened responses. He could hear the crime scene team gathering evidence. A cupboard closed, and St. James said to Superintendent Sheehan, "This is the Muller." But Lindley didn't join them. Instead, he went into the sitting-room and studied a few of the pieces of Sarah Gordon's work that hung on the walls. 4 young blacks, 3 crouched, 2 standing, round a doorway in one of London's most disastrous tower blocks. An old chestnut seller hawking his product outside the Underground in Leicester Square, as well-furred and well-garbed theatre-goers passed him by. A miner and his wife in the kitchen of their tumble-down Welsh cottage. Some artists, he knew, make their work a mere showcase for a clever technique in which little is risked and less is communicated. Some artists merely become experts in their medium, working clay or stone or wood or paint as proficiently and effortlessly as an ordinary craftsman. And some artists try to make something out of nothing, order out of chaos, demanding of themselves that they ably communicate structure and composition, colour and balance, and that each piece they create serve to communicate a predetermined issue as well. A piece of art asks people to stop and look in a world of moving images. If people take the time to pause before canvas, bronze, glass, or wood, a worthy effort is one which does something more than act as non-verbal panegyric to the talents of its creator. It doesn't call for notice. It calls for thought. Sarah Gordon, he saw, was that kind of artist. She had played her passions out on canvas and stone. It was only when she had tried to play them out in life that she had failed. "Inspector," Sergeant Havers entered the room. With his eyes on the painting of Pakistani children, he said, "I don't know if he really intended to shoot her, Barbara. He was threatening her, yes, but the gun may well have gone off accidentally. I'll have to say that in court. It won't look pretty for him, no matter what you say. His culpability is moot. All he needs is a decent lawyer and public sympathy." "Perhaps, but you did the best that you could." She extended her hand. In it she held a folded piece of white paper. "One of Sheehan's men found a shotgun in the boot of her car. And Weaver, he had this thing with him. He wouldn't talk about it, though." Lindley took the paper from her and unfolded it to see a sketch, a beautifully rendered tiger pulling down a unicorn, the unicorn's mouth opened in a soundless scream of terror and pain. Havers went on. All he said was that he found it in an envelope in his rooms at the college when he went by yesterday to talk to Adam Jen. What do you make of it, sir? I remember that Elena had posters of unicorns all over her walls. But the tiger? I don't get it. Linley returned the paper to her. "It's a tigress," he said, and finally understood why Sarah Gordon had reacted to his mention of Whistler on the first day they had spoken to her. It wasn't about John Ruskin's criticism, nor was it about art or painting the night or the fog. It was because of a woman who had been the artist's mistress, the unnamed milliner he had called La Tigresse. She was telling him that she'd murdered his daughter. Havers' jaw dropped. She snapped it closed. But why? It was the only way to complete the circle of ruin they'd inflicted on each other. He destroyed her creation and her ability to create. She knew he'd done so. She wanted him to know that she'd destroyed his. Chapter 23. Justine met him at the front door. He'd only inserted his key into the lock when she opened it for him. She was, he saw, still dressed for her working day, and although she had worn the black suit and pearl-grey blouse for at least 13 hours now, they remained unwrinkled. She might have just put them on. She looked beyond him to the receding lights of the Panda car in the drive. "Where have you been?" she asked. "Where's the citron? Anthony, where are your glasses?" She followed him to his study and stood in the doorway, while he rooted through his desk for an old pair of horn-rimmed spectacles that he hadn't used in years, his Woody Allen specs, Elena had called them. "You look like a clod with those on, Dad." He hadn't worn them again. He looked up at the window in whose reflection he could see himself and his wife behind him. She was a lovely woman. For the 10 years of their marriage she had asked for little enough from him, only that he love her, only that he be with her. And in return she had created this home. Into it she had welcomed his colleagues. She had given him support, she had believed in his career, she had been perfectly loyal. But she had not been able to give him that ineffable connection that exists between people when their souls are one. As long as they'd had a mutual goal towards which they were working, scouting round for a house, painting and decorating, purchasing furniture, looking at cars, designing a garden, they'd existed quite securely within the illusion of their ideal marriage. He'd even thought, "I've got a happy marriage this time round. It's regenerative, devoted, committed, tender, loving and strong. We're even the same astrological sign, Gemini, the twins. It's as if we were meant for each other from birth." But when the superficial commonalities had disappeared, when the house had been purchased and furnished to perfection, when the gardens had been planted and the sleek French cars sat shining in the garage, he had found himself left with an indefinable emptiness and a sense of vague, uneasy incompletion. He wanted something more. "It's the absence of an outlet for creativity," he had thought. "I've spent more than 20 years of my life in dusty academia, writing, giving lectures, meeting students, climbing up. It's time to broaden my horizons and stretch my experience." As in everything else, she had supported him in this. She did not join him, she had no abiding interest in the arts, but she admired his sketches, she mounted and framed his watercolours, and she clipped out of the local newspaper the announcement of the class that Sarah Gordon would teach. "This is something you might like to take, darling," she had told him. "I've never heard of her myself, but the paper says she's quite an astounding talent. Wouldn't it be wonderful for you to get to know a real artist?" That, he felt, was the greatest of the ironies, that Justine should have been the instrument of their acquaintance. But then, her having made him aware of Sarah Gordon's presence in Grantchester in the first place actually completed the circle of the story in a well-balanced fashion. Justine, after all, was uniquely responsible for the final set of events in this obscene tragedy, so it was only appropriate that she also would have been instrumental in setting in motion the initial events that began with a life-drawing class in Sarah Gordon's studio. "If it's over between you, get rid of the painting," Justine had said. "Destroy it. Get it out of my life. Get her out of my life." But it hadn't been enough when he defaced it with oils. Only its complete destruction would appease Justine's anger and assuage the pain of his infidelity. And at only one time, in only one place, could this act of destruction be carried out, in order to convince his wife of the sincerity with which he was putting an end to his affair with Sarah. So 3 times he had driven the knife through the canvas as Justine looked on. In the end, however, he had been unable to bring himself to leave the ruined painting behind. If she'd only been what I needed in the first place, none of this would have happened, he thought. If she'd only been willing to open her heart, if she'd got in touch with her spirit, if creating meant more to her than merely possessing, if she'd done more than just listen and appear sympathetic, if she'd had something to say about herself, about life, if she'd tried to understand me at the deepest level of who and what I am. "Where's the citron, Anthony?" Justine repeated. "Where are your glasses? Where on earth have you been? It's after 9 o'clock. "Where's Glyn?" he asked. "Having a bath, and using most of the hot water in the house to do it." "She'll be gone tomorrow afternoon. I think you could manage to put up with her that much longer. After all—" "Yes, I know, she's lost her daughter. She's been crushed and devastated, and I ought to be able to overlook everything she does, and every rotten thing she says because of that fact. Well, I won't buy it, and you're a fool if you do." "Then I suppose I'm a fool." He turned from the window. "But that's something you've used to your advantage more than once, isn't it?" A spot of deep ruby appeared on each of her cheeks. "We're husband and wife. We made a commitment, we made vows in a church, at least I did, and I've never broken them. I wasn't the one—" "All right," he said, "I know." The room was too warm. He needed to take off his coat. He couldn't summon the will to do so. She said, "Where have you been? What have you done with the car?" "It's at the police station. They wouldn't allow me to drive it home." The police? What's happened? What's going on?" "Nothing. Not any longer, at least." "What's that supposed to mean?" She seemed to grow taller as some sort of realization dawned upon her. Under the fine material of her suit he could imagine her muscles ripple and coil. "You've been with her again. I can see it in your face. You promised me, Anthony. Anthony, you swore to me. You said it was over." "It is. Believe me." He left the study and headed for the sitting-room. He heard the sound of her high heels tapping along behind him. "Then what? Have you been in an accident? Have you wrecked the car? Are you hurt in some way?" Hurt? An accident? There could be no greater truth. He wanted to chuckle at the grim gallows humour. She would always assume that he was victim, not avenger. She couldn't conceive that he might take matters into his own hands for once. She couldn't conceive that he might finally act at his own behest, without regard for opinion or condemnation any longer, because he believed it was right to do so. And why should she, really? When had he ever acted on his own before? Other than to walk out on Glyn, and he'd paid for that decision for the last 15 years. "Anthony, answer me. What's happened to you today?" "I've finished things. Finally." He went into the sitting-room. "Anthony!" He'd once thought the still lifes hanging above the sofa represented his very best work. "Paint something that we can hang in the sitting-room, darling. Use colours that match." He had done so. Apricots and poppies. One could tell what they were at a single glance. And isn't that what true art is all about? An accurate duplication of reality? He'd taken them off the wall and carted them proudly to show her on the first night of class. No matter that it was life-drawing she was teaching, he wanted her to know from the very start that he was a cut above all the rest, raw talent, just waiting for someone to mould him into the next Monet. She'd surprised him from the first. Perched on a stool in the corner of her studio, she began by offering no instruction at all. Instead, she talked. She hooked her feet round the rungs of her stool, put her elbows on her thoroughly paint-spattered knees, cupped her face in her hands so that her hair spilled through her fingers, and talked. At her side stood an easel holding an unfinished canvas, depicting a man sheltering a tousle-haired little girl. She never pointed to it as she spoke. It was clear that she expected they would make the connection. "You're not here to learn how to put paint on canvas," she had said to the group. There were 6 of them, 3 elderly women in smocks and brogues, the wife of an American serviceman with time on her hands, a 12-year-old Greek girl whose father was spending a year as a guest lecturer at the university, and himself. He knew at once that he was the serious student among them. She seemed to be speaking directly to him. "Any fool can make splatters and call it art," she had said. "That's not what this course is all about. You're here to put part of yourself on canvas, to reveal who you are through your composition, your choice of colour, your sense of balance. The struggle is to know what's been done before and to push beyond it. The job is to select an image, but to paint a concept. I can give you techniques and methods, but whatever you produce ultimately has to come from yourself if you want to call it art. And—" she smiled. It was an odd, bright smile, completely without self-conscious affectation. She couldn't have known that it wrinkled her nose in an unattractive fashion. But if she did know, she probably didn't care. Externals did not seem to have much importance to her. If you have no real self, or if you have no way of discovering it, or if for some reason you're afraid to find out who and what it is, then you'll still manage to create something on canvas with your paints. It'll be pleasant to look at and a pleasure to you, but it'll be technique. It won't necessarily be art. The purpose, our purpose, is to communicate through a medium, but in order to do that, you must have something to say. Subtlety is the key, she had told them. A painting is a whisper, it isn't a shout. At the end of it all, he'd felt ashamed of his arrogance in having brought his watercolours to show her, so confident of their having merit. He resolved to slink unobtrusively out of the studio with them safely tucked in their protective and suitable brown wrapping paper under his arm, but he wasn't quick enough. As the others filed out, she said, "I see you've brought some of your work to show me, Dr. Weaver." And she came to his work table and waited while he unwrapped them, feeling, as he hadn't felt in years, in a welter of nerves and completely outclassed. She'd gazed on them thoughtfully. "Apricots and—" He felt his face grow hot. "Oriental poppies." "Ah," she said. And then, quite briskly, "Yes, very nice." Nice, but not art. She turned her gaze to him. It was friendly and frank. He found it disconcerting to be engaged so directly by a woman's eyes. "Don't misunderstand me, Dr. Weaver. These are lovely watercolours, and lovely watercolours have a place." "But would you hang them on your wall?" "I?" Her gaze flickered under his, then held quite firmly. "I tend to like a painting that challenges just a bit more. It's a matter of taste." "And these don't challenge?" She studied the watercolours once more. She perched on the work-table and held the paintings on her knees, first one, then the other. She pressed her lips together, she blew out her cheeks. "I can take it, you know," he said, with a chuckle that he realized was far more anxious than amused. "You can give it to me straight." She took him at his word. "All right," she said. "You can certainly copy, here's the evidence of that. But can you create?" It didn't hurt nearly as much as he thought it might. "Try me," he said. She smiled. "A pleasure." He'd thrown himself into it for the next 2 years, first as a member of one class or another which she offered the community, then later on as a private student, alone with her. In winter they used a live model in the studio. In summer they took easels, sketch pads and paints out into the country and worked off the land. Often they sketched each other as an exercise in understanding the human anatomy. "The sternocleidomastoid muscles, Tony," she would say, and put her fingertips to her neck. "Try to think of them like cords right beneath the skin." And always she filled the environment with music. "Listen to me. If you stimulate one sense, you stimulate others," she explained. "Art can't be created if the artist himself is an insensate void. See the music, hear it, feel the art." And the music would start. A haunting array of Celtic folk tunes, a Beethoven symphony, a salsa band, an African mass called the Missa Luba, the nerve-shaving whine of electric guitars. In the presence of her intensity and dedication, he'd begun to feel as if he'd emerged from 43 years of darkness to find himself walking in sunlight at last. He felt completely renewed. He felt his interest engaged and his intellect challenged. He felt emotions spring to life. And for 6 straight months before she became his lover, he called it all the pursuit of his art. There was, after all, a certain safety in that. It did not beg an answer for the future. Sarah, he thought, and he marvelled at the fact that even now, after everything, even after Elena, he could still wish to murmur the name that he hadn't allowed himself to say for the past 8 months, since Justine had accused and he had confessed. They'd pulled up to the old school on a Thursday evening, just at the time he'd usually arrived. The lights were on and a fire was burning. He could see its shifting glow through the drawn front curtains, and he knew that Sarah was expecting him and that music would be playing, and a dozen or more sketches would be strewn among the pillows on the floor, and that she would come to meet him when the doorbell rang, that she would run to meet him, throw open the door and draw him inside, saying, "Tonio, I've had the most marvellous idea about how to compose that picture of the woman in Soho. You know, the one that's been making me wild for a week." "I can't do this," he said to Justine. "Don't ask me to do this. It's going to destroy her." "I don't much care what it's going to do to her," Justine replied, and got out of the car. She must have been passing the door when they rang the bell, because she answered it just as the dog began to bark. She called over her shoulder, "Flame, stop it! It's Tony! You know Tony, you silly thing!" And then she turned back to the door, to the sight of them both, he in the foreground and his wife in the background, and the portrait wrapped in brown paper and held under his arm. She didn't say anything. She didn't even move. She merely looked beyond him to where his wife stood, and her face summed up the count of his sin. "Betrayal works in 2 directions, Tonio," she'd said in the past. And he understood that clearly when she dropped into place that insubstantial patina of breeding and civility that she actually believed was going to protect her. "Tony," she said. "Anthony," Justine said. They walked into the house. Flame trotted out of the sitting-room with an old knotted sock between his teeth, and he barked through it happily at the sight of a friend. Silk looked up from a doze by the fire, and undulated his long serpent tail in lazy greeting. "Now, Anthony," Justine said. He lacked the will to do it, to refuse, even to speak. He saw Sarah look at the painting. She said, "What have you brought me, Tonio?" as if Justine were not standing at his side. There was an easel in the sitting-room, and he unwrapped the painting and set it there. He expected her to fly to it when she saw the great smears of red, white, and black that obscured the smiling faces of his daughter. But instead she simply approached it slowly, and she gave a low cry when she saw what she had to have known she would see on the bottom of the frame, the little brass plaque that scrolled Elena. He heard Justine move. He heard her say his name, and he felt her press the knife into his hand. It was a sturdy vegetable knife. She'd taken it from the drawer in the kitchen of their house. She'd said, "Get it out of my life. Get her out of my life. You'll do it tonight, and I'll be there to make sure." He made the first cut in a blaze that mixed both anger and despair. He heard Sarah cry, "No, Tony!" and felt her fingers on his fist, and saw the red of her blood when the knife slid across the back of her knuckles to carve a pathway through the canvas again, and then the third cut. But by that time she had backed away, with her bleeding hand held like a child against her, not crying, because she wouldn't do that, not in front of him, not in front of his wife. "That's enough," Justine said. She turned and left. He followed her out. He hadn't said a single word. She had talked one night in class about the risk and the reward of making art personal, of offering little here and there bits of one's essence to a public who might misunderstand, ridicule, or reject. Although he had listened dutifully to her words, He had not understood the meaning behind them until he had seen her face when he destroyed the painting. It wasn't a reaction to the weeks and months of effort it had taken her to complete it for him, nor was it a response to his mutilation of a gift. It was simply that 3 times he had driven the knife through what had represented to Sarah the most singular manner in which she could show him compassion and love. This was perhaps the greatest of his sins, to have prompted the gift, to have ripped it to pieces. He took his watercolours, those terribly safe apricots and poppies, from the wall above the sofa. They left 2 darker spots on the wallpaper, but that couldn't be helped. No doubt Justine would find something suitable to replace them. She said, "What are you doing? Anthony, answer me." She sounded frightened. "Finishing things," he said. He carried the paintings out into the hall and balanced one carefully, thoughtfully on the tips of his fingers. "You can copy," she said, "but can you create?" The last 4 days had given him the answer that 2 full years with her had failed to provide. Some people create, others destroy. He smashed the painting against the newel post at the foot of the stairway. Glass shattered and fell onto the parquet floor like crystal rain. "Anthony!" Justine grasped his arm. "Don't! Those are your paintings! They're your art! Don't!" He smashed the second with even greater force. He felt the pain of connecting with the wooden post shoot like a cannonball through his arm. Glass flew up at his face. "I have no art," he said. Despite the cold, Barbara took her cup of coffee out into the ruined rear garden of her house in Acton and sat down on the cold block of concrete that served as the back step. "This book is concluded on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George, concluded. Cassette 11, side 2. Despite the cold, Barbara took her cup of coffee out into the ruined rear garden of her house in Acton and sat down on the cold block of concrete that served as the back step. She pulled her coat more closely round her and balanced the coffee cup on the top of one knee. It was not black dark outside. It never could be when one was surrounded by several million people and a teeming metropolis. But the heavy night shadows still made the garden a less familiar place than was the inside of the house, and thus a place less weighted down by the conflict that sprang from the opposing forces of guilt-ridden memory and simple necessity. What kind of bond truly exists between a parent and child, she wondered, and at what point does it finally become necessary to break or perhaps redefine that bond? And in either case, is breaking or redefining even possible? During the last 10 years of her life, she had grown to believe that she would never have children. At first, the realization was a source of pain to her, inextricably connected as it was to the knowledge that she would probably never marry. She knew quite well that marriage was not a prerequisite for parenthood. Single-parent adoptions happened more and more, and with her career finally off the ground, she would be a serious contender in the pool of prospective single parents seeking a child. Should she volunteer for a hard-to-place child, her success would be virtually guaranteed. But, perhaps too conventionally, she had always seen parenthood as a joint venture between 2 partners. And as the likelihood of a partner in her life grew more remote every year, the distant possibility of becoming a mother grew more hazy-edged, more like a fantasy, ungrounded even slightly in the reality of her circumstances. It wasn't something she thought of very often. Most of the time she was simply too busy to dwell upon a future that felt like ice. But while most people, getting older, experienced the growth of family and the increase in connection brought about by the ties of marriage and children, her own family was steadily diminishing now, and her own connections were being severed one by one. Her brother, her father, both dead and buried, and now she faced the prospect of cutting the final tie with her mother as well. In the end, life is all about seeking reassurance, she thought. We're all engaged in looking for some kind of sign that will tell us we're not really alone. We want a bond, an anchor that will hold us fast to a landmass of belonging somewhere, of being close to someone, of having something more than the clothes on our backs or the houses we live in or the cars that we drive. And in the end we can only gain that reassurance through people. No matter how we fill our lives with the trappings of a carefree independence, we still want the bond, because a vital connection with another human being always carries the potential to act as a viable approbation of the self. If I am loved, I am worthy. If I am needed, I am worthy. If I maintain this relationship in the face of all difficulties, I am somehow whole. What indeed was the real difference between Anthony Weaver and herself? Wasn't her behaviour, like his, governed inherently by an anxiety that the world might withdraw its approval of her? Didn't her behaviour, like his, mask a desperation which rose from the same insidious source, guilt? "Mum had a fine day today, Barbie," Mrs. Gustafson had said. "She started out a bit rough round the edges, though. At first she wouldn't mind me at all, and she kept calling me Doris. Then she wouldn't eat her tea cakes, and she wouldn't have her soup. When the postman came, she thought it was your dad, and she wouldn't let me hear the end of wanting to be off with him. To Majorca, she said. Jimmy promised me Majorca, she said. And when I wanted to tell her that it wasn't Jimmy, she tried to chuck me out the door. But she finally settled down." Her hand fluttered nervously upwards towards her wig like an indecisive bird, and she touched her fingers to the stiff grey curls. "She hasn't wanted to go to the loo, though. I can't think why. But the telly's on for her, and she's been as good as gold for the last 3 hours." Barbara found her in the sitting-room, in her husband's tattered easy-chair, lolling back into the greasy indentation which his head had made over the years. The television was roaring at a volume that accommodated Mrs. Gustafson's failing hearing. It was Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. The film had that line about whistling. Barbara had seen it at least a dozen times, and she shut it off just as Bacall made her final shimmy across the room in Bogart's direction. Barbara had always liked that moment best. She'd always liked its veiled promise of the future. "Now, she's all right, Barbie," Mrs. Gustafson said anxiously from the doorway. "You can see she's all right." Mrs. Havers was slumped to one side in the chair. Her mouth was slack. Her hands played with the hem of her dress, which she'd drawn up to the height of her thighs. The air surrounding her was fetid with the odour of excrement and urine. "Mum?" Barbara said. She didn't respond, although she hummed 4 notes as if with the intention of beginning a song. "See how nice and quiet she can get," Mrs. Gustafson said. "She can be a real jewel, can your mum, when she wants." On the floor, just inches from her mother's feet, the hose of the vacuum cleaner was curled into a coil. "What's that doing here?" Barbara asked. "Now, Barbie, it does help keep her—" Barbara felt something inside her give way, like a dam that crumbles when it cannot contain the pressure build of standing water any longer. "Didn't you even notice that she'd messed herself?" she said to Mrs. Gustafson. She found it a miracle that her voice sounded so calm. Mrs. Gustafson blanched. "Messed? Why, Barbie, you must be mistaken. I asked her twice. She didn't want the loo." "Can't you smell her? Haven't you checked her? Have you left her alone?" Mrs. Gustafson's lips quivered with a hesitant smile. "I can see you're feeling a bit put out, Barbie, but if you've spent some time with her—" "I've spent years with her. I've spent my whole life with her." "I only meant to say—" "Thank you, Mrs. Gustafson. You won't be needed again." "Why, Mrs. Gustafson clutched at the front of her dress, approximately in the location of her heart. "After all I've done—" "That's right," Barbara said. Now she stirred restlessly on the back step, feeling the cold seeping through her trousers, trying to force from her mind the image of her mother as flaccid as a rag doll in that chair, reduced to inertia. Barbara had bathed her, feeling struck to sadness at the sight and the feeling of her withered flesh. She led her to bed, tucked in the covers, and turned out the light. Through it all her mother did not say a word. She was like the living dead. Sometimes the right thing to do is also the most obvious thing to do, Linley had said. There was truth in that. She had known from the first what had to be done, what was right, what was best, what would serve her mother. It was in the fear of being judged as a callous and indifferent child, by what she knew was largely a callous and indifferent world, that Barbara had floundered, waiting for direction, instruction, or permission that wasn't going to come. The decision rested with her as it always had. What she hadn't realized was that the judgment rested with her as well. She pushed herself off the step and went into the kitchen. The smell of mouldy cheese was in the air. There were dishes to be washed and a floor to be scrubbed and a dozen distractions to allow her to avoid the inevitable for at least another hour. But she'd been avoiding it since her father's death in March. She couldn't do so forever. She went to the phone. Odd to think that she'd memorized the number. She must have known from the first that she'd be using it again. The phone rang 4 times on the other end. A pleasant voice said, "Mrs. Flo here, Hawthorne Lodge." Barbara spoke on a sigh. "This is Barbara Havers. I wonder if you remember meeting my mother Monday night." Chapter 24. The last chapter. Linley and Havers arrived at St. Stephen's College at 11:30. They'd spent the early part of the morning assembling their reports, meeting with Superintendent Sheehan, and discussing what sort of charges might be filed against Anthony Weaver. Linley knew that his hope for attempted murder was a futile one at best. Weaver was, after all, the originally injured party when one considered the case from a purely legal standpoint. No matter what intimacies, oaths, and lovers' betrayals had led up to the killing of Elena Weaver, no real crime had been committed in the eyes of the law until Sarah Gordon had taken the girl's life. Driven by his grief, the defense would argue. Weaver himself, who would wisely not stand in his own defense and thus run the risk of cross-examination, would emerge as loving father, devoted husband, brilliant scholar, Cambridge man. If the truth about his affair with Sarah Gordon managed to work its way into the courtroom, how easily it could be dismissed as a sensitive, artistic man's giving way to a lethal temptation in a moment of weakness, or during a time of marital estrangement. How easily he could be depicted as having done his best, done everything in his power, in fact, to put the affair behind him and get on with his life, once he became aware of the extent to which he was hurting his faithful and long-suffering wife. But she could not forget, the defense would argue. She was obsessed with the need to avenge herself for his rejection of her. So she killed his daughter. She stalked her as she and her stepmother ran in the morning. She noted the clothes which her stepmother wore. She created the means to have the girl run alone. She lay in wait, she beat in her face, and she killed her. Having done so, she went to Dr. Weaver's college rooms by night and left him a message that revealed her culpability. Faced with that, what was he to do? What would any man, driven to despair by the sight of his child's corpse, do? Thus the focus would subtly turn from Anthony Weaver to the crime that had been committed against him. And what jury would ever be able to consider the crime Weaver had committed against Sarah Gordon in the first place? It was only a painting, after all. How could they hope to understand that while Weaver struck out at a piece of canvas, he carved cleanly through a unique human soul? When one stops believing that the act itself is superior to anyone's analysis or rejection of it, then one becomes immobilized. That's what happened to me. But how could a jury hope to understand that if its members had never felt the call to create? Far easier to limn her a woman scorned than to try to understand the extent of her loss. Sarah Gordon taught bloody instructions, the defense would argue, and they came back in full measure to plague her. There was truth in this. Linley thought of his final sight of the woman, so late into the night that milk delivery was already rumbling in the streets, 5 hours after they had wheeled her out of the operating theatre. She was in a room outside of which a uniformed constable sat as a guard, A ludicrous formality required to guarantee that the official prisoner, the killer of record, not try to escape. She seemed such a small figure in the bed that the form of her barely disturbed the covers. She lay heavily bandaged and heavily sedated, her lips blue-edged and her skin bruised snow, still alive, still breathing, and still unaware of the additional loss she would have to face. "We managed to save the arm," the surgeon told him, "but I can't say she'll ever be able to use it again." Linley had stood by the bed, looked down on Sarah Gordon, and thought about the alternative merits of seeking justice and obtaining revenge. In our society, the law calls out for justice, he thought, but the individual still craves revenge. Yet to allow a man or woman to pursue a course of retaliation is to invite further violence as a result. For outside a courtroom there is no real way to balance the scales when an injury has been done to an innocent party, and any attempt to do so only promises grief, additional injury, and further regret. There is no eye for an eye, he thought. As individuals we cannot design the means of another's retribution. But now he wondered about that facile philosophy, so appropriate to a hospital room at dawn, as he and Sergeant Havers left the Bentley on Garrett Hostel Lane and walked back towards the college to clear his belongings from the small room in Ivy Court. Directly in front of St. Stephen's Church a hearse was parked. Lined up before it and behind it were more than a dozen other cars. "Did she say anything to you?" Havers asked. "Anything at all?" She thought it was her dog. Elena loved animals. "That's it?" "Yes." "No regrets? No remorse?" "No," Linley said. "I can't say she acted as if she felt either." "But what did she think, sir? That if she killed Elena Weaver she'd be able to paint again? That murder would somehow free up her creativity?" "I think she believed that if she made Weaver suffer as she was suffering, she'd be able to go on with her life somehow." "Not very rational, if you ask me." "No, Sergeant, but human relationships aren't rational in the least." They skirted the graveyard. Havers squinted up at the church's Norman tower. Its slate roof was only a few shades lighter than the sombre colour of the late-morning sky. It was a suitable day for the dead. "You were right about her from the very start," Havers said. "Nice police work, Linley." "No need for compliments. You were right as well." "Right? How's that?" "She reminded me of Helen from the moment I saw her." It was only a few minutes' work to gather his belongings and see to his suitcase. Havers stood by the window, looking down on Ivy Court, while he emptied cupboards and packed up shaving gear. She seemed more at peace with herself than she had been in months. She wore, with a fair degree of comfort, the relief that comes from effecting a closure. He said casually, as he threw a final pair of socks into his case, "Did you take your mother to Greenford?" "Yes, this morning." "And?" Havers picked at a flaking patch of white paint on the window-sill. "And I'll have to get used to it. Letting go, I mean. Being alone." "That's what one has to do sometimes." Linley saw her look in his direction, saw her start to speak. "Yes, I know, Barbara. You're a better man than I am. I haven't been able to manage it yet." They left the building and crossed the court, skirting the graveyard through which a narrow path wound between sarcophagi and tombstones. It was old and bent, cracked in places where tree roots lifted it and weeds pushed through. From the church they could hear a hymn coming to an end, and rising out of its concluding notes came the high, sweet sound of a trumpet playing Amazing Grace. Miranda Weberly, Linley guessed, giving Elena her own public form of farewell. He felt unaccountably touched by the unadorned melody, and he marvelled at the human heart's capacity to be moved by something as simple as sound. The church doors opened, and the even-paced procession began to file out, headed by the bronze-coloured coffin which was carried on the shoulders of 6 young men. One of them was Adam Jen. The immediate family followed, Anthony Weaver and his former wife, behind them Justine. And then the mourners, a large crowd of university dignitaries, colleagues and friends of both the Cambridge weavers, and countless junior and senior fellows of St. Stephen's. Among them Linley noted Victor Troughton, with a pear-shaped woman leaning on his arm. Weaver's face registered neither reaction nor recognition as he passed by Linley, following the coffin, which was draped with a sheet of pale pink roses. Their odour was sweet in the heavy air. As the rear door of the hearse closed upon the coffin, and one of the undertakers scuttled inside to rearrange the cave of additional flowers in which the coffin rode, the crowd pressed in round Weaver, Glynn, and Justine, black-garbed men and women with melancholy faces, earnestly offering affection and condolence. Among them was Terence Cuff, and it was to Cuff that the college porter, crossing the lane from the gatehouse, excused his way through the crowd to see. He carried a thick, creamy envelope, which he handed to the master of the college, with a quiet word which Cuff bent to hear. Cuff nodded, tore open the envelope. His eyes scanned the message. His face flashed briefly with a smile. He was not standing far from Anthony Weaver, so it took only a moment for him to reach his side, and only another moment for the words he murmured to filter back through the crowd. Linley heard it coming from several directions at once. "Penford chair. He's been named. So deserved. An honour." Next to him, Havers said, "What's going on?" Linley watched Weaver lower his head, press a clenched fist to his moustache, then raise his head again, shaking it, perhaps stunned, perhaps touched, perhaps humbled, perhaps disbelieving. He said, "Dr. Weaver has just reached the pinnacle of his career before our very eyes, Sergeant. He's been awarded the University's Penford Chair in History." To which she replied, "He has? Bloody hell!" My sentiments exactly, Linley thought. They stayed for a moment longer, watching the condolences change to quiet congratulations, hearing the murmurs of conversation that spoke of triumph coming upon the heels of tragedy. Havers said, "If he's charged, if he goes to trial, will they take the chair from him?" "Chairs are for life, Sergeant." "But don't they know?" "About what he did yesterday? The committee? How could they? The decision was probably made by then anyway. And even if they did know, even if they decided this morning, he was, after all, only a father, driven wild by his grief." They edged round the crowd and headed in the direction of Trinity Hall. Havers was dragging her feet on the ground, her attention given to the tops of her shoes. She drove her fists into the pockets of her coat. "Did he do it for the chair?" she said abruptly. "Did he want Elena to go to St. Stephen's because of the chair? Did he want her to behave because of the chair? Did he want to stay married to Justine because of it? Did he want to end his affair with Sarah Gordon because of it?" "We'll never know, Havers," Linley replied. "And I'm not sure Weaver will ever know either." "Why?" "Because he still has to look at himself in the mirror every morning, and how can he do that if he ever starts digging through his life for the truth?" They rounded the corner into Garrett Hostel Lane. Havers stopped abruptly, slapping a hand to her forehead with a loud groan. "Carter's book," she said. "What?" "I promised Carter I'd pop into a few bookshops. They're supposed to have a decent place called Heifer's, and look for... Now, what was it? Where did I put the flipping—" She zipped open her shoulder bag and began mauling her way through its contents, saying, "You go on without me, Inspector." "But we've left your car—" "No problem. The station's not far, and I want to have a word with Sheehan before I head back to London. But it's okay. Really fine. See you. Bye." And with a wave of her hand she whipped back round the corner. He stared after her. Detective Constable Carter hadn't read a book in a decade or more, as far as he knew. His idea of an evening's entertainment was having the senior officer on the bomb squad retell the story of how, as a member of the Met's PSU, he lost his left eye in a brawl in Brixton, which no doubt Carter himself had probably instigated during his salad days as chief battle counsel for the Brixton Warriors. They would talk and argue and laugh over Scotch eggs, pickled onions, and beer, and if they moved on to other topics, none of them were likely to be centred round literature. So what was Havers up to? Linley turned back to the lane and saw the answer sitting on the top of a large tan suitcase at the side of his car. Havers had seen her as they turned the corner. She had read the moment and left him to face it alone. Lady Helen stood. "Tommy," she said. He walked to join her, trying to keep his eyes off the suitcase, lest looking at it make the purpose for its presence something other than what he hoped it would be. "How did you find me?" he asked. "Luck and the telephone." She smiled at him fondly. "And knowing that you have a need to finish things, even when you can't finish them the way that you'd like." She looked towards Trinity Lane, where cars were starting and people were calling out quiet farewells. "It's over, then?" "The official part of it." "And the rest?" "The rest?" "The part where you blame yourself for not being quicker, not being more clever, not being able to stop people from doing the worst to each other?" "Ah, that part." He let his eyes follow the progress of a group of students who passed them, pedalling their bicycles in the direction of the Cam, as the bells of St. Stephen's Church started tolling the hollow, stately accompaniment to a funeral's conclusion. "I don't know, Helen. That part never seems to be over for me." "You look exhausted." "I was up all night. I need to go home. I need to get some sleep." "Take me with you," she said. He turned back to her. Her words were smooth enough and said with conviction that she looked uncertain about their reception, and he was unwilling to risk misunderstanding or to allow hope even a moment to plant roots in his breast. "To London?" he asked. "Home," she replied. "With you." How odd it was, he thought. It felt as if someone had cut into him quite painlessly, and all of his life force were pouring out. It was the strangest sensation, in which blood, bones, and sinews transformed into a palpable deluge which flowed from his heart to encompass her. Caught in the midst of it, he saw her clearly, felt his own body's presence, but couldn't speak. She faltered under his gaze, seemed to think she had made an error in judgment. She said, "Or you could drop me in Onslow Square. You're tired. You won't be in the mood for company. And no doubt my flat could use a good airing out. Caroline won't be back yet. She's with her parents. Did I tell you? And I ought to see what sort of state things are in, because—" He found his voice. "There are no guarantees, Helen. Not in this. Not in anything." Her face grew soft. "I know that," she said. "And it doesn't matter?" "Of course it matters. But you matter more. And you and I matter, the two of us, together." He didn't want to feel any happiness yet. It seemed too ephemeral a condition in life. So for a moment he stood there and merely let himself feel the cold air washing from the backs and the river, the weight of his overcoat, the ground beneath his feet. And then, when he was sure that he could bear any reply she might make, he said, "I still want you, Helen. Nothing's changed there." "I know," she said. And when he would speak again, she stopped him with, "Let's go home, Tommy." He loaded their suitcases into the boot, his heartbeat light and his spirit soaring free. "Don't make too much of it," he told himself roughly, "and don't ever believe your life depends on it. Don't ever believe your life depends upon anything at all. That's the way to live." He got into the car, determined to be casual, determined to be the one in control. He said, "You took quite a chance, Helen, waiting like that. I might not have come back and found you for hours. You might have been sitting in the cold all day." "It doesn't matter." She drew her legs up beneath her and settled companionably into the seat. "I was quite prepared to wait for you, Tommy." "Oh? How long?" Still he was casual. Still he was the one in control. "Just a bit longer than you've waited for me." She smiled. She reached for his hand. He was lost. This concludes the reading of For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George. This book was read by Donaida Peters. Will you please wind or rewind the tape as appropriate, so the book will be in order for the next person to enjoy? Thank you.